Chapter 367. The 6 ministries of the Tang Dynasty were all under the jurisdiction of the Minister of State. When Pai Lupi was the king of Qin, he had held the position of Minister of State. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, the position of Minister of State had been vacant for a long time. The Minister of State only had left and right servants. The left servant, Fang Xianling, was the Minister of State. Fang Xianling thought for a moment and felt that Li Wangyu was not an impetuous person. There must be a reason for today's matter. Thinking of this, Fang Xianling gently nodded, indicating that she agreed. Seeing that his immediate superior had agreed, Dai Zhou naturally did not say anything more and agreed to Li Wangyu's seemingly absurd request. But, since Hu Xianzi is so confident, then let's have a competition. This old man will order people to go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to transport the official scroll. Before Dai Zhou finished speaking, one of the officials suddenly stood up and interrupted, "Minister Dai, this lowly official feels that this matter cannot be done. The official scroll of the Ministry of Civil Affairs is of great importance. How can it be taken out so casually?" Li Wangyu looked at the person who spoke and could not help but be amused, thinking that there was indeed something wrong with this fellow. The one who spoke up to oppose was the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. "Your Majesty, Minister Dai, the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain is not a trivial matter. How can it be used for a competition? If Hu Xianzi wants to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials, you can ask your Majesty to set the topic." Li Ru's words were righteous, but how could Li Wangyu let him do as he wished? He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, this lowly official's calculation method is not only faster, but also more accurate. Using the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book as the topic can let your Majesty see the results and also help the Ministry of Civil Affairs review it. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not?" He glanced at Li Ru and continued, "Unless there is something fishy about the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book and it is not convenient to see people. Otherwise, with only your Majesty and the officials in the hall, who are you guarding against when you keep saying that it is of great importance?" Li Wangyu's words were a bit harsh. Pai Lupi could not help but squint and look at Li Ru. This scared Li Ru so much that his back was almost drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi is slandering us. The Ministry of Civil Affairs has always been reliable, how could there be any tricks? Since there is nothing fishy, why are you objecting, Dr. Li?" Li Wangyu immediately asked. Li Ru was rendered speechless by the question. He opened his mouth but didn't refute it. Originally, Pai Lupi also felt that Li Wangyu's proposal to use the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account as the topic was inappropriate. There were many ways to compete and calculate. Even using the daily statistics from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was possible. Although the Tang Dynasty did not have any confidentiality system, how could the Ministry of Civil Affairs, which was an important institution in charge of the country's money, grain, farmland, and population, casually show the public archives to others? However, when Li Wangyu suddenly brought this up, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel suspicious. His opinion was the same as Fang Xuanling's. Although Li Wangyu was young, he wasn't an impetuous person. Today, he inexplicably suggested that the Ministry of Civil Affairs was behind in mathematics and asked for a competition. He also asked that the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account be used to compete and calculate. Pai Lupi couldn't help but think about it. Was there really someone who was so daring? Did he dare to do anything to the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account? "Official Dai, according to Hu Xianzi's proposal, have someone send over this year's money and grain account. In addition, send 10 officials who are proficient in mathematics to the palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." Once Pai Lupi's golden mouth opened, there was no more dispute. Dai Zhou bowed and immediately went to arrange the matters. Pai Lupi also ordered an internal servant to report to Empress Changsun in the Eastern Palace and bring Crown Prince Li Qingqian and Prince Li Tai to the palace. At this time, the officials were whispering to each other, discussing the intentions of Hu Xianzi's actions today. These officials weren't fools. Everyone could see that Li Wangyu wanted to use the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account to make an issue out of it. The officials were all speculating whether or not there really was something fishy about the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account. As for Li Wangyu's suggestion of having the Crown Prince and Prince Yu compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account, everyone, including Pai Lupi, thought that it was just Li Wangyu's excuse. At this time, Li Ru was naturally nervous, but he wasn't too worried. He had only objected out of caution. Li Wangyu's guess was naturally correct. As an official of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Ru's family didn't have any property. Naturally, he had done something to the accounts. However, Li Ru was very confident. Even an experienced accountant wouldn't be able to find anything without several months of time to clean up the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account. Not to mention bringing it to the palace for the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Crown Prince to calculate. They wouldn't be able to find anything fishy about it. The Tang dynasty's accounting system inherited the Qin and Han dynasty's daily harvest, monthly budget, and annual meeting system. There were 3 sets of accounts. Usually, what he submitted to Dai Zhou were the monthly budget and annual meeting accounts. As for the daily harvest, it was the daily flow of money of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The data was too complicated, so Dai Zhou didn't look at it. The part that he had done something to was within it. The Ministry of Civil Affairs financial report had to be made in duplicate. It would be reviewed by the Pai Lupi and sent to the Ministry of Official Affairs. As for the other reports, they would be sent to the comparison department to be audited and the results would be reported to the Pai Lupi. The comparison department was one of the 4 divisions under the Ministry of Justice and was in charge of auditing the books. Even the comparison department, a professional organization, couldn't find anything wrong with the accounts, so why would Li Ru be worried that Li Wangyu would find anything? He also regretted that he had been too nervous and lost his composure. The county head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs was within the imperial city and wasn't far away. Not long later, 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, as well as a large stack of accounts, were sent into the main hall. Crown Prince Li Qingqian and King Yu Li Tai also followed the servants into the main hall. What no one expected was that the pregnant Empress Zhongsun also came. Your Majesty, I heard that the county head wants Qingqian and Qingke to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials in mathematics. I was also curious and came to the main hall. Please allow me to watch from the side. Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He called for the servants to bring a soft stool for his wife and place it beside the throne. He naturally knew why Empress Zhongsun came, so there was no reason to refuse. Although this couple was the emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty, they were the 2 people with the most respected statuses in the world. However, they were no different from the parents of the future. They were filled with anticipation and attention towards any competition that their sons participated in. The officials all stood up and greeted Empress Zhongsun and the Crown Prince. After a series of greetings, Pai Lupi waved his hands at his 2 sons. Qingqian, Qingke, your teacher wants the 2 of you to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials in mathematics. Are you willing? Father, I am willing. Li Qingqian immediately replied, Teacher said that no one in the world can calculate faster than us with the method he taught us. Father, I will definitely calculate faster than elder brother. Teacher often praises me. Li Tai also didn't want to fall behind. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun only laughed at this. The 2 of them only treated it as the words of a child. As for Li Wangyu saying that they were the fastest in the world, even as parents, they didn't believe it. They only treated it as words that Li Wangyu used to coax children. County head, the accounts are already here. You can begin. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu, ready to see how he planned to compete. Chapter 368. Actually, Li Er did not believe that his two sons would be able to compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in terms of calculating speed. This was too ridiculous. Even if Li Wangyu's calculation skills were outstanding, his two sons, one 8 and one 9, had only studied with Li Wangyu for 2 months. According to the reports of Crown Prince Li Qingqian and Li Tai's guards, Hu Xianzi usually only played games with the two children and didn't have much time to study. Under these circumstances, even if Li Wangyu really was a literary star, he couldn't turn two young children into prodigies overnight, right? Pai Lupi thought that Li Wangyu must have accidentally discovered that someone from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was messing with the accounts. That was why he used some competition as an excuse to have Dai Zhou bring the accounts so that he could expose the tricks in front of the officials. Thus, he didn't stop him. He wanted to see who was so daring as to mess with the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts. Pai Lupi's guess wasn't wrong. Li Wangyu was thinking this way, but it wasn't just that. He really wanted Li Qingqian and Li Tai to show off their skills in front of Pai Lupi and the officials. This was also a demonstration of their learning. The more powerful Li Qingqian and Li Tai were, wouldn't it show that Li Wangyu was a good teacher? This was killing two birds with one stone. That was why Li Wangyu put so much effort into it. He didn't even hesitate to offend Dai Zhou and the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. After Pai Lupi spoke, Li Wangyu ordered people to bring in a screen and place it in the middle of the hall. He arranged for the 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and Li Qingqian and Li Tai to sit on either side of the screen. Your Majesty, the accounts sent by the Ministry of Civil Affairs are the accounts for copper coins and the accounts for corn. I believe that these accounts must be accurate. Otherwise, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs remembered incorrectly, the Ministry of Civil Affairs audit would be able to find out. Li Wangyu's words made Dai Zhou's expression soften quite a bit. What he said was the truth. From the very beginning, Li Wangyu had never thought that the Ministry of Civil Affairs would have any miscalculations. Just as Li Ru had said, the Ministry of Civil Affairs account books would not only be reviewed internally by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but also by the Ministry of Justice's comparison department. If he had faked the numbers, he would have been found out. Li Wangyu didn't know how much Li Ru had embezzled, and was distressed over it for several days. It wasn't until he chatted with his beautiful boss that he was enlightened by her answer. This was why he had come to Taiji Palace today and caused such a commotion. Dai Zhou's expression softened slightly, but Li Wangyu continued, however, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book is accurate, it can still be checked again. It won't take much time. It was also a good opportunity for His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu to compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The method of the competition is for the subject to read out the numbers in the account book, and both parties will calculate. In the end, the faster and more accurate side will win. What does Your Majesty think? Pai Lupi couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at the thick pile of account books in the center of the hall. He then looked at Empress Zhongsun, his face full of confusion. What did this kid want to do? Was he really going to have his two sons compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Before Pai Lupi could speak, Dai Zhou couldn't help but frown and speak. County Head Huxian, there are so many accounts books this year. How can it be finished in such a short time? With so many accounts books, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs did their daily calculations, it would still take more than a month. How could it be finished in such a short time? Li Wangyu chuckled, Minister Dai, it won't take much time. 15 minutes is enough. His words caused an uproar among the officials. They felt that County Head Huxian was joking again. The accounts books of the Ministry of Civil Affairs had a thick pile of money. Even if it was just to look through them once, 15 minutes was far from enough. Before Dai Zhou could speak, Li Wangyu walked to the front of the account books and picked up one of them. He looked at the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Everyone, are you ready? When the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs heard that they were going to compete with two young children in mathematics, they all felt humiliated. Even if the two young children were the crown prince of the Tang dynasty and His Highness King Yu, Li Wangyu's suggestion was still a form of humiliation to these officials who were skilled in mathematics. In the face of Li Wangyu's words, the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs didn't say anything. Instead, they silently took out their calculating chips and placed them on the table. Li Wangyu awkwardly rubbed his nose and then looked at Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Qingqian, Qingke, are you ready? Li Qingqian and Li Tai's faces were already filled with anticipation. Hearing this, the two of them took out something from their sleeves and placed it on the table in front of them. Teacher, don't worry. We will definitely win. After spending many days with the naughty children of Dingzhou village, Li Qingqian's personality had become much more cheerful. He finally returned to the appearance of a 9-year-old child and no longer had the crown prince's majesty that he had purposely put on before. Li Tai also didn't want to be outdone. The little fatty waved his fist. Teacher, I will definitely calculate the fastest today. The things that the two of them took out made Pai Lupi, Dai Zhou, and the others very curious. They all stretched out their necks to see what it was. It was a small wooden box with many wooden beads inside. If there were any of the officials in the hall who had traveled through time, they would definitely be able to recognize this item at a glance. An abacus. Li Wangyu taught the two children mathematics, but he didn't expect Li Qingqian and Li Tai to be so smart. They were even more familiar with the numerals than he was. After learning the Arabic numerals that Li Wangyu taught them, Li Wangyu couldn't compare to the two little fellows when it came to simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. This made him feel that he had lost face. In order to save his face, Li Wangyu shamelessly copied the abacus that originated from the northern Song dynasty. As a result, the two little fellows, Li Qingqian and Li Tai, who only knew how to use numerals, were once again defeated by Li Wangyu. In reality, Li Wangyu wasn't proficient at using an abacus. After all, calculators were prevalent in the modern world. Aside from those old accountants, who would use an abacus? Li Wangyu only knew how to use an abacus because his grandfather had taught him when he was young. He only knew how to use it and was still very far from being proficient. However, no matter how rusty he was at using an abacus, his calculation speed far surpassed that of numerals. It must be known that the meritorious service of China's 2 bullets and 1 star relied on hand-operated calculators and an abacus to calculate a huge amount of data. The two little fellows were shocked by Li Wangyu's abacus. They worshipped their teacher even more. The two of them were indeed smart. They didn't need much time to use the abacus to become proficient. Especially the little fatty, Li Tai. His little chubby hands were as fast as lightning when he used the abacus. This made Li Wangyu speechless. In the modern world, he had seen some videos of gaming gods. Those were simply inhuman people who used their hands to dance on the keyboard. They made him speechless. In Japan, there was a player called Takahashi who could press the button 16 times in a second on an old-fashioned game controller and fire 16 bullets. He was called 16 Brothers in a Second. Needless to say, those professional gamers could effectively type 200 to 300 times on the keyboard in a minute, which made Li Wangyu, who was not very good with his hands, feel speechless. And the little fatty, Li Tai, was unexpectedly also a master of hand speed. Ever since he learned how to use an abacus, every time he used the abacus, Li Wangyu would unconsciously associate it with a scene in a manga. In short, ever since the two little fellows learned how to use an abacus, Li Wangyu never used the abacus in front of them again. He couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 369. The abacuses in Li Qingqian's and Li Tai's hands were also specially found by Li Wangyu. He had Carpenter Lu make them as a gift for the two little ones. When Carpenter Lu knew that he was making the abacuses for the Crown Prince and the King of Yu, he was very attentive. Even when her own son wanted to help, he was chased far away by Carpenter Lu. He used all of his skills to make two exquisite abacuses. Li Qingqian and Li Tai loved these two exquisite abacuses so much that they couldn't put them down. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun naturally didn't recognize the abacuses their sons took out. Empress Zhangsun couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Qingqian, Qingke, what is this? Mother, this is an abacus. The teacher gave it to us. Li Qingqian proudly shook his abacus, making a clattering sound. What is its use? Empress Zhangsun turned her gaze to Li Wangyu, hoping for an explanation. Li Wangyu quickly bowed, Your Highness, the abacus is used for calculation. It is the same as counting chips, but it is faster and more accurate. Empress Zhangsun nodded. This county often made these strange things, but she didn't know how much faster this abacus was than counting chips. Could it really let her two sons win the competition? She didn't care about the problems with the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts. That was something her husband needed to worry about. As a mother, Empress Zhangsun cared more about her son. Could it really be as Li Wangyu said, that he could calculate faster than 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Li Tai couldn't help but yell, Mother, the teacher said that in terms of calculating speed, my abacus is the best in the world. No one can be faster than me. His words made Empress Zhangsun cover her mouth and laugh. She felt that her silly son believed everything. This was most likely Li Wangyu teasing them. They actually took it seriously. Okay, Mother knows. Qingke, work hard in a bit. Empress Zhangsun smiled. However, even Li Tai, this little brat, could hear her half-hearted tone. Seeing that his mother did not believe him, Li Wangyu was so anxious that his chubby face turned red. He reached out and tugged at Li Wangyu's sleeve. Commander, Mother doesn't believe me. Li Wangyu smiled and comforted her, Hee, Qingke, then prove it to Empress Zhangsun. I believe that your calculation speed is the fastest in the world. No one can compare to you. Their voices were not soft, and their words were heard by all the officials in the hall. Many of them laughed. Most people thought that Li Wangyu was coaxing the child again, so they laughed kindly. However, there were quite a few people who burst into laughter. The mockery in their words was too strong. Previously, Li Ru felt that he was too nervous and had lost some face. Moreover, he was unhappy with Li Wangyu, so he couldn't help but stand up again. Hu Xianzi sure talks big. Do you really think that the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are all good-for-nothings? His words were clever. He directly placed Li Wangyu on the opposite side of the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, causing all the officials in the hall to glare angrily at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu glanced at Li Ru. Physician Li, Mo Fei doesn't believe me. That's simple. If you think I'm talking nonsense, why don't we make a bet? Let's make a bet. What do you want to bet? Let's bet on your villa in Defun Lane. If the officials of the Ministry of Civil win, I will offer you 1,000 taels of gold. If the Crown Prince and King you win, I don't want anything else. You just have to give me your residence in Defun Lane. How about it? Physician Li, do you dare to make the bet? Since Hu Xianzi wants to give me money, how can I refuse? When Li Ru heard the offer of 1,000 taels of gold, his eyes widened. Afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, he immediately laughed and nodded. The reason Li Wangyu proposed this bet was because he was afraid that if he didn't find anything fishy in the account book, he wouldn't have wasted his time. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would agree without even thinking about it. This made Li Wangyu somewhat surprised. If he had known that this guy would be so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have spent so much effort. As Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, he picked up the account book and prepared to start the competition. However, he heard someone speak from among the officials. Hu Xianzi, wait a moment. I'm also interested in making a bet with you. Are you willing? Li Wangyu looked over in surprise. It was the Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. Oh. The Duke is also interested. What do you want to bet? I want to bet on Zhao Yibai. If the Crown Prince and King Yu win, I will give you 100 taels of gold. If not, Hu Xianzi will lose Zhao Yibai to me. How about it? Zhang Liang really couldn't bear to part with Zhao Yibai. Ever since he lost to Li Wangyu in front of the Hall of Martial Virtue and lost his mount, he had been brooding. Today, after seeing Li Wangyu shamelessly boast that 2 8- or 9-year-old children were faster than an official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and that it was 2 against 10, he felt that his opportunity had come. Thus, after Li Wangyu made a bet with his brother-in-law, Li Wangyu, he immediately stood up. He also wanted to make a bet with Li Wangyu and win back his beloved mount. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin. He only had one precious horse. After it was mercilessly seized by his beautiful superior, he was still wondering where he could buy another one. He knew that Zhang Liang's mansion also had a precious horse similar to Zhao Yibai. It was called the Jade Flower Horse. Horse was a horse with a greenish-white coat. Zhao Yibai and the Jade Flower Horse were 2 precious horses that Zhang Liang had spent a lot of money to get from the western regions. He treasured them a lot, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were worth 100 taels of gold. County Duke, we can make a bet, but I don't want gold. If the prefectural duke loses, just give me your Jade Flower Horse. What does the prefectural duke think? Li Wangyu's condition made Zhang Liang feel a toothache. Losing Zhao Yibai already made him lose his appetite. If he lost the Jade Flower Horse as well, it would be even worse than killing him. However, looking at the angry official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and Li Qingqian and Li Tai, who were still acting cute in front of Empress Zhangsun, Zhang Liang hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, Hu Xianzi, I'll use the Jade Flower Horse to bet with you. Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. There really was someone rushing to give him benefits. When luck came, it really couldn't be stopped. Whatever he wanted came, it really was a pleasant surprise. He hurried forward and struck Zhang Liang's hand to seal the bet. Just as he was about to announce the start of the competition, several people among the officials stood up. Hu Xianzi, this old man also wants to make a bet with you. Are you willing? Li Wangyu was taken aback. Before he could speak, he heard Qing Yaojin slam the table and stand up. Surnamed Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you bullying this old man's nephew? How do you want to bet? This old man will bet with you. The people who stepped forward to make a bet with Li Wangyu were the head of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshu of the Jing clan in Xinjiang. The aristocratic families had targeted Li Wangyu many times, but they had all been defeated. The grievances between the two sides had long been irreconcilable. Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshu, and the others naturally didn't believe Li Wangyu's words today. Seeing Li Ru and Zhang Liang step forward to make a bet with Li Wangyu, they looked at each other and felt that this was a good opportunity to add insult to injury, so they also stepped forward. They hadn't expected Qing Yaojin to interfere. Duke Lu, why do you say this? Could it be that Duke Chongping can make a bet but we can't? Bastard, you want to bet? Sure, this old man will bet with you. Qing Yaojin's words moved Li Wangyu and angered him. Wasn't this old hooligan blocking his chance to get rich? Chapter 370. On the throne, Pai Lupi's face darkened. He was already dissatisfied when Li Ru and Zhang Liang wanted to bet with Li Wangyu. Now, the aristocratic families also jumped out, which made Pai Lupi even more annoyed. One had to know that although these people were betting with Li Wangyu, they were betting on his eldest son and second son. Although Pai Lupi didn't believe Li Wangyu's words, he didn't want others to look down on his son. The Tangs loved gambling. Many people didn't believe in Crown Prince Li Qingqian and Prince Li Tai. Seeing that Wang Renyu, Xing Yuanshou, and others also wanted to participate in the bet, many of the officials in the hall became restless. But Pai Lupi's darkened face made them change their minds. No one present was stupid. They soon realized that something was wrong. The people who wanted to stand up all kept silent and watched the fun. Li Ru and Zhang Liang naturally saw Pai Lupi's darkened face. They couldn't help regretting it. But now that the bet had been set, it was too late to say anything. But Wang Renyu, Xing Yuanshou, and others were not afraid of Pai Lupi's face. They, the aristocratic families, even dared to force Pai Lupi to confess. Now, they were betting on Pai Lupi's 2 sons. What was the big deal? In the face of Qing Yaojin's curses, Wang Renyu just nodded indifferently. If High Duke Lu wants to bet, you can. How about 10,000 taels of gold? High Duke Lu, are you willing? With the financial resources of aristocratic families, 10,000 taels of gold was nothing. It was only 60,000 strings of coins. During the Jingguan period of the Tang Dynasty, the central government's revenue of corn, silk, and copper coins was about 20 million strings of coins. And the annual income of the aristocratic families led by the aristocratic families was not much less than this figure. The 1,000-year-old aristocratic families, the top aristocratic families of the Tang Dynasty, were like huge icebergs. The huge ice hidden under the sea was terrifying. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi and other monarchs of the Tang Dynasty had been working hard to weaken the aristocratic families. No matter who the emperor was, they wouldn't want to have such a powerful subject under their rule. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to snore beside one's bed? This was also the reason why the Li Tang dynasty and the aristocratic family supported each other from the end of the Sui dynasty until the establishment of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial examinations were held to clean up the influence and control of the aristocratic families in the imperial court. But even at the end of the Tang dynasty, although the aristocratic families were under control, they still stubbornly restrained the imperial power. It wasn't until the Huangchao uprising at the end of the Tang dynasty that the Tang dynasty fell into the abyss. The aristocratic families also declined rapidly, following the decline and fall of the Tang dynasty, disappearing from the stage of history. The imperial power and aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty could be said to be a perfect example of a love-hate relationship. At this time, the main hall was a microcosm of the struggle between the imperial power and the aristocratic families in the history of the Tang dynasty. Hearing Wang Renyu's words, Qing Yaojin didn't even frown and nodded in agreement. Wahahaha, Wang Renyu, although I'm not as rich as your Taiyuan Wang clan, I can still afford to bet 10,000 taels of gold. Since you want to bet, I'll naturally accompany you. Good, since High Duke Lu is so straightforward, then it's a deal. They were all top nobles of the Tang dynasty, so they didn't need to clap their hands to make an oath. Words spoken in front of hundreds of officials were like nails in a mouthful of saliva. No one would go back on their words. When Li Wangyu saw that both sides had made a bet, the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Maldif *Ker, this old man is simply robbing me of my gold. If Qing Yaojin didn't interfere, then wouldn't this bet of 10,000 taels of gold belong to me? Although Li Wangyu was very grateful to this old hooligan Qing Yaojin for protecting him, he hated that he couldn't cover this old hooligan's mouth and take his place. Whether or not Li Qingqian and Li Tai would lose, Li Wangyu didn't even consider this kind of thing. Especially the little fatty Li Tai, the speed at which he calculated the abacus. Li Wangyu admitted that even if he was given a calculator, he wouldn't be able to calculate as fast as this little fatty. This little fatty was really heaven-defying. Not to mention the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, even if all the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs attacked together, they still wouldn't be the little fatty Li Tai's opponent. Hanging and beating, Li Wangyu could only think of this word to describe the gap between the two sides. Therefore, when Qing Yaojin stepped forward to accept the bet with the aristocratic family, in Li Wangyu's eyes, he was robbing him of his gold. Now that Li Wangyu was very rich, who would complain about having too much gold? Forget it, being able to get Li Ru's house and also get the jade flower horse from Zhang Liang was already very good. One must be content with what one has. Li Wangyu comforted himself for a while. Feeling slightly depressed, he squeezed out a smile at the old hooligan Qing Yaojin. He turned around and announced the start of the competition. He picked up the account book for the first month from the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book. He roughly flipped through it and quickly read it out. G. Cooked horse feed, 200 dan and 36 buckets. The price per bucket is 210 copper coins. G. Cooked horse feed, 517 buckets. The price per bucket is 213 copper coins. G. Cooked horse feed. Li Wangyu continuously flipped through the copper account book, but only selectively read out the words. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs paid full attention and began to calculate with the abacus. Li Wangyu read through the thick account book very quickly. The 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs couldn't help but become somewhat flustered. Large beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, but they didn't have the time to wipe it away. The more Li Wangyu read, the faster he became. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were clearly unable to keep up with his speed. They could only helplessly send out 2 people to copy down the numbers that Li Wangyu read out on paper. The other 8 people were constantly calculating with their hands, and as they calculated, they also had to record with pen and ink. On the other hand, Li Qingqian and Li Tai, these 2 little fellows, were very much at ease. Every time Li Wangyu read out a number, their little hands would click on the abacus and finish the calculation. They even had the time to wink at their mother, Empress Zhongsun. The performance of the 2 sides naturally fell into the eyes of the officials, and they couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that the Crown Prince and King Yu were truly peerless talents? Could it be that what Hu Xianzi said was true? Zhang Liang was abnormally nervous. His eyes widened, and he almost stood up to cheer for the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He didn't believe that these 2 children could calculate so quickly. They must be fooling around on some dog's hit abacus. It must be so. Zhang Liang comforted himself in his heart. There were many people who thought the same as Zhang Liang. Although it seemed that the Crown Prince and King Yu were very relaxed. That was most likely an act, right? Just a few clicks of the fingers and they finished calculating? The faces of Wang Renyu, Xing Yuanshou, and the other leaders of the noble families were also somewhat ugly. Although they didn't care about gold, they cared about face. They had lost to Li Wangyu in front of the officials. How could they accept this? The officials whispered to each other and discussed spiritedly. No one noticed that the doctor of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Ru, had become pale and his body was trembling like a sieve. Chapter 371. The reason Li Ru was so scared was naturally because of the account book Li Wangyu read out. Many of the officials also noticed the problem. Li Wangyu had chosen to read out the contents of the account book, which were all about the expenses of the cooked horses. Could there be a problem with this? Li Ru's face was pale, but he still comforted himself in his heart. Impossible, this is impossible. How did that young man know the trick? Coincidence, this must be a coincidence. As a director of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he naturally embezzled a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he have the money to buy a house in Chang'an? And he thought that no one would be able to find the key. The account book was also clean. Even if the Ministry of Comparison checked it several times, there was no problem. However, the numbers that Li Wangyu kept reading out caused Li Ru to tremble in fear. Every time Li Wangyu read out a set of numbers, his heart would beat wildly. It didn't take Li Wangyu long to finish reading one account book. He picked up another one and flipped through a few pages. When he found the content he needed, he continued to read quickly. Cooked food, horse feed. When he was reading out the account book, his eyes inadvertently saw Li Ru's face. Li Ru's panicked expression made Li Wangyou's lips curl up unconsciously. Caught you. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what he and his beautiful boss had analyzed. This Li Ru really did something here. Li Wangyou previously couldn't understand how Li Ru could do something in the account book to be able to avoid the scrutiny of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Comparison. It wasn't until his beautiful boss accidentally mentioned the changes in the financial system of Huaxia that he suddenly realized the key. Since ancient times, Huaxia had used the single-entry bookkeeping method. It wasn't until the 20th century that the double-entry bookkeeping method was introduced from the West. The single-entry bookkeeping method referred to the fact that every economic transaction that occurred was recorded in a single account. The single-entry bookkeeping method was simple and convenient, but the accounts were not directly linked. Take the account book of the Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Tang Dynasty as an example. The account that recorded the income and expenditure of copper was separate from the account that recorded corn and silk. The changes in the movement of funds were not linked. But in the double-entry bookkeeping method of later generations, every economic transaction had to be recorded in 2 or more connected accounts. His beautiful boss reckoned that Li Ru must have done something. To put it simply, a certain expenditure was recorded in the copper coin's income and expenditure account, and the income and expenditure were balanced on the copper coin's account. No matter how the account was checked, there was no problem. But with this expenditure, there should be an increase in other assets. However, the 2 accounts books were not related, which gave him the opportunity to tamper with them. The Ministry of Civil Affairs expenditure of copper coins was mainly the materials for the various Dao prefectures, the rations for the various military prefectures, the purchase of post horses and the fodder for the post horses. The lesson materials were the salary of the officials. Among these expenses, Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss both felt that if Li Ru had embezzled important expenses, he would have been discovered long ago. Therefore, the place where he most likely tampered with was the expenditure of fodder for the post horses. It was precisely because of this judgment that Li Wangyou purposely used the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method to provoke Dai Zhou, making him send over the money and grain account book as the content of the competition. From the account book, Li Wangyou only selected the records of the Ministry of Civil Affairs expenditure of copper coins and the purchase of cooked food and horse fodder. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to finish reading the seemingly thick account books. In the second year of Zhengguan, from January to April, the Ministry of Civil Affairs purchased a total of 32 cooked food and horse fodder. As soon as he finished reading, the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs were still sweating profusely as they calculated the numbers. Li Qingqian and Li Tai respectively spoke. Commander, the total expenditure is 370,000 strings of copper coins and 765 coins. Commander, the total amount of cooked food and horse fodder purchased is 17,619 coins. Once Li Qingqian and Li Tai's words left their mouths, the officials were all stunned. Even Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun were stunned. These 2 little fellows really calculated it. So fast. Were they talking nonsense? In the hall, everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. They could only cast their gazes at the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were still desperately fiddling with the calculation chips and calculating the results. The 2 little fellows saw that they had calculated the results, but no one praised them. Even their father and mother didn't say anything. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Li Qingqian pulled on Li Wangyou's sleeve. Commander, what do they mean? Did we calculate incorrectly? Li Wangyou chuckled and reached out to pat Li Qingqian's head to comfort him. Qingqian, they didn't expect you and Qing Ke to be so powerful. They were scared. Little fatty Li Tai raised his chin and proudly replied, who told them to look down on me and my brother? Now they know how powerful we are. Previously, Li Ru, Zhang Liang, Wang Renyu and the others had used the two of them as a bet, making it clear that they didn't believe them. This had already made Li Qingqian and Li Tai very angry. If it weren't for the presence of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun, the two little fellows probably would have made a scene on the spot. Now that they had easily beaten the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the two little fellows were very proud. Under the gazes of the officials in the hall, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun, the 10 most skilled officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs finally calculated the results. Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi spent a total of 370,000 strings of copper and 765 silver coins to buy 17,619 dan of cooked horse feed. Li Wangyu lightly clapped his hands a few times. Not bad. Everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu have calculated correctly. It is exactly the same as what was recorded in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall immediately exploded. The officials didn't care about etiquette in front of the hall and raised their voices. They were all whispering to each other. Prime Minister Fong, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu aren't talking nonsense. They are only 8 or 9 years old. How can they be so powerful? Duke Wei, this old man also doesn't understand. Is His Highness the Crown Prince really so smart? Fong Xianling shook his head. He felt that today's events were too unbelievable. I think Hu Xianzi taught him well. His Highness the Crown Prince is also studying at the Hongwen School. He doesn't seem to be very smart, just average. Tisk, is Hu Xianzi really so amazing? Not only is he an unparalleled talent, but he also knows how to teach his disciples. This is really amazing. At this time, Zhang Liang was disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He couldn't help but angrily glare at his brother-in-law. It was all because of this bastard. Not only did he not win back Xiao Yibai, but now it seemed that he also had to lose the Jade Flower Horse. Wang Renyu, Xing Yuanshou, and the other big shots were also depressed. Losing to Qing Yaojin really made them unhappy. As for Dai Zhou and the other officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, their jaws dropped. These 10 officials were already the best at mathematics in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but they were actually beaten by 2 young children. It was really unbelievable. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun were naturally pleasantly surprised. Pai Lupi still wanted to maintain a straight face to protect his dignity as an emperor, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. As for Empress Zhangsun, if it weren't for the attention of the officials in the hall, she probably would have rushed down the stairs and hugged her 2 precious sons. After the surprise of Pai Lupi, he looked at the abacus in front of his son and waved to Li Qingqian, indicating that he should bring the abacus over. Chapter 372. When Li Qingqian heard his father's summons, he immediately ran to his father with the abacus and presented it with both hands, as if presenting a treasure. Qingqian, how do you use this abacus? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. Father, it's very simple. Look at this abacus. The beads on the top represent 5, and the one at the bottom represents 1. Our teacher taught us the formula, 1 up, 1 down, 5 down, 4 down, 1 down, 9 down, 1 down. Li Qingqian immediately demonstrated to Pai Lupi while loudly reciting the formula for the abacus that Li Wangyu had taught them. Pai Lupi quickly figured out the advantages of the abacus. It was indeed much faster than a counting chip, but the calculation speed of the two could not be compared. Dai Zhou and the other officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs naturally heard the conversation between the two. They were even more clear on the advantages of abacus over counting chips. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs looked at each other. They had actually lost to 2 children because of this abacus. It really made people unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. As for Dai Zhou, not only was he not annoyed, he even revealed a joyful expression. Your Majesty, we have lost. Huxianzi was right. The Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method was truly too inefficient. The abacus that Hu Xianzi made was truly a work of art that excelled the heavens, and its design was ingenious. This subject requests Your Majesty's permission to allow Hu Xianzi to teach the people how to make and use the abacus, and also to spread the abacus throughout the Tang dynasty. Dai Zhou, on the other hand, was quite open and candid. He directly admitted defeat and praised Li Wangyu. The officials in the hall were also very interested in this abacus. Although arithmetic was a minor art, most of the officials of the Tang dynasty were proficient in it. Everyone knew how to use the counting tokens, and they needed to carry them with them. The officials of the Tang dynasty all wore a sword around their waists. The so-called is a multifunctional storage belt, known as the Xian belt. It is made of leather or metal and has a strong storage function. It is worn on the outside of the belt. Among the hundreds of officials, there were 7 items, namely a bag, a knife, a sharpening stone, a kigizan, a kiguju, a syringe, and a flint. These were the 7 items of the kigizan, and were also the standard equipment of the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty. And the calculation pouch was the pocket that held the calculation tokens. Now that Hu Xianzi had made this abacus, it was even more convenient to calculate. Even the Crown Prince and the King of Yu, 2 young children, could rely on this item to win against the Ministry of Civil Affairs. It could be seen how extraordinary it was. That's a good plan. Pai Lupi praised. All right, let's end today's matter here. Son of Huxian, teach the Ministry of Commoners how to make the abacus and how to use it. I will reward you. Before he could finish, Li Wangyu suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. Your Majesty, today's competition is not over yet. Your Majesty, please allow me to continue. Pai Lupi was slightly taken aback by Li Wangyu's words. He didn't understand what he meant. The officials had already seen the use of the abacus. Dai Zhou also lowered his head and admitted defeat. As for the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts, Li Wangyu had already said that the accounts were accurate, so what was the point of continuing the competition? However, Pai Lupi naturally knew that Li Wangyu wasn't someone to mess around. He couldn't be bothered to think about what Li Wangyu wanted to do. He simply nodded and said, since Hu Xianzi still wants to test Qing Qian and Qing Ke, then let's continue. When Li Er said that today's matter would end here, Li Ru thought that he had escaped a calamity. His heart that had been hanging in the air had just relaxed, but when he heard that Li Wangyu wanted to continue, he was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. What kind of enmity and hatred is this? Why do you have to make me die? He had forgotten that he had refused to sell the Da and Square residence even if you beat him to death. He hadn't even given Dai Zhou face just to annoy Li Wangyu. Now that things had come to this, Li Ru was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wanted to slap himself a few times. What kind of madness had he gone through to oppose this Hu Xianzi? Now, it was too late to say anything. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi. He turned and picked up the corn account book. Flipping through a few pages, he indicated for the official from the Ministry of Civil, Li Qingqian, and Li Tai to prepare to begin calculating. Receive, 180 dan of cooked horse feed and 36 buckets. Receive, 470 dan of cooked horse feed and 17 buckets. This time, he read even faster. However, the things that needed to be calculated were very simple. It was just a simple addition. After he finished reading, Shao also reported the number. Teacher, a total of 166,619 dan of cooked horse feed. The official from the Ministry of Civil also reported this number. Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi has received 166,619 dan of cooked horse feed. When Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and the official from the Ministry of Civil reported this set of numbers one after another, the face of the Ministry of Civil physician, Li Ru, instantly paled. It was as if his entire body had been pulled out, directly collapsing onto the floor. As for Dai Zhou, who had been twirling his beard and smiling, his expression suddenly changed. He turned and glared fiercely at the already collapsed Li Ru. Most of the officials in the hall also came to their senses. In the two accounts of the Ministry of Civil, the number of cooked horse feed actually did not match up. In the copper account book, the results of the calculations just now showed that in 2 years and 4 months, Zhenguan had spent about 370,000 strings of copper coins and 170,000 dan of cooked horse feed. However, in the other corn account book, in 4 months, the amount of cooked horse feed that had entered the account was only 166,000 dan. A total of 4,000 dan had been deducted. According to the price of 1 dan of cooked horse feed, the approximate price was around 200 coins per buckets. Calculating the price of 2 strings of copper coins per dan, that was around 8,000 strings of copper coins. In other words, someone had embezzled 8,000 strings of copper coins from the Ministry of Civil. This was not a small number. Moreover, this was only in 2 years and 4 months of Zhenguan's time. After understanding the crux of the matter, the hall immediately became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was speechless. This was an earth-shattering case. It had actually been so easily exposed by County Magistrate Hu Xian. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to the collapsed Li Ru. Apart from this official of the Ministry of Civil, there was no one else who could have done such a thing. Zhang Liang's face was filled with horror. He truly did not know about Li Ru's embezzlement. Although he was normally domineering, he was not an idiot. Moreover, his estate had many properties, and Pai Lupi's rewards were even greater. There was no need for him to embezzle these copper coins. Zhang Liang was now only worried that he would invite trouble for himself because of this idiotic brother-in-law of his. At this moment, he felt more and more regret. Had he been blinded by lard just now? Why had he followed this Li Ru to make a bet with Li Wangyu? Dai Zhou stood up and stepped forward. He lifted his court robes and knelt in front of the imperial steps. Your Majesty, this official was not strict enough and did not supervise properly. This led to people seeking personal benefits from the Ministry of Civil, taking bribes and bending the law. This is this official's fault. Your Majesty, please punish me. Zhang Liang's reaction wasn't slow either. He scrambled out and knelt down in front of the imperial steps. Your Majesty, this subject really didn't know about the actions of this subject's brother-in-law. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. This kind of person who takes bribes and bends the law is guilty of the most heinous crimes. This official is ashamed to be associated with such a person. His words were beautiful, but they made the officials secretly shake their heads. No matter what was said, Li Ru was still Zhang Liang's brother-in-law. His breadth of mind could be seen from his clean-cut actions. On the imperial steps, Pai Lupi's face turned ashen. Chapter 373. Pai Lupi's face turned green. He naturally understood the meaning of these two accounts. Someone actually dared to mess with the Ministry of Civil Accounts and embezzle money from the national treasury. This touched Pai Lupi's bottom line. Pai Lupi hated corruption the most. In the first year of Zhenguan, the newly ascended Pai Lupi ordered changes to the laws. In order to show that the new ruler was gentle, Pai Lupi reduced the punishment for many crimes. However, the punishment for corruption and bribery was not relaxed and was even stricter. At that time, Feng Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji both suggested that according to Han laws, one should be executed for embezzlement of 160 taels of gold. However, Pai Lupi felt that the amount was too high and did not have a deterrent effect. In the end, the Tang law decided that one should be executed by hanging for embezzlement of 15 bolts of silk. In the first year of Zhenguan, 1 bolt of silk was around 500 copper coins. 15 bolts of silk was only 7,500 copper coins, slightly more than the salary of a first-rank official. However, in the main hall today, in front of hundreds of officials, such a shocking case was exposed. How could Pai Lupi not be furious? Someone actually embezzled over 8,000 copper coins. According to the Tang law, how many times did one have to die? As for who the embezzler was, Dai Zhou, Zhang Liang, and Pai Lupi were all clear. As the head of the Ministry of Civil, the Ministry of Civil doctor had a high position and was in charge of the money and grain accounts. To be able to mess with the Ministry of Civil accounts, other than the Minister of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou, there was only this Li Ru. Dai Zhou was loyal, talented, and familiar with the law. He was originally an official of the Sui Dynasty and later became an official of the Tang Dynasty. Li Er naturally had complete trust in this trusted aide of his. He also firmly believed that with Dai Zhou's character, it was impossible for him to be corrupt. Otherwise, he would not have appointed him to such an important position as the Minister of Civil Affairs. However, Dai Zhou was not without responsibility for the exposure of this case. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, if he did not discover the embezzlement of his officials, he would naturally be punished. As for Zhang Liang, Pai Lupi was too lazy to bother with him. Li Qing, do you have anything to say? Pai Lupi glared at Li Ru. His emperor's aura was filled with anger, making Li Ru unable to speak. He could only kneel there and kowtow. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. Pai Lupi stood up and ignored Li Ru. He looked around at the officials in the hall and said in a clear voice, feeding for personal gain and corruption is not only a violation of public law and harming the people. Even if there is no news of this, how can the central government not be afraid? There is a lot of fear, and some die because of it. How could a real man covet riches and harm his own life? So that none of your descendants will feel ashamed. If the Lord is greedy, his country will be ruined. If the subject is greedy, his body will be destroyed. The officials were terrified, and they all bowed and kowtowed. We have learned from your teachings. Dai Qing, you're not strict enough with your subordinates. You'll be punished with 20 jin of copper. Li Daozong, you will be fined 20 jin of copper. Li Daozong was a famous general of the early Tang dynasty. He was Li Yuan's nephew and Pai Lupi's cousin. He was the Minister of Justice. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of the Comparison Department, which was in charge of auditing the accounts of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Therefore, if there was a problem with the accounts of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he, as the Minister of Justice, naturally had to take responsibility. 20 jin of copper was actually not much. It was just a few copper coins. It was just a small punishment. But to Dai Zhou and Li Daozong, these big shots of the imperial court, losing face was much more important than the copper coins. As for Pai Lupi's punishment, the two of them had nothing to say. They lowered their heads and accepted their punishment. Where is Minister Wei? Here. Wei Jing stepped out. Take Li Ru from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and order the Imperial Censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of Justice to investigate how much Li Ru has embezzled and whether he has any accomplices. Punish him severely. Arrest his family and take them from the prison. Confiscate their family's records and return them to the National Treasury. Li Ru had taken the position of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the 9th year of Wu De. It had been 3 years since then. In just 4 months, he had embezzled more than 8,000 copper coins. It was unknown how much Li Ru had embezzled before. After Pai Lupi angrily gave out the verbal order, the palace guards came forward and dragged Li Ru, who was already limp like a dead dog, out of the palace. His ending was self-evident. After being found guilty of embezzlement, other than being hanged, there was no other possibility. As for his family, they didn't end up any better. The women were thrown into the Yeting Palace to work, and the men were enslaved. Their descendants could never become officials. Although Li Ru and his family's ending was tragic, Li Wangyu did not sympathize with them. In the future, he was a loser. What he hated the most were corrupt officials. In his eyes, these people deserved to die. However, Just as Pai Lupi finished giving out the verbal order, Li Wangyu ignored Pai Lupi's extremely ugly expression and said, "Your Majesty, Li Ru's residence in Da'an Square has already been lost to me. When the Ministry of Civil Affairs punished him with confiscation of his family's property, it cannot be counted. That is already my property." His words made Pai Lupi so angry that he almost kicked him. "You're still thinking about that residence at this time? How could Pai Lupi know that Li Wangyu had caused so much trouble today and even helped him get rid of a big tiger? It was all for that residence in Da'an Square. If Li Ru knew that he had lost his life because of a residence, would he sully himself to death before he could be hanged?" Pai Lupi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before saying, "Yes, I permit it. Court is dismissed." After saying this, Pai Lupi turned and left. Empress Zhangsan helplessly shook her head and chased after her husband. After Li Er left, the almost stagnant air in the main hall suddenly relaxed. The officials all let out a long breath, but there was an indescribable feeling in their eyes when they looked at Li Wangyu. This county magistrate was truly exceptional. He had caused such a ruckus in order to expose the corruption of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, how did he know that the Ministry of Civil Affairs had falsified the accounts and embezzled the copper coins? Quite a few officials had a higher opinion of Li Wangyu in their hearts. They felt that this county magistrate could not be easily offended. At this time, Zhang Liang no longer had his previous arrogance. Although Pai Lupi did not punish him, he was still quite frightened. He walked in front of Li Wangyu and squeezed out a smile. "County Magistrate, in a moment, I will have someone send the Jade Flower Horse to your residence. I hope that County Magistrate will kindly accept it." Li Wangyu naturally would not be polite. Then many thanks to the prefectural duke." After Zhang Liang left, the old hooligan Qing Yaojin also walked over. A large palm landed heavily on Li Wangyu's shoulder. It hurt so much that Li Wangyu grimaced, but he still had to squeeze out a smile at the old hooligan. "Wahahaha, delightful, delightful. I won another 10,000 taels of gold today. Kid, you really are my lucky star. Uncle Qing, hee, you can't eat it all by yourself. Old rules, when we meet, you get half. Get lost. Do you believe that I won't beat you to death? At most, I'll give you 30%. It's a deal." 30% was 30%. Li Wangyu did not mind that the money was too little. Today, he had obtained 3,000 taels of gold, a jade flower horse, and a residence in Da'an Square. It was enough. He was not greedy. Now that there were no more obstacles, he could finally begin construction on his polo field. Chapter 374. In recent days, the people living in the south of Guqing outside of Chang liked to go to Da'an Square and Zhaoxing Square to watch the fun. Da'an Square and Zhaoxing Square had been flattened by the Ministry of Works. Even the walls of the square had been removed. The two squares had been renamed on the map of Chang'an and Wanyan counties. Da'an and Zhaoxing squares were combined into one and called Da'an Square. The polo field that Li Wangyu was building was also called the Zhao Baseball Field. The baseball field was not difficult to build, but it was a huge project. To build the stands with yellow soil, other than the workers using stone rollers to tamp down the soil, the biggest project was transporting the yellow soil. Li Wangyu had once thought of using bricks to build the spectator stands. However, after a simple estimate of the construction cost, he immediately abandoned this idea. In this era, even the towering city walls of Chang'an were made of yellow soil on the inside. They were only protected by thick bricks on the outside. Therefore, after confirming with the officials of the Ministry of Works, Li Wangyu decided to use yellow soil to build the stands and add a layer of black bricks for protection. The stands were shaped like a triangular prism, 10 meters tall, and around 4,000 meters in circumference. Using the volume formula of the triangular prism, the construction of the polo field required about 130,000 cubic meters of earth. This project was huge in the Tang Dynasty. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had the four-wheeled carriage, so the work that used to be the most labor-intensive had become much simpler. If they didn't have four-wheeled carriages and relied on ox carts to transport the earth, even Li Air wouldn't be able to afford the cost. The weight of 1 cubic meter of earth was about 2 tons. For long-distance transportation, the carriage could carry at most 400 kilograms. 1 cubic meter of earth required 3 carriages. The four-wheeled carriage could move 1 cubic meter of earth at a time, and it was even faster. All of the earth was taken from the foot of Qinling Mountain in Hu County. The four-wheeled carriage could make 2 trips a day. With Li Wangyu's 10,000 taels of gold as construction costs, the Ministry of Works was prepared to invest in over 200 four-wheeled carriages to transport the earth. About 400 cubic meters of earth could be transported in a day, and the construction of the polo field would be completed in about a year. Li Wangyu racked his brains and even helped Pai Lupi fight against the corrupt officials in the court. Finally, the construction of the polo field could begin. After flattening the original De En and Zhaoxing workshops, the polo field officially began construction. The originally quiet south of the city became abnormally lively. Every day, there was an endless stream of carriages transporting earth from Anhuimen to the construction site of Dazhou Square. As the terracotta stands continued to rise, more and more people came to watch. Everyone was curious about what the Dazhou baseball stadium would look like after it was completed. Li Wangyu was not willing to let go of this opportunity for publicity. He actually had people draw a huge rendering of the completed polo field outside the construction site of Dazifang. It attracted the people who saw this picture and they were all amazed. However, there was still a year before the completion of the polo field. In fact, this was quite fast for the Tang Dynasty. After Li Wangyu started work again, he ran to the construction site a few times and no longer had any interest in being a supervisor. He threw all the work to the officials of the Ministry of Works and ran back to Dingzhou village to be a carefree, hands-off shopkeeper. In a flash, it was June, but the weather was getting hotter. Fortunately, with the saltpeter ice method, there was no shortage of ice in Li Wangyu's mansion. This made Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, who experienced summer without air conditioning and electric fans, feel a little better. But even so, because the buildings of the Tang Dynasty were all made of wood or yellow mud, they lacked insulation. Under the summer sun, the room was still uncomfortably hot. With the weather so hot, Li Wangyu was even more lazy to go out. He almost did not want to move except when the sun set and he went out for a walk. Chongqing, remember to remind me to go back and tell the officials of the Ministry of Works that they must build a swimming pool in the manor. This damn weather is really too hot. Li Wangyu desperately waved the folding fan in his hand. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of ice water, but he was still sweating from the heat. The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to speak. She was also sweating and constantly waving the fan in her hand. Zio, why is the Tang Dynasty so hot? I think it's even hotter than the future. I also traveled to Shifen in the summer. How could it be so hot? It's almost 40 degrees Celsius, right? Li Wangyu weakly replied, I think so too. Now that you mention it, I remember something. I seem to have read in a book that during the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties, China's climate seemed to have entered a warm period. The temperature rose and the average temperature was higher than that of the future. In the Tang dynasty, there were 19 years of winters, but because the temperature was too high, there was no snow. The beautiful boss listened to his words and became even more dispirited. She lay on the table and said weakly, "Oh my God, I really want an air conditioner. Even an electric fan would be fine." Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. In your dreams. An air conditioner. Don't even think about an electric fan. Here, the hand-cranked generator in the courtyard has electricity. Go and build an electric motor, then you can use an electric fan. The beautiful boss raised her head and glared at him fiercely to express her dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu chuckled. When he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly thought of something and sat up abruptly. Zio, what are you doing? Why are you so surprised? The beautiful boss asked in a bad mood. Chongqing, I think I know how to build an air conditioner. Are you crazy? You majored in e-commerce. You can't even build an electric motor for an electric fan, and you want to build an air conditioner. Li Wangyu carefully recalled the memory in his mind. After confirming that there was no mistake, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you don't say. I really do know how to build an air conditioner. It's very simple. Humph, I don't believe your words. Hee hee, then do you want to make a bet? What if I build an air conditioner for you? Seeing Li Wangyu mention a bet again, the beautiful boss couldn't help but blush. She remembered the bet from last time. Bah, stinking rogue. The beautiful boss didn't answer Li Wangyu's question, but she also didn't believe what he said. Forget it, this lord is magnanimous. I won't lower myself to your level. You wait, I'll go and build an air conditioner. Li Wangyu stood up and shouted outside the courtyard. Li Heng, prepare a horse for me. I want to go to the county seat of Hu County. Lang Jun, it's a hot day. If there's anything you need, you can ask the old slave or the Niu brothers to do it. No, you won't be able to explain it clearly. I can only go by myself. Go prepare a horse. Li Heng, the old butler, was helpless. He could only ask Niu Wu to accompany Li Wangyu to the county seat of Hu County. Seeing that Li Wangyu was actually going to build an air conditioner, the beautiful boss couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that in the Tang Dynasty, there was no electricity, no mechanical industry, no freon? Could Li Wangyu make an air conditioner out of thin air? Chapter 375. Li Wangyu didn't care about the hot weather. He braved the scorching sun and made a trip to Huxian County, then went to the porcelain kiln in Huxian. This old man greets county head Huxian. The manager of the kiln hurriedly came out to greet him. Li Wangyu's reputation resounded like thunder in Chang'an, and there was no one in Huxian County who didn't know of him. Even if they didn't recognize Li Wangyu, just by looking at his precious horse and the blind Niu Wu behind him, they knew that this young man was the famous founder of Huxian County, Li Wangyu of Dingzhou Village. Thank you, manager. I want to make a batch of porcelain. This is the pattern. Li Wangyu was too lazy to be polite. He was already sweating from running all the way here. He fanned himself with all his might and handed the pattern to the manager. The manager hurriedly took it with both hands. When he opened it, he couldn't help but be stunned. County head Huxian, you really want to burn this? How do you use it? Ha, I only have a use for it. Help me make it as soon as possible. You won't be short of money. His request was always so strange in the eyes of the Tang people. The manager of the kiln confirmed with him again and again, and after receiving a large deposit, he braced himself and agreed to deliver the finished goods to Dingzhou village in a few days. After customizing a batch of goods from the kiln, he returned to the village to find Carpenter Liu and have him make a few items for him. His beautiful superior was even more curious as she watched him busying himself. But no matter how much she asked, Li Wangyu didn't answer. He only gave her a mysterious smile and told her to wait for a good show. Several days later, the manager of the kiln led several carriages to deliver Li Wangyu's custom-made porcelain to Dingzhou village. Ever since those beggars from Chang'an had come to Dingzhou village to cause trouble, there were young men patrolling the village's entrance day and night. Seeing a carriage arrive, someone naturally went up to ask for its purpose and led it to the entrance of the Li family's old residence. Li Heng opened the door and asked the manager why he had come. Thank you, sir. I'm here to deliver porcelain to Huxianzi. These carriages of porcelain were all custom-made by Huxianzi. Li Hing recalled that a few days ago, his Lang Jun had gone to the county seat of Huxian County. From that, he understood what was going on with these delivery carriages. He asked the shopkeeper to wait for a moment and asked Perrin to go to the backyard to invite Li Wangyu. Then, he chuckled and picked up a piece of porcelain from the carriage to examine it. With one look, Li Hing couldn't help but be stunned. Shopkeeper, you're cooking the wrong way, right? Why doesn't this goblet have a base? Furthermore, there was such a huge hole at the bottom. How do you use it? The owner of the kiln smiled bitterly when he heard this. Sir, this is what Huxianzi ordered. I don't know either. How is this possible? Who would make a goblet without a base and with holes at the bottom? How can this kind of cup hold wine? The old steward Li Hing didn't believe the innkeeper's words. The porcelain in his hand was indeed very similar to the wine utensils and goblets from the Tang Dynasty. Goblets were very similar in style to the goblets used to drink wine in the future. They all had a wide mouth, a round body, and a base at the bottom. However, the batch of porcelain that the innkeeper sent over only had a wide top and no base at the bottom. Furthermore, there was a round hole at the bottom of the goblet. How could Li Hing believe the innkeeper's words? He only thought that the innkeeper was trying to deceive him. Just as they were arguing, Li Wangyu came out. The innkeeper hurriedly bowed to him and said in an aggrieved tone, Huxianzi, this one has already finished baking the porcelain you ordered. However, your steward insisted that this one had made a mistake. This, Li Wangyu laughed and picked up a goblet to inspect it. He nodded in satisfaction. There's no mistake. This is the porcelain I wanted to bake. Li Hing, settle the accounts with the innkeeper. When Li Hing heard his Lang Jun say this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Lang Jun, this is the utensils you're going to bake. What's the use of these utensils? How do you use them to serve wine? He still thought that these porcelain utensils were wine utensils, so he was completely confused by Li Wangyu's words. At this moment, his beautiful superior also came out with Aphrodite. When she saw the porcelain in the carriage, she was also puzzled. Zio, what are you making? She had never seen such porcelain in the future, so she couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Li Wangyu laughed. It's an air conditioner. Have you forgotten about it? The beautiful superior was speechless. A black crow flew over her head. This is an air conditioner. Are you kidding me? Aphrodite looked puzzled. Lang Jun, what's an air conditioner? Li Wangyu winked at the teenage version of Angelina Jolie. It's something that can cool down indoors. Lang Jun, you're not lying to me. These things can really cool down indoors. Aphrodite didn't believe it either. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just asked Li Hing to collect the goods and ordered someone to inform Carpenter Lu that he could bring the goods over. Not long after, Carpenter Lu brought his 3 sons to the Li family's old mansion with a cart full of goods. The beautiful superior and the old butler Li Hing couldn't understand what they brought. The thin wooden planks that looked like windows and doors were full of holes. The beautiful superior couldn't be bothered to ask further. She patiently watched how Li Wangyu was going to use these things to make an air conditioner. Li Wangyu instructed Carpenter Lu's family to carefully install the exposed goblets on the wooden planks one by one. The holes on the wooden planks that Carpenter Lu brought were the same size as the holes on the bottom of the goblets. After inserting the goblets on the wooden planks, they covered the joints with cement and glued the two together tightly. Soon, the wooden planks filled with rows of goblets were completed. It was a very simple process. Li Wangyu smiled and asked Carpenter Lu to remove the windows in the central room in the front yard and install the wooden planks. He then covered the central room that didn't have a door with the wooden planks. Okay, it's done. Zio, that's it. And then? The beautiful superior was speechless. What kind of air conditioner was this? And then we just have to wait for the room to cool down, Li Wangyu said matter-of-factly. The beautiful superior was completely confused. That's it. Changing the doors and windows with these strange things could cool down the room. Li Wangyu smirked. It's scary how uncultured you are. This is an ecological air conditioner. It can lower the room's temperature by several degrees. The beautiful superior didn't even bother to roll her eyes. She wouldn't believe Li Wangyu even if she was beaten to death. He was purely fooling a fool. But something surprising happened. When the beautiful superior entered the central room again, she was shocked to find that the central room, which was originally as hot as a steamer, was now slightly cooler. The temperature inside and outside the room was just as Li Wangyu said. There was an obvious difference, at least a few degrees. The beautiful superior couldn't help but be curious. Just as she was about to ask Li Wangyu for an explanation, she saw him instructing Carpenter Lu's family to start working in the courtyard again. Chapter 376. What Li Wangyu came up with really gave his beautiful superior a pleasant surprise. Although she didn't understand why, she could clearly sense that the temperature in the room had dropped. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu got busy again as he instructed Carpenter Lu's family to use bamboo tubes to draw water from the backyard. Ever since Carpenter Lu had helped him renovate his house, the Li family's old house had always had clear spring water flowing into it through bamboo tubes all year round. Originally, the spring water was just connected to the water storage jar in the backyard to serve as tap water. At this time, Li Wangyu asked them to continue grafting the bamboo pipes, guiding the cool mountain spring water through the bamboo pipes to the roofs of every house in the old mansion. When Li Zhou was still alive, he had renovated the old house and replaced all the roofs with tiles. The spring water that was drawn to the roofs of every house by the bamboo tubes flowed down from the roofs. And Li Wangyu had already asked Carpenter Lu to renovate the eaves of every house in the old house. He still used bamboo to split it into two to form two semicircular water troughs, and drilled many small holes under the bamboo for the water to leak. In this way, the spring water flowed out of the bamboo tubes on the roofs and flowed down the tiles to the bamboo troughs under the eaves before dripping down through the small holes. For a moment, it was as if a water curtain had been hung in front of every house in the Li family's old house. His beautiful superior's eyes lit up when she saw this. Naturally, she understood the simple physics of using the principle of evaporation to lower the temperature. The actual effect was the same. The Li family's old house that Li Wangyu had turned into a water curtain cave instantly became abnormally cool and refreshing. His beautiful superior even added an extra layer of clothing for herself after staying in the house with Avro for too long. This made Li Wangyu a little depressed. Did he go overboard? The hot weather of the Tang Dynasty was famous in history books. Li Bai once described the summer of the Tang Dynasty in a poem, "When the Wu buffaloes are panting for the moon, why bother towing boats?" It meant that the water buffaloes of Wu were so unbearably hot that they regarded the moon as the sun at night. Even the water buffaloes were so hot, not to mention the boat trackers. Du Fu also complained about the hot weather in his poem. The 6th day of the 7th month is so hot that it can't be eaten temporarily. It was so hot that they couldn't even eat rice. One could imagine how high the temperature was. And the hot weather of the Tang Dynasty also made the clothes of the Tang Dynasty's women even lighter, thinner, and translucent. Due to the hot weather these days, be it his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, Peilon, or even the 4 maidservants in the residence, they were all dressed so skimpily that Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare at them. This was especially true for Avro, whose sexy figure and thin clothes made Li Wangyu feel a kind of torment and torture, but he couldn't bear to look away. Because of this, his beautiful superior got jealous several times and pinched Li Wangyu's waist more and more skillfully. After Li Wangyu's renovation, the Li family's old house was indeed cooler, but the scenery of the mountains was much less beautiful, which made him feel very regretful. Staying in the cool room, his beautiful superior regained her composure and was in the mood to boil water in the red peat stove and brew a cup of fragrant tea to taste. While brewing the tea, she asked Li Wangyu curiously, "Wangyu, how did you manage to cool down the temperature with those weird ceramics you made? It's really amazing." It's your fault for not reading the news online." Li Wangyu said proudly, "I saw it in the news that because the weather in Bangladesh was hot, the locals couldn't afford to buy air conditioners. So someone invented this kind of ecological air conditioner. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of it. They made it out of beverage bottles, right?" "That's right, it was cut out of beverage bottles and inserted into thick cardboard. But the Tang Dynasty didn't have plastic bottles for me to use, so I went to the kiln to custom make these ceramics." Li Wangyu's explanation made the beautiful boss suddenly come to a realization. She had also seen such news in the future, but she just looked at it as an interesting anecdote and didn't pay much attention to it. So when Li Wangyu came up with this thing, she didn't think of it. Li Wangyu's so-called air conditioner was indeed made by a company in Bangladesh in the future. After using this kind of ecological air conditioner, the temperature in the room could quickly drop by about 5 degrees. The principle was also quite simple, which was that pressure would cool the air. When one opened their mouth, the air they exhaled would be hot, but when one pouted, the air they exhaled would be cold. This was the principle. When the hot air entered through the wide bottle and was blown out through the narrow mouth of the bottle, the temperature of the air would drop due to the pressure. It was a very simple physical principle, but it was quite effective in an era without electricity and air conditioning. The ecological air conditioner and the continuous water curtain from the roof made the summer in the Li family's old house extremely refreshing. Li Wangyu didn't only care about himself. He custom-made a lot of porcelain bottles with 2 transparent ends at the kiln. After confirming that the ecological air conditioner was really effective, he asked Carpenter Lu to replace all the houses in the village with this kind of thing. This kind of ecological air conditioner that used physical principles to lower the temperature was terrifyingly cheap. Even if those porcelain bottles were specially made by Li Wangyu at the kiln, it only cost 100 copper coins to make the ecological air conditioner needed by a family. This small amount of money was not even a drop in the ocean for Li Wangyu, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, although he didn't spend a lot of money, the effect was unusually significant. The old houses in Dingzhou village were mostly made of yellow mud and had thatched roofs. This kind of house didn't have any insulation, and it was as hot as a sauna in the summer. When Carpenter Lu brought his 3 sons over to change their windows and doors, the villagers were all baffled. They didn't understand what the county magistrate was doing. What were those porcelain bottles inserted into the wooden boards for? Carpenter Lu didn't explain, only saying that it was Hu Xian's orders. With Li Wangyu's current prestige in Dingzhou village, let alone changing their strange windows and doors, even if he wanted to tear down their houses, the villagers wouldn't have any objections. They might even help tear down the houses. However, when these ecological air conditioners were changed, everyone immediately noticed a difference. The originally stuffy and hot houses were actually much cooler. This discovery made the villagers go wild with joy, but they didn't understand why. Just by changing a strange window and door panel, such a miraculous thing could happen? The ancient people of the Tang Dynasty naturally didn't have the concept of air conditioners. Therefore, the villagers who originally stubbornly believed that Li Wangyu was a literary star who had descended to the mortal world were now even more certain. If it wasn't an immortal item that could change the temperature, then what could it be? This was clearly the work of an immortal. It must be that Hu Xian's son couldn't bear to see us suffer from this heat, so he borrowed the immortal power of the heavens to send us this immortal item to make the house so cool. Therefore, the villagers of Dingzhou village, who were already patrolling every day, became even more nervous about their treasured immortal item, fearing that it would be stolen by thieves. Under the arrangement of the old village chief, more villagers patrolled the entrance of Dingzhou village and all over the village. Chapter 377. Let's not talk about the old villager and the others. They are racking their brains to protect their treasures. After Li Wangyu solved the problem of the summer heat, there is a new problem in front of Li Wangyu. That is, there are too many mosquitoes. Speaking of which, the Tangs had all sorts of ways to drive mosquitoes away, the most direct being through smoke. Weave wormwood and mugwort into straw ropes, dry them in the sun, and set them on fire. The unique smell of the ropes could drive away mosquitoes. While the mosquitoes could be driven away, Li Wangyu felt like he was about to be suffocated by the smell. The smell of wormwood and mugwort was really unpleasant, and the smoke was too strong. However, between being bitten by mosquitoes and the unpleasant smell, Li Wangyu had no choice but to choose the unpleasant smell. Although the smell could drive away the mosquitoes indoors, he still couldn't avoid being bitten by mosquitoes when he went out, which was very distressing. In particular, Li Wangyu and Avro were particularly popular with mosquitoes. Li Wangyu wasn't used to wearing a perfume pouch. He always felt that it was too girly for a man to carry a perfume pouch around all the time. Every time he saw that old hooligan Qin Yaojin also wearing a perfume pouch and emitting a fragrant scent, Li Wangyu would be speechless. This bearded, dark-faced man also used a perfume pouch. It was really hard to look at him straight in the eye. Apart from being used for incense, the perfume pouches of the Tang Dynasty also had the effect of repelling mosquitoes. However, for some reason, mosquitoes still liked to bite Avro, this European beauty, even when she wore a perfume pouch. Husband, it's so annoying. Why do these mosquitoes keep biting me? Avro pouted in annoyance as she gently scratched her arm where the mosquitoes had bitten her. Heh heh, that means mosquitoes like beauties just like me. Li Wangyu flirted with this little beauty of his. His words elicited a smile from Avro's beautiful eyes. Her sexy and seductive body trembled with laughter while her voluptuous breast stood proudly in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. Li Wangyu was so aroused that he almost wanted to leap onto the roof and howl at the moon. The beautiful boss naturally saw his pig brother appearance and snorted discontentedly. Humph, blood-sucking mosquitoes are female mosquitoes. Are you also a female? Li Wangyu choked on her words and couldn't say anything for a long time. After the beautiful boss rebuked him, she proudly stood up and walked out of the house, twisting her slender waist. When she passed by Li Wangyu suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped his beautiful superior's butt. Ah! Suddenly being attacked, the beautiful boss exclaimed and reached out to cover her plump buttocks. Her pretty face suddenly turned crimson, and her eyes were full of shyness. The goddess that Li Wangyu was used to seeing was completely gone, and was replaced by shyness. You. Cough cough, that. Li Wangyu was also shocked and stuttered as he swallowed his saliva for a long time, feeling extremely embarrassed. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? Li Wangyu hadn't retracted his evil hand yet, and it was raised in the air awkwardly. He didn't know why he was so bold just now, to actually have the guts to slap his beautiful superior's butt. Would he be directly KO'd by his furious beautiful superior? Damn it, what should I do now? I'm very anxious, waiting online for an answer. The beautiful boss didn't expect Li Wangyu to be so bold, and her face turned red, but she didn't say anything for a long time. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, before the beautiful boss let out a soft moan and turned to run out of the door. Avro, on the other hand, covered her sexy red lips and snickered. It was rare to see Sister Chongqing like this. As for her Lang Jun, she didn't expect him to be so bold either. After a long time, Li Wangyu retracted his hand in the air in embarrassment. Yes, he had to admit that it felt really good to the touch just now. That elasticity made Li Wangyu's nose start to itch again. He glared at Avro, who was snickering at the side, and pretended to be tough. What are you laughing at? If you're disobedient, I'll also serve you according to the family rules. However, Avro wasn't moved by his behavior. Instead, she propped her hands on the table and leaned over to Li Wangyu. She stared at Li Wangyu with a pair of beautiful and pure blue eyes and said coquettishly, "Lang Jun, was I disobedient just now?" When she leaned over, her full breasts were exposed, and Li Wangyu's soul was almost hooked. At this moment, Li Wangyu's mind was filled with the slogan of Wang Wang milk in the future, look again, and I'll eat you up. This little vixen, I can't afford to offend her. Li Wangyu also got up and fled. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really turn into a beast. This teenage version of Angelina Jolie wasn't even 16 years old yet. She was just an underage loli, yet she dared to provoke him like this. How embarrassing. Li Wangyu's heart was beating very fast. He couldn't help but look up and let out a long howl. He ran to the bathroom to take a cold shower to calm himself down. Seeing her husband in such a sorry state, Aphrodite couldn't help but laugh. After Li Wangyu left, she smiled sweetly. Ever since Li Wangyu brought her back from the barbarian tavern, Avro's heart had long been tied to him. In particular, that night in the barbarian tavern, Avro was honest with Li Wangyu when he was drunk and had long regarded herself as Li Wangyu's woman. She was thousands of miles away from her hometown and probably wouldn't be able to return in this lifetime. Avro had long regarded Li Wangyu as her everything. Li Wangyu's escape didn't make Avro sad at all. Instead, after Li Wangyu left, she became shy and her eyes were filled with love and shyness. She didn't mind sharing her Langjuan's love with other women as long as he didn't let her down. After taking a cold shower, Li Wangyu finally suppressed the lust in his heart. However, the annoying buzzing of mosquitoes flew past his ears again. Damn mosquitoes! Li Wangyu muttered and reached out to chase away the mosquitoes a few times. However, he suddenly slapped his thigh. How could he have forgotten about something as good as toilet water? Now that he had brewed a high degree of white wine, he could extract alcohol from it by adding quicklime and distilling it. Alcohol was a good thing and had many uses. Not only could it be used to disinfect, but it could also be used to brew toilet water. If a beautiful woman wanted it, it could even be used to make perfume. As for distilling alcohol into toilet water, it couldn't be any simpler. When he was young, the villagers wouldn't spend money to buy 6 gods. His grandfather had used fresh mint leaves to brew it. After soaking the mint leaves in alcohol for a period of time, the alcohol would turn emerald green. After adding 10 times the amount of water, it could be used. It was excellent for repelling mosquitoes and relieving itches. It wasn't inferior to 6 gods' toilet water at all. At the thought of this, Li Wangyu immediately ran to find Li Heng and asked him to prepare quicklime and distilling equipment for him. He was going to start making toilet water tonight. He happened to have the distilling equipment he used to brew wine at home, so he naturally didn't lack alcohol. Ever since the brewery started producing alcohol, there were countless jars of good wine in his warehouse. As for mint, it was even more convenient. He instructed Niu Wu to go to the hillside behind the Li family's old residence and pick a handful. They were all over the mountain and were no different from weeds. When the beautiful woman saw Li Wangyu messing around at home in the middle of the night, she was curious about what he was up to. When she came over and asked, she found out that he was going to make toilet water. Toilet water was good stuff. Chapter 378. Li Wangyu was the kind of person who would do whatever he wanted. When he thought of toilet water, he didn't even want to wait for a night and directly pulled everyone in the mansion to work overnight. Fortunately, everything was complete and it wasn't difficult to make. Only when it came to purifying the alcohol, because there was no reference, he didn't dare to taste it directly with his tongue. He wasn't sure how much alcohol he extracted was. However, this wasn't important. In any case, it wouldn't affect making toilet water or even disinfecting wounds. Li Wangyu felt that it shouldn't be a problem. Everyone was busy for more than 2 hours before they finally tossed out a few bottles of alcohol. Li Wangyu put the washed mint leaves into a porcelain bottle and soaked it in alcohol. After a few days, there would be toilet water to use. Wangyu, do you know how to make mosquito coils? The beautiful boss thought of mosquito coils and asked. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only helplessly spread out his hands. He wasn't Doraemon who knew how to do everything. He only knew that mosquito coils were made of wood powder and some chemical materials, but he didn't know how to make them. In any case, using wormwood and mugwort to drive away mosquitoes had the same effect. If he tried to make mosquito coils himself, it might not have the same effect. Naturally, he was too lazy to bother. In addition, mosquito nets had been used in China since ancient times. Now that the Li family didn't lack money, the mosquito nets in the mansion were all replaced with silk nets made of silk. They didn't have to worry about mosquitoes disturbing them when they slept. Chongqing, now that we have alcohol, do you want to make a few bottles of perfume? Li Wangyu thought of perfume and felt that the beautiful boss would like it. Therefore, he asked this question. Sure enough, when he asked this question, the beautiful boss's eyes lit up. She asked in surprise, Wangyu, you know how to make perfume? As the white-boned spirit of the later generations, who didn't like perfume? Even if there were perfume sachets and incense in the Tang Dynasty, they couldn't compare to perfume. In the later generations, there was a saying that perfume was a woman's most intimate lover. A woman's elegance and beauty, perfume was the best partner. Perfume was also the second skin of beauties in the later generations. It was the interpretation of a beauty's mood. It could be mysterious, refreshing, flirtatious, or shy. The beautiful boss naturally loved perfume, and Li Wangyu was also clear about this. In his previous life, his first impression of a beautiful female boss was when he was sitting in the corridor of the HR department, waiting for an interview. A beautiful female boss in a smart suit walked past him, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. It was a woman's fragrance, an unforgettable perfume. Li Wangyu firmly remembered the back of his beautiful boss. Now, the two of them had somehow traveled back 1,000 years and returned to the Tang Dynasty to rely on each other. In the deepest part of Li Wangyu's memory, there was still that rich fragrance. Li Wangyu awkwardly rubbed his nose in front of his extremely excited beautiful superior's stunning face. I don't know how to extract the essential oil from perfume, but I do know a simple way to make perfume. The effect should be okay. If you don't mind, I can give it a try. The beautiful boss naturally didn't mind. She nodded repeatedly with a face full of expectation. Li Wangyu knew that the traditional way to make plant essential oil in the later generations was to put flower petals in a copper pot and steam them with fire. Just like distilling wine, the essential oil of the flower petals was released with the steam and condensed through a bamboo pipe connected to the copper pot. However, knowing was one thing, and whether or not he could do it was another matter. First of all, making plant essential oil in this way required a lot of flower petals. About 8 tons of flower petals were needed to extract 1 kilogram of rose essential oil. In the Tang Dynasty, there were no fields dedicated to planting flowers. Li Wangyu had no place to collect so many flowers. Secondly, he only knew the general idea. Extracting essential oil wasn't so simple. He might have experimented countless times but still couldn't really extract the essential oil. Therefore, Li Wangyu didn't intend to waste any effort. He knew a very simple way to make perfume. Collect the flower petals, wash them and dry them. Then, mash them and soak them in a solution made from alcohol and distilled water for a day or two. Then, filter out the residue of the petals and leave behind the perfume. The natural perfume made in this way had a short shelf life. Usually, it could only be stored for about a month. However, it was simple and convenient. Moreover, it had no harmful ingredients. Although it couldn't be compared to the Chanel No. 5 used by the beautiful boss in the later generations, it was definitely better than the inferior perfume made from synthetic essential oil. To win the favor of the beauty, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't be stingy. Early the next morning, he personally led Niu Wu to Mount Shouyang to pick flowers. At this time, azaleas were the most abundant on Mount Shouyang. There were also many wild peonies. Li Wangyu intended to pick some petals and experiment. If it was successful, he planned to send people to Chang'an City to collect osmanthus, jasmine, and cherry blossom petals. In any case, the mansion didn't lack money. Spending some money to make perfume for his woman was reasonable. As for selling the perfume and the toilet water, Li Wangyu and the beautiful boss didn't intend to do so. The main reason was that the mansion didn't lack money now. Several of the family's businesses were flourishing and making a lot of money every day. It didn't matter how much money they had. Even if they were the richest man in the Tang Dynasty, it didn't seem to be of any use. It was easy to be targeted by Pai Lupi. In this era, money couldn't buy a private jet or a yacht. Those rich families kept countless concubines. Although Li Wangyu envied them, he could only think about it. How could there be a place for other women in the family? Therefore, after paying off the debt, and the mansion's treasury was filled with money, Li Wangyu became tired. His previous desire to make money completely disappeared. Moreover, his handmade toilet water and perfume had a short shelf life. It wasn't suitable for sale. Li Wangyu only planned to make some after the experiment was successful. It would be great to give them away as gifts. Now that he had entered the Tang Dynasty's influential class, although he didn't intend to intervene in the imperial court, it was necessary for him to have a good relationship with the big shots in the imperial court. At this time, he naturally didn't think that he would cause a lot of trouble because of giving gifts. This was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. A few days later, the perfume was finished. Li Wangyu found a fine white cotton cloth to replace the gauze. He carefully filtered the alcohol solution used to soak the flower petals several times. Then, he poured the filtered perfume into a small exquisite porcelain bottle that he bought in Shi City. The first bottle of perfume in the Tang Dynasty was finished. The beautiful boss took the perfume bottle full of expectation. She couldn't wait to open the porcelain bottle's cork. A strong azalea fragrance came out. She carefully dripped a few drops of perfume on her white neck, wrists, and hair. After closing the porcelain bottle's cork, the beautiful boss gracefully spread her sleeves in front of Li Wangyu and turned around. The air was suddenly filled with a fresh floral fragrance. Beautiful, fragrant body. Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of a poem in his mind. A beauty is enough to topple a city, but the fragrance is more affectionate. Chapter 379. He had to admit that Li Wangyu's self-made perfume was very successful. At the very least, his beautiful boss was quite satisfied with it. Although the perfume made from alcohol didn't have the same strong fragrance as the essential oils, it was naturally refreshing. When she transmigrated from the future, she had a bottle of perfume in her bag. However, she had already used it up in the past few months and only had an empty bottle left now. The perfume that Li Wangyu made could be poured back into her perfume bottle. At the very least, the spray nozzle on the perfume bottle couldn't be made in the Tang Dynasty. Giving Li Wangyu a satisfied look, the beautiful boss casually swept away all the perfume bottles with her sleeves. Lang Jun, what's this? It smells so good. It smells so good. It smells like azaleas. Aphrodite reached out and hugged Li Wangyu's arm, her expression clearly saying, I want it too. This little girl's body condition was really too good. Li Wangyu immediately felt that his arms had actually sunk into two soft lumps of skin. Aphrodite, let go first. Li Wangyu stuttered and tried to pull his arm out in a panic, only to be hugged even tighter by Aphrodite. No, Lang Jun, you haven't told me what Sister Chongqing uses. Aphrodite wasn't willing to let go. The awkward expression on Li Wangyu's face only made her cling even tighter to Li Wangyu until she was almost hanging onto his arm. Li Wangyu was embarrassed and his body stiffened. Perfume, that's perfume. If you like it, I'll make more for you. Let go of me first. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a calm man. The reason why he was so nervous was because he was wary of Aphrodite's age. A 15-year-old girl was still a junior high school student in the future. No matter how horny and beastly he was, he couldn't do anything indescribable with Aphrodite. But the more he was like this, the more Aphrodite liked to tease him. Especially when her beautiful boss wasn't around, this European girl would become even more aggressive, often making Li Wangyu embarrassed. Then you can't lie to me, Lang Jun. Avro finally let go of Li Wangyu's arm after getting Li Wangyu's guarantee. Her bold actions caused the little girl, Perrin, to be extremely displeased. She pouted her little mouth and scoffed coldly. She then softly spat out, "Shameless vixen." Afro naturally heard Perrin's words, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she secretly stuck out her tongue at Perrin and made a funny face. This made Perrin stomp her feet in anger. She turned around and complained to her beautiful boss. Li Wangyu pretended that he didn't see their little actions. Li Wangyu naturally knew that Perrin had feelings for him, but he could only pretend that he didn't know. After all, this girl was only 12 or 13 years old. He didn't want to really be some perverted beast. The Tangs usually got married very early. When Empress Xiangsun married Pai Lupi, she was only Perrin's age and was basically a loli. Li Wangyu could only express his disdain for this. In the future, Pai Lupi's behavior would take at least 3 years. If his beautiful boss had such an attitude like Aphrodite's, Li Wangyu would probably have turned into a wolf and done indescribable things. However, in the future, his beautiful boss only had a good impression of Li Wangyu. It had only been 3 or 4 months since he transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty. Even though the two of them were together day in and day out, their relationship had gradually warmed up. But as the white-boned spirit of the future, coupled with the fact that she had a knot in her heart, she wouldn't be like Aphrodite, who hated that she couldn't skin herself and send herself to Li Wangyu's bed. Therefore, if Li Wangyu wanted to succeed in his revolution, he had to continue working hard. The reason why a goddess was that she wasn't so easily captured by mortals. At the very least, he couldn't make his beautiful boss undress for him just by making a few bottles of perfume and saying some vulgar words of love. Li Wangyu worked hard to make the perfume and toilet water, which won the beauty's smile. But after 2 days of peace, a group of bandits came to the residence, making him miserable. This matter started with the 2 little traders, Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Ever since Li Wangyu renovated his house, the originally unbearably hot summer wasn't so unbearable anymore. It could even be said that it was rather comfortable. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie, the 3 little ones, came to Dingzhou village as usual to learn from Li Wangyu. Now, every time they came to Dingzhou village, it was the happiest thing for Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Because of this, the 2 little ones complained to Li Wangyu many times that they could only come to Dingzhou village once every 5 days, which was really too little. It would be better if they could come to Dingzhou village every day. They even glorified it by saying that they would follow their teacher around and serve their teacher to respect him. In this regard, Li Wangyu saw through the sinister intentions of these 2 little brats at a glance. What serving their teacher? They just wanted to play with the brats in the village every day. How could Li Wangyu be willing? Naturally, he mercilessly rejected them. Although being the imperial tutor of the crown prince seemed very glorious, how tiring was it to be the king of the children? Coming once every 5 days was already very troublesome for him. If it wasn't for Pai Lupi's threat, he wouldn't even bother to be the crown prince's imperial tutor. Today, the 3 little ones arrived at Dingzhou village in a carriage. They felt a cool breeze as soon as they entered the Li family's old residence. Li Qingqian looked at the curtain of water flowing down from the Li family central room and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although he was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, he had never seen such a situation in his family's residence. The little fatty, Li Tai, even foolishly raised his head to look at the sky to see if it was raining or not. "Teacher, did you cast an immortal spell on this residence? Why would it fall into the water under the eaves?" Li Wangyu unhappily patted Li Qingqian's head. "You two little idiots, this is spring water from the back of the mountain. I had someone use a bamboo pipe to bring it to the roof. What's the use of it? To lower the temperature." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he walked into the central room with his hands behind his back. The three little ones hurriedly followed behind him. After entering the central room, the three little ones discovered that the room was unusually cool, without any trace of summer heat. Even Li Qingqian and Li Lizzie couldn't help but shiver because of the great temperature difference between the inside and outside. Li Wangyu was afraid that the three little ones would catch a cold, so he thoughtfully asked Perrin to bring them some clothes to put on. The three little ones sat in the cool room, eating ice cream and drinking cold drinks. They felt that the days of immortals were just like this. "Teacher, your residence is even more comfortable than the palace. These days, the palace is unbearably hot. Even mother and father can't rest well." Li Qingqian swallowed a mouthful of ice cream with difficulty. He had eaten too much. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but pat his own head. He had only thought about installing ecological air conditioners for the villagers of Dingzhou village, but he had forgotten to flatter Pai Lupi. He had miscalculated, truly miscalculated. Chapter 380. Under Li Wangyu's reminder, he finally realized that he had forgotten to flatter the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This was a mistake. He had even neglected elders like Yu Shinan who cared about him. He really shouldn't have done that. There were also those rich playboys. How could he have forgotten about those rich playboys? There were also Yang Quan, Lu Shao, and the others from the Hu County government. Fatty Cho Kuan, shopkeeper's son from Sun Ji bookstore, and the others. These were all friends. How could he only care about himself and not think about the others? Li Wangyu blamed himself. He hurriedly had Niu Wu ride a horse to the Hu County government to inform the shopkeeper of the kiln to make another batch. However, after some calculations, he realized that the amount of porcelain that needed to be made was quite large. Changing a window would require more than 40 specially made porcelain bottles. Changing a door would require more than 100 porcelain bottles. How many palaces were there in the imperial palace? Yu Shinan, Kongyingda, and the other big shots also had many rooms, not to mention Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Fang Xianling, and Zhang Sanwuji. Now that he knew a lot of big shots in the imperial court, the demand for this ecological air conditioner was really high. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu helplessly shook his head. He simply ordered Niu Wu to bring enough gold and inform the shopkeeper of the kiln. For the next few days, he didn't need to do anything else. He just needed to focus on making porcelain bottles for him. He temporarily took over the shopkeeper's kiln. As for the wooden planks needed for the ecological air conditioner, he couldn't rely on Carpenter Liu. Even if the old man and his 3 sons worked themselves to death, they probably wouldn't be able to make much. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and simply had Li Heng accompany Niu Wu to the Hu County government to ask Yang Quan for help. He asked Yang Quan to find craftsmen in Hu County to help him process the wooden planks. After arranging these trivial matters, Li Wangyu waited for the porcelain bottles to be made at the kiln. Then, he would send these ecological air conditioners to Chang and as gifts. But before he could deliver the gift, a group of uninvited guests came knocking on his door. On the second day after Li Qingqian and Li Tai returned to Chang'an, Pai Lupi led a group of bandit dukes to Dingzhou village in a mighty manner. Li Wangyu was shocked by the murderous look of Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin. What were they trying to do? Are you here to fight me to the death? It was still early in the morning, and today was not the day off. Did Pai Lupi and these big shots not go to court often? Zio, why didn't you think of giving the good stuff to your uncle and aunt? He really deserved a beating. If Qing Qian and Qing Ke had not returned to inform us, we would still be kept in the dark by you. Pai Lupi didn't wait for Li Wangyu to open his mouth and scolded him. Li Wangyu was so angry that his teeth itched. Those two little traitors, little bastards. They ate and drank well in their own home, and they enjoyed themselves enough. How dare they turn around and sell me out? Li Wangyu secretly made up his mind. The next time Li Qingqian and Li Tai came, he would definitely let them have a taste of his power as a teacher. Humph. Copying the epigraph of my shack 100 times was a good idea. Naturally, he knew what Pai Lupi was referring to. It was the ecological air conditioner that he had invented. Yesterday, he had specially explained the principles of the ecological air conditioner to Li Qingqian and Li Tai in detail. It was like a science lesson for them. Li Wangyu also shamelessly told them that the ecological air conditioner was called the air conditioning window, and that he had painstakingly researched it. Because of this, his beautiful superior rolled her eyes. She couldn't bear to see him being so shameless. But she didn't think that these two little bastards would be so quick to talk. As soon as they returned to the palace, they went to find Pai Lupi to present the treasure. As a result, the Pai Lupi, who had been suffering from the scorching heat for the past few days, even stopped attending court. He directly led a group of court officials to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained. It would not be a good thing if the head of the Tang dynasty held a grudge against him. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm just experimenting with it. Once the effect is good, I'm going to present it to you. Just as he finished speaking, Qing Yao Jin, who was at the side, was dissatisfied again. His furry black face came over, and his saliva was about to spray on his face. Brat, where's mine? You actually have the heart to let your Uncle Qing suffer from the scorching heat. Are you itching for a beating? If you don't hand over that air conditioning window today, I won't leave. Uncle Qing, how could little nephew forget you? Hee, there is. Little nephew has also prepared some for your residence. However, the air conditioning window is still being fired, and it can't be completed in a short time. At most, little nephew will personally send it to Uncle Chang's residence in 2 or 3 days. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, he felt a stab of pain on his back. He turned his head and saw Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other big shots looking at him with murderous eyes. How could he not understand the meaning of these big shots? He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Everyone, I've also prepared something for your residence. Once the craftsmen are done, I'll send it to you. Li Wangyu's tactful appearance made these big shots nod in satisfaction. The crowd did not need Li Wangyu to call them, and they consciously poured into the Li family's old residence. As soon as they entered the gate, everyone noticed the curtain of water that kept flowing down from the roof. Because of the flowing water, the courtyard was obviously cooler than outside the courtyard. The pattering sound of the water added a bit of elegance to the residence. Pai Lupi naturally saw the bamboo tube on the roof and could not help but say enviously, Zio, you found a good place for your residence. It's backed by the mountains and cooled by the spring water. It's not easy. The big shots were also quite envious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, their residences were in Chang'an City. They could not rely on manpower to transport the well water to the roof, could they? Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and other big shots naturally would not do such a stupid thing to relieve the summer heat. However, this method of relieving the summer heat at the expense of manpower was really done by some people. It was recorded in the records of Feng's family that Wang Bei, a powerful minister of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, built a pavilion that would reign in his residence in Taiping Square on the west street of Chang'an City. On the eaves of this pavilion, water flowed in all directions. Living in the pavilion in midsummer was as cool as late autumn, but outside the pavilion was still unbearably hot. The pavilion made people feel the difference between ice and fire. In Chang and City, to make the pavilion like rain, there was no other way except to transport the well water up and pour it out by manpower. In fact, in the Qinling Mountains, there was also a summer palace of the royal family, Cuiwei Palace. Cuiwei Palace was not far from Dingzhou village. It was in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains, also known as the Royal Valley. It was 70 miles away from Chang and City and 40 miles away from Dingzhou village. It could be reached in less than an hour by horse. These days, because Empress Zhangsun was pregnant, she could not stand the heat in Chang and City and was ready to go to Cuiwei Palace to relieve the summer heat. Pai Lupi was reluctant to leave his wife. After hearing that Li Wangyu had made a magic device to relieve the summer heat, he came to Dingzhou village early in the morning, intending to see if the air conditioning window was really effective. After all, Empress Zhangsun had been pregnant for 8 months and was about to give birth. Pai Lupi did not want his wife to go to the summer palace at this time. Chapter 381. After figuring out the purpose of Pai Lupi's visit, Li Wangyu naturally needed to show Pai Lupi, as well as the group of dukes and bandits, the effects of the ecological air conditioner. The houses in his residence all had flowing water to cool them down, so it was not easy to see the effects of the ecological air conditioner. Li Wangyu simply led Pai Lupi and the group of bigwigs out of his residence and into the village. Nowadays, everyone in Dingzhou village had ecological air conditioners installed in their homes. Li Wangyu randomly found a house and after greeting it, he led Pai Lupi and the group of dukes into the thatched huts built with yellow soil to tour. This feeling was very strange, just like a tour group in the future. Li Wangyu felt that he was just short of raising a little red flag, while Pai Lupi and the rest were short of a little red riding hood. Although the owner of the manor did not recognize Pai Lupi and the rest, he could tell that Pai Lupi and the rest were nobles just by looking at their gorgeous clothes and the expensive accessories on their waists. Naturally, they did not dare to be rash and retreated to the side without saying a word. Although they were not happy, they allowed the nobles to point fingers at their treasures. Oh, this house is really much cooler. Qing Yaoji noticed this when he entered the thatched hut. He pointed at the window and said in surprise, "Gentlemen, when you come to the window, the wind that blows in is actually cold. It's really amazing. Boy, how did you do it? Could it be that there really is an immortal technique?" It was no wonder that Qing Yaojin was surprised. It was really difficult to make the Tang people understand the principles of physics. The same was true for the ecological air conditioner. When the natural wind from the outside blew through the porcelain bottles with big mouths and small mouths, due to the principle of air compression, it could quickly cool down the originally hot air. Of course, there was a prerequisite, which was that there must be wind blowing in. Traditional houses in Huaxia paid attention to the front and back of the house to form convection, which was the wind passing through the hole. However, the wind itself was just the flow of gas and would not cool down. On a hot summer day, even the wind blowing on the body was hot, so it was very uncomfortable. However, Li Wangyu's ecological air conditioner could instantly cool down the temperature of the room when the hot air passed through the porcelain bottle. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't explain this kind of physical principle to Pai Lupi and the others. He could only vaguely reply, "Uncle Qing, you must be joking. I don't have any celestial magic. It's just a method of investigating objects. It's the same principle as water moving a water wheel." After visiting the cottages of the Zhou village's villagers and truly feeling the effect of the air conditioning window, not only was Qing Yaoji not happy, but he also impolitely slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder. "You rascal, all the houses in your manor have air conditioning windows. Why didn't you think of your uncles?" If it wasn't for the bad reputation, Qing Yaojin would have taken the air conditioning windows installed in the thatched houses in the village and taken them away. He was a dignified duke, but every night he couldn't sleep because of the heat. Unexpectedly, he was not as comfortable as the villagers of Zhou village. It was really annoying. Uncle Qing, these are experimental products. They're very rough. How can they enter Uncle Chang's eyes? Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly. At the same time, he made up his mind to inform Yang Quan later and ask the craftsman to make the wooden base more beautiful. In addition, the porcelain at the entrance of the kiln couldn't be so simple and elegant without any decorations. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, these ecological air conditioners were installed in the village. In order to rush the work, Carpenter Lu casually used the wooden boards. He didn't even use a carpenter's plane to smooth the wooden boards. He just pieced them together, opened the holes, and inserted the porcelain bottle. Li Wangyu was quick-witted and found an excuse that wasn't an excuse. Qing Yaojin glared at him with dissatisfaction. If I don't see the air conditioning windows in the house in 3 days, don't blame me for coming to settle accounts with you. Li Wangyu could only smile and nod in the face of the old hooligan's threat. But in his heart, he had already raised his middle finger to the old man. What kind of person is he? He's simply a bandit. The moral standard of the Tang dynasty was dragged down by people like Qing Yaojin. He should really learn what 8 honors and 8 disgraces are. After visiting the thatched houses in the village, the group returned to the Li family. Li Er walked boldly into the living room and sat down. He took out a folding fan from his waist and started fanning himself. Then, he glared at Li Wangyu in dissatisfaction. Zio, why isn't there any ice cream? Also, the fruit juice with ice cubes was also sent. How can you treat your guests like this? Don't you welcome us? Uncle, what are you saying? Uncle and all of you have come to my humble abode, bringing light to my humble abode. How could I not welcome you? Uncle, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately ask someone to send the ice cream and cold drinks. Li Wangyu was cursing in his heart. Needless to say, the ice cream was sent back by the 2 little traders to show off. He quickly asked the maids in the house to prepare ice cream and cold drinks to entertain this group of freeloaders. This guy's house is really cool and refreshing. It's really refreshing. Qing Yaojin wiped the sweat on his forehead and drank a glass of fruit juice full of ice cubes. Zio really knows how to enjoy life. No wonder you don't want to live in Chang'an. Dingzhou village is also a good place. Fang Xianling was naturally not as vulgar as Qing Yaojin. She held the glass and drank slowly while praising. Prime Minister Fang, you flatter me. Li Wangyu said politely while wondering when Pai Lupi and the others would return to Chang'an. Qing Yaojin ordered loudly, "Boy, ask your maids to prepare good food and wine. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. Bring out the mahjong. I want to play with His Majesty and the other officials." Li Wangyu was about to break out in cold sweat when he heard Qing Yaojin say that they wouldn't go home until they were drunk. He immediately thought of the day when he had just brewed the sorghum wine and this old guy was drunk in his house. Damn, was he not satisfied with tearing it down once? Was he going to do it again? However, he obviously had no right to object. As the youngest master here and the lowest rank, he had no right to speak. Li Wangyu could only obediently agree. He asked Niu Wu and Niu Yong to bring the mahjong table and asked the maids to boil water and make tea. He himself waited on the side to play mahjong. Ever since Qing Yaojin played mahjong in the Li family, he liked the gambling equipment very much. After returning to the house, he asked the craftsman to make a set of mahjong using the best ivory. When he had nothing to do, Qing Yaojin often invited Qin Qiong and the others to play mahjong in the house. Gradually, the quintessence of huaxia, mahjong, naturally became popular in Chang'an city. Now, even Pai Lupi had learned how to play mahjong. In the harem, including Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang, they all enjoyed it. Today, there were more than a dozen officials who accompanied Pai Lupi to Dingzhou village to enjoy the cool air. Obviously, a table of mahjong was not enough. Fortunately, the playboys also came to the house to play from time to time. This group of playboys was naturally a fan of mahjong. For this reason, Li Wangyu prepared many mahjong sets in the house for everyone to play. The sun outside was hot, but the central room of Lai Hot was as cool as autumn. Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court were naturally in a good mood. They sat down at the mahjong table, set up the battlefield, and began to play. Li Wangyu looked at the central room with 4 mahjong tables and heard the sound of mahjong. He couldn't help but have the illusion that it was an activity center for the elderly in the future. Chapter 382. Wahahaha, today's luck is indeed not bad. Your Majesty, everyone, pay up, pay up. 20 taels of gold per person. Qing Yaojin's luck was off the charts today. He won Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling at the mahjong table. Their faces darkened. Facing the old man who was laughing wildly, they gloomily took out gold ingots from their pockets and threw them to Qing Yaojin. I'm not playing anymore. Zio, get someone to serve lunch. Pai Lupi pushed away his tiles and stood up angrily. Old man, don't be so proud. We'll play again after lunch. Qing Yaojin didn't mind at all. He laughed and put away the gold ingots. His smug look really deserved a beating. Unfortunately, there weren't many people present who could beat this old man. Li Wangyu hurriedly arranged for the servants to serve the food that had already been prepared. Before the Tang Dynasty, most of the meals were served separately. Each person had a small table to eat at. When it came to the Tang Dynasty, the separate meal system evolved into a shared meal system. Just like in the future, everyone sat around the table and ate together. However, during the Xinguan era, although the shared meal system was used, it was usually the same as Western food. However, Li Wangyu didn't have this habit. The meals in his residence were the same as in the future. A table of dishes was divided and eaten by everyone. Pai Lupi and the other big shots didn't care about this. Facing the table of delicacies, they frequently reached out with their chopsticks. Now, the beautiful boss's good cooking skills were passed on to the maidservants and Peilon at home. The dishes cooked in the iron wok looked, smelled, and tasted good. It made Li Er and the other big shots very satisfied. Qing Yaojin, on the other hand, was most interested in the wine in the cup. He pulled Li Wangyu over and asked, "Kid, why is the wine so sweet today? It tastes different from the wine this old man usually drinks." "Uncle Qing, I've added sugar to the wine." Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi and the others curious. "Zio, why did you add sugar to the wine? What use is it?" Icing sugar was rock sugar, which appeared in the Sui and Tang dynasties. "Uncle, this sugar frosting is sweet and mild. It can moisten the lungs and stop coughing. It can improve the taste of the wine." In the future, when Li Wangyu's grandfather drank sorghum wine, he liked to add rock sugar. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought of adding sugar to the wine in the residence. Pai Lupi picked up his wine glass and took a sip. He nodded repeatedly, "Not bad, this Xiao Dao has sugar frosting. It tastes sweet, but it is a perfect match." The group of high dukes also praised after tasting it. Only Qing Yaojin snorted discontentedly, "You be *tch, you're really not straightforward. Why is it that every time you have something good, you unconsciously take it out and give it to us? How petty of you to hide it." Li Wangyu wanted to splash the wine on this old hooligan's face. This was too much. "You're eating my food and taking my money. Not only did you not say thank you, you even scolded me. You're really going too far." Li Wangyu pretended not to hear the old hooligan's words. He turned his head and chatted with the others. It was not worth getting angry with this old hooligan. He was purely looking for trouble. Everyone was satisfied with the lunch. Li Wangyu thought that it was getting late. Should these high dukes go back? Today was still okay. Although Qing Yaojin's face was dark red from drinking, at least he did not go crazy and tear down his room. But before he could say anything, Pai Lupi, who had eaten his fill, actually went back to sit at the mahjong table. He stretched out his hand and beckoned Qing Yaojin and the others to continue the game. Jijia, come. Don't think you can run away after winning my gold. Today, I must let you, this old man, know my power. Your Majesty, there is no reason to lose a bet. As long as you bring enough gold, how can I refuse? Wahahaha. Come, let's continue. Seeing that Pai Lupi and the high dukes were still sitting at the mahjong table after eating and drinking, Li Wangyu could not help but feel speechless. What was going on? Were they planning to stay in his residence? Damn, this kind of freeloading behavior was too shameful. It should be severely condemned. Although he complained, he had no right to speak in front of Li Er and a group of dukes. He could only ask the maids in the mansion to bring cold drinks and ice cream, as well as some fruits and snacks, to these big shots that he could not afford to offend. It had to be said that sitting in the cool room and playing mahjong on a hot summer day was a kind of enjoyment. The fierce mahjong game in the central room of the Li family's residence went from noon to sunset. Li Wangyu cautiously reminded him, "Uncle, it's already 5 o'clock." The hidden meaning of his words was, "Why aren't you guys going back? Don't tell me you're still planning to stay for dinner." It was not that Li Wangyu could not bear to treat Pai Lupi to dinner, but that Pai Lupi, the head of the imperialist Tang Dynasty, was too stressful to stay in his residence. As the saying went, being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Although Pai Lupi was good to him, he was still the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. It was really awkward to stay in his residence all the time. Even his beautiful superior only came out to greet everyone when they arrived, and then stayed in the backyard with Afro and Perrin. The two daughters-in-law of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, who were temporarily staying in the wing room in the front yard, did not dare to show their faces. Even their meals were sent in by the Niu brothers. Both of them were palace maids and were even more afraid of Pai Lupi's majesty as the emperor, so they did not dare to offend him easily. As for the 4 maidservants in the residence, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their cautious looks made Li Wangyu's balls ache. Therefore, Li Wangyu could not wait for Pai Lupi to return to Chang'an City as soon as possible. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Pai Lupi would glare at him? What? Zio, don't you welcome me to have dinner in your residence? Do you want to drive me away? Li Wangyu was about to cry. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Uncle, you've wronged me. I can't wait for your majesty to stay in my residence every day. I'm just worried that Chang'an City is going to close its gates." Bastard, do you think Chang'an City will lock your majesty out of the city? Qing Yaojin glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Go and get someone to prepare dinner and more wine." Li Wangyu was speechless and could only do as he was told. Bad guest. Should I ask the village chief to put up a sign at the entrance of the village? Lu Guogong and dogs are not allowed to enter. In the central room of the Li family's old residence, people were exchanging cups and drinking merrily. It was very lively. Even so, Qing Yaojin complained that the Li family did not have any singers to add to the fun. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. Qing Yaojin really did not treat himself as an outsider. When he was drunk, he did not care that it was late at night. He began to wail and howl at the top of his lungs. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi and the others applauded him. His hoarse voice frightened the dogs in the village and made them bark incessantly. It was very frightening. Everyone drank to their heart's content at the banquet. It was not until the moon was high in the sky that Li Ertsai burped. He and the other marquises got on their horses with the help of their guards and headed for Chang'an. Before Qing Yaojin left, he left a sentence that scared Li Wangyu so much that he almost fell to the ground. Wahahaha, nephew, not bad. I'm very satisfied today. I'll come again tomorrow to disturb you. Do you still welcome me? Damn it. Again. Are you addicted? Chapter 383. Fortunately, Qing Yaojin's words were just words. The next day, Li Wangyu was in a state of anxiety for the entire day, afraid that he would hear that earth-shattering laughter again. In order to prevent Qing Yaojin from having an excuse to come to Dingzhou village again, Li Wangyu had Niu Wu make another trip to Hu County and spend a large amount of copper coins. His goal was to urge the porcelain kiln and woodworkers to hurry up and make the air conditioning fans as soon as possible so that he could report back to Chang'an City. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin did not come to Dingzhou village again. After all, there were many state affairs. Pai Lupi and the dukes could slack off for a day, but they could not skip work every day. The playboys, however, came to Dingzhou village the next day to freeload off the air conditioning. Li Wangyu naturally welcomed the playboys' visit. Although these guys were not very good at drinking and liked to mess around after drinking too much, Li Wangyu felt that they were as cute as a group of playful brothers in the future. Even his beautiful superior was now familiar with the foppish playboys. She was also very welcoming of their arrival. There was good food and drink, and it was cool and comfortable. The playboys also frequently visited these days. If not for the Li family's old residence being too small, they would have stayed there forever. 3 days later, the first batch of eco-air conditioners was made in a few hundred. Li Wangyu hurriedly ordered Shun Feng Carriage Company to send out carriages to personally escort the eco-air conditioners to Chang'an City to deliver the gifts. He first sent 100 fans to the Imperial Palace, then another 20 to 30 fans to the various dukes and prefectural dukes' mansions. He didn't forget about Yu Shinan and Kong Yingda's mansions either. He even sent 10 fans to Cho Kuan's residence. At present, Hu County was still rushing to make air conditioning windows. In Notice Chang'an City, there were so many nobles and officials that Li Wangyu could not be biased in his gifts. Otherwise, he would attract jealousy for no reason. He even sent air conditioning windows to Chongping County Duke Zhang Liang's mansion. This was also the way of the world. In the next month or so, Li Wangyu ran to Chang'an City almost every day to deliver gifts. It was quite tiresome for him. However, as the air conditioning windows began to be installed in Chang'an City's civil and military officials, its cooling effect immediately surprised everyone. Any room with an air conditioning window was obviously much cooler than a room without one. The officials who received Li Wangyu's gift naturally had a good impression of Hu County's son. Li Wangyu's gift was given at the right time. It wasn't expensive, but the officials loved it so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. The Tang naturally did not understand the principle of the air conditioning windows, but there were smart people who copied it and the effect was just as good. As a result, Li Wangyu's air conditioning windows quickly spread among the people of Chang'an. Many porcelain kilns began firing. Fired the air conditioning windows. Soon, the air conditioning windows and city. Li Wangyu relied on the air conditioning windows to gain another wave of popularity in Chang'an City. Even the air conditioning windows were nicknamed Wangyu windows by the people of Chang'an City. Not only did it refer to Hu County's son Li Wangyu's invention, but it also referred to the fact that after installing the air conditioning windows, there was no need to worry on a hot summer day. Wangyu, forget your worries. However, this was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Now, Li Wangyu was still braving the scorching sun to deliver gifts all over Chang'an City. He was already sweating profusely, and the clothes on his back were already soaked. He felt that delivering gifts was also a tough job. Brother Chumo, how many more families are going to deliver gifts today? Li Wangyu asked listlessly as he rode on horseback. In the four-wheeled carriage team that delivered the gifts, however, were the profligates who were also sweating profusely and listless under the scorching sun. Li Wangyu naturally did not spare this group of fellows who were eating and drinking in his residence. They were brothers, so of course, they should share weal and woe. How could he let these fellows eat and drink in his residence while he was running around alone? Moreover, in Chang'an City, there was no one more familiar than these fellows. He wanted to go to each residence to deliver gifts, so naturally, he needed these fellows to guide him. Therefore, even if Qing Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others were unwilling, they were dragged out by Li Wangyu to accompany him in the sun. Qing Chumo wiped the sweat off his face. There are still two more. They are all in the Shioda workshop. Then let's go quickly. After delivering the gifts, I'll treat my brothers to a drink. Drink on a hot day like this? I have no appetite. I just want to drink your cold drinks and ice cream. Brother Chumo is right. Ziyu residence has a lot of good things. It would be so refreshing to have a cold drink on such a hot day. Li Wangyu was riding on horseback and was dizzy from the sun. Hearing this, he casually said, "Isn't it just cold drinks? When we see a vending machine later, I'll treat you guys to a drink." Ziyu, what nonsense are you talking about? What vending machine? What is that? Country bumpkin, don't you know about vending machines? It's a machine that's placed in the streets and alleys. It doesn't need anyone to watch over it. You just have to put in some money, and it will automatically sell you cold drinks. Li Wangyu was still dizzy, so he replied without thinking. Halfway through, he realized that something was wrong. Damn, this was not the future. This was the Tang Dynasty. Where did this vending machine come from? He was really dizzy from the sun. How could he talk nonsense? His words caused the fellows to burst into laughter. Ziyu, are you dizzy? Where would there be such a magical machine? Ziyu is talking nonsense again. If there really is such a machine, I'm afraid only gods can do it, right? Li Wangyu, who felt that he had said something wrong, was not happy after being laughed at by the fellows. He straightened his neck and argued, didn't Zhuge Wuhou create the wooden ox? It doesn't rely on feng shui. It operates on its own and doesn't require manpower. What's so difficult about a vending machine? His words made the fellows laugh even louder. Ziyu, your silver tongue really knows how to talk. The wooden ox is just a rumor. Do you really think it's true? I also don't believe what Ziyu said. That vending machine, Ziyu, you probably thought of it on your bed, right? Ziyu, if you can create a vending machine that doesn't require manpower to sell cold drinks, I will give you the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. Chai Lingwu laughed and joked. The Wang Yu's army he was talking about was Wang Shiji. It was unknown where Chai Lingwu obtained Wang Shiji's calligraphy. He treated it like a treasure and did not normally show it to others. It was only when Chai Lingwu drank too much and let it slip that everyone found out. After forcing Chai Lingwu to take out the calligraphy, Li Wangyu liked it very much. This was Wang Shiji's authentic calligraphy. In the future, there was not a single authentic Wang Shiji left in the world. There were only copies. Li Wangyu had long coveted Wang Shiji's calligraphy, but he could not obtain it. Wei Shuyu's words immediately made Li Wangyu's spirit rise. He couldn't help but sit up straight on the horse. Brother Shuyu, are you serious? If I really create a vending machine, you can't go back on your words. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Why would I lie to you? However, if you can't create it, then your residence's Xiao Yibai and Jade Flower Horse will lose to me. Chai Lingwu also laughed mischievously. He had long coveted the two treasured horses that Zhang Liang lost to Li Wangyu. Come. Clap your hands as an oath. Brothers, be witnesses. Chapter 384. Li Wangyou's straightforward agreement made Chai Lingwu hesitate. Could it be that this kid could really make a machine that could automatically sell drinks without manual labor? Although Chai Lingwu didn't believe it, thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this kid had never lost a bet with anyone. Thinking of this, Chai Lingwu immediately cowered. Haha, Xiao, what are you talking about? I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Brother Lingwu, you just said that a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. How can you go back on your words? No, we have to make this bet today. Li Wangyu saw that the cooked duck was about to fly away and hurriedly stopped Chai Lingwu. However, the more he acted like this, the more suspicious Chai Lingwu became. That copy of Wang Shiji's calligraphy was his treasure. How could he bear to lose it to Li Wangyu? Did I? Xiao, perhaps because the sun was too bright, you heard wrong. I definitely didn't say that. Haha, today's weather is really good. Everyone, let's go drink with Xiao after he delivers the gift. Chai Lingwu wanted to whip his horse to leave, but Qing Chumo and the others grabbed the reins. Wait, Brother Lingwu, we can testify that you did say that you wanted to make a bet with Xiao. As a man, how can you go back on your words? This group of debauches just wanted to watch a show. Moreover, the vending machine that Li Wangyu mentioned sounded quite interesting. Since that was the case, how could they let Chai Lingwu run away? Chai Lingwu only just realized that he had caused trouble because of his loose tongue. He had a vague feeling that his beloved copy of Wang Yu's calligraphy would be lost. With a long face, he said, "Brothers, can you pretend that I didn't say anything just now? I was wrong. I apologize to Xiao and everyone. Today, little brother Ping Kong Square will be treating. Brothers, please feel free to order any of the ladies in the painting house, okay?" Fong Yai, Qing Chumo, and the others looked at each other and replied in unison, "No. Today's bet must be made. We will be witnesses." Chai Lingwu wished he could give himself a slap. Why did he have to provoke Li Wangyu? When Li Wangyu saw the debauches forcing Chai Lingwu to accept the bet, he smiled brilliantly. "Wahaha, Brother Lingwu, give little brother 3 days to prepare the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. Little brother will make you admit defeat wholeheartedly." In a moment of excitement, he even imitated Qing Yaojin's laughter. Qing Chumo and his 2 brothers could not help but cast him a sidelong glance, wanting to see what was wrong with this fellow, to actually copy their Darren's frightening laughter. Li Wangyou's words made Chai Lingwu feel as if his parents had died. He felt that his life was simply gloomy. "Xiao, it wasn't easy for me to get the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. It's my favorite." Chai Lingwu still wanted to struggle. "Yes, I understand. I will cherish it well. Thank you, Brother Lingwu." Li Wangyu replied matter-of-factly. His appearance of victory made Chai Lingwu have the urge to spit out blood. He had met the wrong person. Chai Lingwu looked up to the sky and sighed. He did not look at the almanac when he left the house today. Li Wangyu, who had been dazed by the sun's rays, regained his energy and quickly went to the last 2 noble residences to deliver his gifts. He didn't even have time to take a sip of tea before he took his leave. As for Qing Chumo and the others' invitation to drink at Peace Square, Li Wangyu was naturally too lazy to go. He was in a hurry to find a craftsman to make a vending machine so that he could win Chai Lingwu's calligraphy. Regarding this, Chai Lingwu could only helplessly raise his 2 middle fingers at Li Wangyu to express his excitement. At the same time, he secretly prayed that Li Wangyu was just bragging. The reason why Li Wangyu was so confident in making a bet with Chai Lingwu was naturally because it was not difficult to make a machine that could automatically sell drinks. When he was studying e-commerce, the professor in class was talking about the influence of vending machines on modern commerce. He once said that as early as the 1st century AD, the ancient Greeks had made a device that automatically sold holy water. It was the world's first vending machine. Li Wangyu was very interested in this matter at that time. He even went to the library to look for information and saw the restoration of the vending machine. The principle of the vending machine of the ancient Greeks was very simple. Coins were inserted from the slot, and the coins fell into a small plate in the instrument. The small plate was connected to a lever, and through the lever mechanism, the valve in the holy water bucket was actuated. After the valve was opened, the holy water would automatically flow out. The small plate containing the coins would constantly fall and tilt. Until the coins on the small plate slipped, the lever would be reset, and the valve would automatically close. This vending machine that sold holy water was seen as a miracle by the ancient Greeks. It caused quite a stir at that time. Therefore, when Li Wangyu heard that Chai Lingwu wanted to make a bet with him, he laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. He had long been drooling over Chai Lingwu's Wang Shiji's calligraphy. He did not expect this guy to deliver himself to his doorstep. What a good guy. After bidding farewell to the playboys, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu directly to Yan Liben's residence. When a teacher has something to do, he naturally needs a disciple to do it for him. As a junior supervisor, Yan Liben was also good at craftsmanship and had many ingenious ideas. Li Wangyu only knew the principle and general appearance of the beverage vending machine. As for how to make it happen, he naturally needed Yan Liben's help. Moreover, there were all kinds of skilled craftsmen who were good at crafting different kinds of tools. When the beverage vending machine was designed, he also needed to find these craftsmen to build it. In the main hall of the Yan residence, Yan Liben was playing chess with Ma Zhou while chatting casually about his teacher and the various activities that had been stirred up in Chang and recently. Li Wangyu naturally did not forget about his two disciples. He had sent the air conditioning windows over early in the morning to install them. At this time, the main hall of the Yan residence was also quite cool. Brother Bin Wang, teacher is really not an ordinary person. Look at the air conditioning windows. There is no need for manual labor. Just a few dozen porcelain bottles with two transparent ends can blow out a cool breeze. It is really magical. Yes, teacher may not be old, but his skills are profound. The more I learn from teacher, the more I feel that teacher is unfathomable. Every time he does something shocking. Brother Bin Wang is right. I was originally a painting addict. It was only because of teacher's stunning drawing skills that I was moved to become his disciple. But I did not expect that it was not only his drawing skills. Teacher's wonderful ideas are the real treasure. I am deeply grateful to be able to become his disciple. Just as the two were sighing, they heard a servant come to report that their teacher had come to visit. This surprised the two. They did not even have time to wear shoes and hurriedly ran out barefoot. Teacher, why are you so free to come to my residence today? Quickly come in, quickly come in. Yan Liben was overjoyed. He and Ma Zhou quickly went forward to greet him. Li Wangyu did not expect Ma Zhou to be here as well. He could not help but laugh. It is good that you are here. I have something that I need the two of you to help me with today. Chapter 385. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou invited Li Wangyu to take a seat in the central room. Teacher, what do you need us to do for you? Please tell us. Liben, bring me a brush and ink. I'll draw a drawing for you two to see. A servant of the Yan family brought them paper, ink, brush and inkstone, including a few feather brushes. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou had seen this feather brush in Li Wangyu's mansion. After trying it out, they found it very interesting. They also learned how to make it from Li Wangyu and made some when they returned home. However, this feather brush, as a hard brush, had not spread in Chang and for the time being. The main reason was that the Tangs were not used to it. The way of holding a brush was completely different from the way of holding a hard brush. The scholars of the Tang Dynasty had never touched a hard brush, so they naturally did not know where to start. Even if they forced themselves to change the writing posture, the words they wrote were not very beautiful. Naturally, no one was willing to use it. Later generations wrote beautifully with a hard brush, but writing with a brush would probably be a mess. Even if one knew how to write with a brush, writing with a hard brush might not be good. In the Great Tang, only a scant few people had tried to learn how to use the quill brush. On the other hand, Li Qingqian and Li Tai, these two little fellows, found it much easier to use the quill brush than the brush. They were abnormally earnest in their studies, and their handwriting was the best. This was normal. It was indeed easier to ask 8 or 9-year-old children to lift a brush and write with a hard brush than to write with a hard brush. However, Li Wangyu did not care about this. Anyway, he made this feather brush for his own convenience. It had nothing to do with him whether other people liked to use it or not. Picking up a feather brush, Li Wangyu began to draw on the paper. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou quickly stood behind Li Wangyu and curiously looked at what their teacher was drawing. "Teacher, what is this cabinet for? Why are there so many mechanisms inside?" Yan Liben became more and more confused and asked in confusion. As Li Wangyu drew, he explained, "This is something I came up with. It's a mechanism that can automatically sell drinks. There is no need for manual labor. Just put in a copper coin, and the drinks will come out from it." It can be used like this. How can this be done? Ma Zhou's interest was piqued, and he quickly asked. Li Wangyu pointed at the blueprint and began to explain the key points to the two. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou both nodded and applauded. "Wonderful. In this way, as long as I set the amount of copper coins I need to put in, I will be able to get a fixed amount of drinks." I understand. Teacher is indeed amazing, to be able to figure out such an intricate mechanism. Yan Liben clapped his hands and laughed. Li Wangyu blushed at Yan Liben's praise. He had only plagiarized the wisdom of the ancient Greeks. He was a little embarrassed to be praised by Yan Liben like this. Ma Zhou curiously pointed at a spot on the drawing and asked, "Division Commander, in your drawing, why is the can used to store drinks double-layered? What is that thing wrapped around the jar?" The part that he was referring to was something that Li Wangyu had figured out and made to the vending machine of the ancient Greeks. In the vending machine that he had designed, the huge ceramic can used to store drinks had a wooden bucket wrapped around it. Li Wangyu planned to put ice cubes into the bucket when the time came to cool the drinks. This way, the drinks would be cool and refreshing after they came out of the vending machine. He thought that it would be more popular. The wooden bucket was wrapped with a cotton blanket to keep the ice cubes warm. It was tied tightly to the outside of the wooden bucket as an insulating layer to prevent the ice cubes from melting too quickly. After Li Wangyu's explanation, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben couldn't help but frown. "Division Commander, the heat of summer is already unbearable. After the ice cubes were taken out from the ice cellar, they melted abnormally fast. Why did you wrap it with a thick cotton blanket? Wouldn't that be hotter and cause the ice cubes to melt faster?" "Nanny?" Li Wangyu was a little confused by the two's words. It took him a while to react, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bin Wang, Liben, what are the two of you talking about? Do you think that the ice cubes will melt faster if they are wrapped in a cotton blanket?" Ma Zhou asked doubtfully, "Isn't that the case? When the weather is cold and the ground is frozen, we need to cover ourselves with thick cotton blankets. In the summer, we need to wear thin clothes to feel cool. Division Commander, isn't that the case?" Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. He could only patiently explain to them that the cotton blanket didn't heat up, but it was insulating. In the winter, it felt warm because the cotton blanket prevented the body's heat from dissipating. It was the same when it was used to wrap the ice cubes. It could isolate the heat from the outside and maintain the temperature in the bucket. However, even after he explained for a long time, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben still couldn't understand. Li Wangyu couldn't help but facepalm. He thought of a variety show in the future where the production team asked the guests to transport the ice cubes. One of the guests was the same. They couldn't understand why the ice cubes wouldn't melt faster when they were wrapped in a cotton blanket. Since the guests in the future who had studied physics couldn't understand, it wasn't strange that Yan Liben and Ma Zhou couldn't figure it out. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to explain further. He simply asked the servants in the underworld to take out 2 ice cubes from the ice cellar for them to experiment on. One of them was placed on the floor of the central room, while the other was placed in a wooden box and wrapped in a cotton blanket. After half an hour, the ice cubes placed in the central room had completely melted and turned into a puddle of water. Ma Zhou hurriedly ran to open the wooden box wrapped in the cotton blanket. He was shocked to find that the ice cubes in the wooden box didn't show any signs of melting. It only became slightly moist. This made Ma Zhou and Yan Liben even more surprised. The truth was right in front of them, so they couldn't doubt it. As for Li Wangyu, this junior division commander, he was even more in awe. Yan Liben was good at craftsmanship and Ma Zhou was good at calculation. With the help of these 2 people and the skilled craftsmen who were supervising the work, they quickly turned Li Wangyu's sketch into reality. In less than 2 days, a few beverage vending machines were made. Even the craftsmen who had personally created such a magical mechanism could not believe that such a magical thing had actually been created in their hands. Li Wangyu was bursting with joy. Wang Shiji's copybook was in his hands. Wahahaha, so fast. 3 days later, in front of the Chai residence, a group of silk pants surrounded Li Wangyu. They planned to drag Chai Lingwu to witness the beverage vending machine. Greetings to the county magistrate and all the young dukes. The Chai residence's housekeeper immediately came out to greet them. Today is really unfortunate. My family Xiao Lang Kun ate something bad yesterday. Today, his stomach is uncomfortable and he is bedridden. I'm afraid he can't go out with you. Xiao Lang Kun asked me to apologize to you. Please forgive me. The Chai residence's housekeeper's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked. Shameless, Chai Lingwu was actually shameless. He even used such a shameless trick like pretending to be sick. He was really too shameless. Chapter 386. How could Chai Lingwu's trick of pretending to be sick fool the group of wastrels? Amidst the laughter, they ignored the Chai residence's housekeeper's advice and barged into the Chai residence. In any case, they were familiar with each other and had been to each other's residences countless times. They were already familiar with the place and knew where Chai Lingwu lived even with their eyes closed. The Chai residence's housekeeper could only shake his head and smile bitterly as he followed the group of wastrels to his Lord Xiao Lang's courtyard. Brother Lingwu, we heard that you had a stomachache and came to visit. Quickly come out and welcome us. Fong Yi Ai shouted as soon as they entered Chai Lingwu's courtyard. Seeing that his little trick had been seen through by a group of wastrels, Chai Lingwu could only walk out of his room with a pained expression and bow to the group of wastrels. Everyone, why do you have to do this? Can this little brother admit defeat? Ziyu, that Wangyu army's copybook is really Big Brother's favorite. Can you change it to another one? How about this Big Brother give you 10 beautiful singers? Chai Lingwu saw Li Wangyu and knew that he had lost for sure. He quickly admitted defeat and begged for mercy. As for the conditions he proposed, Li Wangyu snorted disdainfully. Bah, am I that kind of person? Not to mention 10 singers, so what if there were 20 of them? Do you think I would dare to take them home? Damn it. You're really pissing me off by bringing up my sore spot. Brother Lingwu, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Don't act like a woman. Hee, where is the copybook of Wangyu army? Ziyu, do you have to be like this? Do you really not care about our brotherhood? Chai Lingwu's face stiffened as he stared fiercely at Li Wangyu. He looked as if he was about to fight to the death with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not buy it at all. There are no brothers in the casino. Cut the crap and hand over the copybook, and I'll spare your life. The wastrels also laughed and shouted for Chai Lingwu to hand over the copybook. Otherwise, they would personally search his room. Facing this group of wastrels, Chai Lingwu could no longer pretend and could only admit defeat. You're ruthless. Humph, you bunch of bastards, don't fall into my hands in the future. Let's go. I want to see what kind of ingenious idea Zio has to come up with to create a mechanism that automatically sells drinks without any human effort. Naturally, Chai Lingwu wasn't really angry. Although Wang Shiji's copybook was rare, it wasn't to the point where he would go back on his word. This was purely a joke between friends to relieve boredom. Haha, that's right. Let's go, let's go. Ziyu has already placed the mechanism in the East Market. We're just waiting for you to go there and reveal it yourself. Ching Chumo laughed and pulled Chai Lingwu's sleeve as they walked out. Li Wangyu and the group of playboys laughed as they rode to the East Market. In the Tang Dynasty, apart from drinking and eating tea, there was also a popular drink called Happy Drink. The Tangs naturally did not use the term drink. The foppish young masters had all learned from Li Wangyu, which was why they used the term drink. In the Tang Dynasty, the drink was called cooked water. In the various markets of Chang'an, there were many shops that sold cooked water. Moreover, there were many types of drinks sold. There were juices from fruits and vegetables, such as watermelon juice, sugarcane juice, grape juice, and black plum juice that were commonly drunk in the future. The second was dairy products, which the Tangs called milk. The most common ones were feta cheese, horse cheese, or goat's milk and horse's milk. Finally, there was yinzi, which was Chinese medicine powder. It was the same as the herbal tea that the Cantonese liked to drink in the future. It was boiled with various Chinese medicine herbs and had health benefits. Li Wangyu led the group of playboys to a shop that sold cooked water in the East Market. There was a row of cabinets covered by red silk. When the crowd in the East Market passed by the shop, they all cast curious glances. They didn't know what these tall, square, and tightly covered cabinets were. Some of the regular customers asked the shopkeeper of the shop, but the shopkeeper just smiled and replied that it was a novelty that Hu Xinzi came up with and that they would know later. This made people even more curious, and they discussed and speculated with each other. Li Wangyu had made a bet with Chai Lingwu to make this drink vending machine. Originally, he just wanted to win Wang Shiji's calligraphy from Chai Lingwu. He didn't intend to popularize this drink vending machine in Chang'an. After all, he didn't think that it would make much money and was quite troublesome. However, Li Wangyu didn't want to make it industrialized because he wanted to constantly replenish the drinks in the machine. Did he want to open another shop, boil drinks every day, use saltpeter to make ice, and then replenish the vending machine? Li Wangyu, who was rich, didn't care about the profits that the drink vending machine could bring. However, this idea of his was laughed at by his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu was not convinced and planned to have a good debate with this top student from the University of Pennsylvania. Chongqing, am I wrong? Do you want to treat this drink vending machine as your family's business? Humph, let me ask you, how much does it cost to make this machine? I asked Yan Liben to invite the craftsman to make it. It should be around 10 times. Okay, let's say 10 times. How much do you want to sell a cup of drink for? How much does it cost? The beautiful boss asked again. It can still make money. This machine can adjust the price, from 10 to 50 coins, according to the different drinks sold. As for the profit, I asked the shopkeeper of the shop, he said that it should be around 80%. The drink vending machine designed by Li Wangyu could automatically dispense 500 milliliters of drink at a time, which was equivalent to a bottle of mineral water in the modern world. However, drinks were definitely not cheap consumer goods in the Tang Dynasty. In this era, the cheapest drink was about 150 coins per bucket, which was about 2,000 milliliters. The price of cooked water was slightly cheaper than cheap drinks. According to the conversion rate, 1 coin was almost equivalent to 4 yuan in the modern world. A cup of 500 milliliters of inferior wine would cost 150 yuan. The same amount of cooked water was equivalent to 40 to 200 yuan, which was much more expensive than the milk tea in the modern world. As for the drink, it was even more expensive. There was such a record in the Taiping Guangji. When Chang'an was at its peak, there was a shop that sold drinks in Shi City. 100 coins per cup. 100 coins per cup was 400 yuan, which was a sky-high price. In response to Li Wangyu's answer, the beautiful boss nodded and continued, let's calculate it at 30 coins per cup, and make 20 coins per cup. A vending machine can sell 100 cups a day. That's not much, right? Li Wangyu shook his head, not much. Then one machine can make a profit of 2 times per day, and you can recover your cost in 5 days, right? The summer is so long, are you afraid that you won't make money? What if there are 100 vending machines? That's 200 coins per day. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu speechless. After a long time, he muttered, but we don't have so many people to make the drinks. How many more people do we have to hire? Isn't that also the cost? His words made the beautiful boss's eyes almost roll up to the sky. She disdainfully threw him a contemptuous look. You're so stupid that you can die. Chapter 387. You're so stupid. The beautiful boss glanced at Li Wangyu with disdain. Don't you know what a franchisee is? Her words made Li Wangyu stunned. After a while, he asked, Chongqing, do you mean that we should license the beverage vending machine to the wet water shops in Chang'an? Let them be our franchisees. Will that work? Why not? Don't tell me that the beverage vending machine can't attract customers. It should be able to attract people, right? Even if it's a taste, many people will buy it. But how do we control the sales of those wet water shops? And this vending machine is not complicated. Can't others find craftsmen to copy it? Li Wangyu scratched his head and asked a new question. The beautiful boss was speechless. She couldn't help but stretch out her slender white finger and point at Li Wangyu's forehead. Aya, why didn't I realize that you were so stupid before? Is it too late to return the goods? Li Wangyu replied with a cheeky smile, sorry, the goods are sold. No refunds. The two laughed for a while before the beautiful boss explained to him, did you forget that saltpeter can make ice? You didn't tell anyone about this, did you? No, I didn't even tell Li Shiming when he asked. Li Wangyu seemed to understand the beautiful boss's meaning. You mean that we control the supply of ice so that the franchisees will choose to cooperate with us? Bingo, that's it. The beautiful boss snapped her fingers. The shopkeepers of these wet water shops don't have the financial resources to dig their own ice cellars to store ice like those nobles, right? We can provide them with ice every day in the middle of summer. That's our advantage. Even if they can copy the vending machine, as long as we control the technology of making ice, they will cooperate with us. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu suddenly realize that she was indeed a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. We can provide the beverage vending machine to those wet water shops for free and provide them with enough ice every day. The wet water shops will be responsible for maintaining these vending machines, replenishing them with drinks and adding ice. Li Wangyu nodded and asked, how are we going to split the profits? 50-50. Get the craftsmen to modify the vending machine and let the copper coins fall into the sealed money box. Every day we send someone to open the lock, take out the money box, and count the money on the spot. The sales revenue from these vending machines will be split in half with the Shui shop. Li Wangyu naturally did not have the slightest objection to his beautiful superior's words. He raised both of his hands in agreement. After the two of them discussed the details of the operation, the matter was settled. Li Wangyu didn't plan to partner with Pai Lupi for this kind of small business, but he and his beautiful boss didn't plan to monopolize it either. After all, the Li family didn't have much power. His beautiful superior was in charge of the carriage business and the underwear shop. She was already very busy. Li Wangyu didn't have the energy to take care of the beverage vending machine business himself, so he chose to cooperate with others. And the best partners were naturally the farmers of Dingzhou village. Firstly, the ice workshop was located in the village, so the confidentiality was guaranteed. He didn't have to worry about the secret being leaked. Secondly, the farmers in the village were all his households. Now that the mutual trust between the two sides was at the max level, he didn't have to worry about being betrayed or deceived by the farmers. Moreover, most of the farmers worked in the carriage business in Chang'an City, going back and forth to Chang'an City every day. When the time came, they would go to the wet water shops to deliver the ice and count the money. It was very convenient. With so many benefits, Li Wangyu naturally chose to cooperate with the village. He wouldn't be stingy with the shares in his hands. The farmers in the village could make more money, so he and his beautiful superior were happy to see it happen. He asked Niu Wu to invite the old villager to the mansion and show him the vending machine. Then he told him his idea. This made the old man very happy. Without hesitation, he agreed on behalf of the farmers. A good thing like a pie falling from the sky. Unless the old man's head was caught in the door, he wouldn't refuse. Needless to say, Li Wangyu was the head of the 127 farmers in Dingzhou village. Even if he didn't give them any money and only let them work for free, no one would say no. Being willing to share the money with the farmers was the county head's benevolence. The old villager was naturally moved to tears. Li Wangyu was also very generous. He directly gave 40% of the profits to the farmers of Dingzhou village. This made the old villager thank him again and again. After everything was arranged, Li Wangyu went to the east side of Chang'an City and contacted a wet water shop. The manager of the wet water shop was also very smart. When he heard that Li Wangyu could provide him with ice every day, he agreed without hesitation. With the sale of iced wet water, it was unknown how much sales would increase in this summer. As for the beverage vending machine, it was also very miraculous and convenient. He didn't even need to hire a few more shop assistants. All he needed to do was to boil the water and pour it into the vending machine every day. Although he had to give half of the income to the county head, the shrewd manager calculated in his heart and felt that this was profitable. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. The wet water shop in the east side of the city became the first distributor of the Wangyu wet water vending machine. Wangyu wet water vending machine. Li Wangyu was originally against this name. What kind of lousy name was this? Why did they want to use his name to name a beverage vending machine? However, his beautiful boss was very insistent. She gave him examples of the Wangyu window and Wangyu elbow that were popular in Chang'an City. This proved the importance of the Wangyu brand name. The Dongpa pig knuckle that Li Wangyu made at the pig slaughtering feast was renamed by Yang Quan to Wangyu elbow. Yang Quan and Lu Xiao liked this dish the most. They specifically asked the chef and their residents to go to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu to learn how to make it. As a result, this Wangyu elbow quickly spread because of its soft pig knuckle and mellow meat taste. Nowadays, if the major restaurants in Chang'an City didn't know how to make Wangyu elbow, they would be despised by their customers. As for the Wangyu window, it was needless to say. It was now the most popular thing in Chang'an City. Whoever didn't install a Wangyu window would be laughed at. Even the Tang Dynasty's lottery was now called Wangyu Lottery. His beautiful boss's words were so reasonable that Li Wangyu had no words to refute. He could only pinch his nose and accept this lousy name. Li Wangyu led the wastrels to the wet water store and dismounted from their horses. A waiter came forward to help them tie up their horses. Ziyu, Are these things covered by the red cloth, the beverage vending machines you mentioned? Chai Lingwu asked curiously. That's right. We're just waiting for Brother Lingwu to unveil the vending machines so that we can start selling. Brothers, you're the first batch of customers. Please support us. Chai Lingwu couldn't help but reach out and grab Li Wangyu's collar. Ziyu, do you mean that I have to pay you for the drinks? And I have to give you the copybook of Wang Yu's army with both hands? Do you believe that I won't fight with you? Brother Lingwu, let go, let go. Let's talk things out. This little brother will treat you, okay? The wastrels roared with laughter. In the midst of the commotion, Chai Lingwu and Li Wangyu reached out and tore off the red cloth covering the vending machines. Chapter 388. The shrewd shopkeeper decided to be the first to try the Fan Ji cooked water store in the East Market. After joining the company, he bought 5 vending machines in one go and sold 5 different kinds of cooked water at the same time. Sugarcane juice, grape juice, black plum juice, goat cheese, horse cheese. The 5 vending machines were labeled with the types and prices of the drinks. There was also a manual to guide the Tang people who had never seen a vending machine before on how to use it. The foppish young masters swarmed up and surrounded the 5 vending machines. Ziyu, if you really put a copper coin in here, the drinks will automatically flow out. Chai Lingwu had already forgotten about the copybook of Wang Yu's army. He circled the vending machine a few times, trying to figure out how Li Wangyu did it. Ching Chumo was a man of action. He grabbed a bamboo tube on the side and placed it in the position indicated by the vending machine. Then he took out a handful of copper coins from his money bag and put it in the slot. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't make disposable paper cups in the Tang Dynasty. But fortunately, bamboo was everywhere in the mountains. He could get as much as he wanted. He only needed to send people to cut them down. The cups that came with the vending machine were these bamboo tubes. After Ching Chumo put in the copper coins, under the curious gazes of the foppish young masters, white horse milk automatically flowed out of the vending machine and into the bamboo tube below. Wow, it really came out. I actually put in 30 copper coins and horse cheese came out. Zio, don't tell me you're lying to us. What kind of vending machine was this? Could it be that someone was hiding in it? Otherwise, why would horse cheese come out after I put in 30 copper coins? Let me try this black plum juice, 50 copper coins. Hey, it's really interesting. I put in 30 copper coins and there was no reaction. I really put in 50 copper coins and the black plum juice came out. Amazing. How is this possible? How can this inanimate object tell how many copper coins there are? Zio, tell me the truth. Is this some sort of magic trick? Is there someone operating it behind the scenes? In the face of the foppish young master's doubts, Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and continued to maintain a sense of mystery. But when Ching Chumo and the others took a sip of the drink and tasted it, they were all stunned. Wow, Zio, these drinks are all chilled. Where did you get so much ice? This was too extravagant. It was actually iced black plum juice. It's fine if you use ice in your residence, but this vending machine actually uses ice as well. Ziyu, did you rob the palace's ice cellar? Why do you guys care so much? This chilled cheese tastes even better. Hurry up, you guys. I haven't drunk anything yet. Fong Yai shouted in dissatisfaction. There were a total of 5 vending machines. He was one step slower and didn't get the chance to buy it. He was anxious now. The few debauches who were having fun did not care about Fong Yai's shouts. The few of them occupied the 5 vending machines and kept throwing in copper coins. They were having so much fun that Fong Yai almost wanted to beat them up. The debauches shouting had already attracted the attention of the passers-by. But because of their status, no one dared to come forward. They could only watch the debauches occupy the 5 vending machines. Li Wangyu found a problem at this time. That was, the Tang dynasty only used copper coins. It was really troublesome. When the Tang people went out, they had to carry a money pouch with them to hold the copper coins. But the copper coins were too heavy. A single copper coin weighed 5 kilograms. And counting the copper coins was also very troublesome. For example, if the debauches wanted to throw in 50 copper coins, it would take them a long time to count. It was quite a waste of time. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he should suggest to Pai Lupi to make silver and gold coins to supplement the copper coins. The Tang dynasty itself was also lacking in copper coins. So, most of the time, they bartered. Even silk was legal currency. Li Wangyu never accepted silk. He always felt that it was quite strange to use silk as currency. So, in the treasury of the Li family's old mansion, there were only copper coins and gold coins. Although silver was not a currency in the Tang dynasty and could not be circulated in the market, its value was about the same as a copper coin. Li Wangyu felt that he could definitely advise Pai Lupi to make silver and gold coins to supplement the copper coins. 1 silver coin was equal to 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin was equal to 1 copper coin. This way, it would be convenient for merchants to trade. When they went out, they would not need to carry so many copper coins. It was much more convenient. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He kept the matter of making silver and gold coins in his mind. He planned to go back and discuss it with his beautiful boss and find an opportunity to advise Pai Lupi. While Li Wangyu was daydreaming and thinking about the gold and silver coins, the debauches finally had fun. Each of them had a cup of bamboo drink in their mouths and were happily drinking from the reed tube. Many people thought that there were no straws in China since ancient times. But in fact, this was not true. In the Tang dynasty, there were already ceramic tea sets with straws. Li Wangyu had people prepare bamboo cups with reed tubes to replace straws. Naturally, the debauches knew how to use them at a glance. After waiting for the debauches to leave the 5 vending machines with great difficulty, the crowd, who had been itching for a long time, instantly swarmed over and surrounded the vending machines in front of the Fan Ji cooked water store. Manager Fan hurriedly called out to the shop staff to guard the vending machines in case they were damaged. The crowd had already seen the debauches using the vending machines to buy the cooked water. At this time, a man at the front of the crowd grabbed a handful of copper coins with difficulty and stuffed them into the coin slot. The crowd beside him was counting loudly, 5, 6, 29, 30. It's flowing out. It's flowing out. It's really flowing out. Tao ancestor above, is there really no one hiding in this cabinet? Hey, if you're done buying, get out of the way. Don't waste time. We also want to buy the cooked water. God, the cooked water is actually iced. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've drunk iced cooked water in the middle of summer. Seeing that there were too many people crowding in front of the vending machines, the shop staff hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice, "Line up, don't push." Why are you pushing? Line up at the back. Haven't you bought a lottery ticket before? Tian Shilang, line up at the back. Fortunately, after the baptism of the lottery ticket, the people of Chang and city now had the consciousness of lining up. Under the shop staff's hoarse shouting, 5 long lines quickly formed in front of the Fan Ji cooked water store. Because there were too many people in the line, even the main street in front of the store was blocked. The caravans and cattle carriages heading to the East City were completely unable to pass through and could only take a detour. The commotion in front of the store was naturally spread everywhere. It didn't take long for most people in the East City to hear that there were 5 magical cabinets in the Fan Ji cooked water store that could automatically identify copper coins and sell the cooked water without manual labor. What was even more amazing was that the cooked water sold was actually iced. Therefore, as word of mouth spread, the line in front of the Fan Ji cooked water store became longer and longer. Chapter 389. The Wang Yu boiled water vending machine became the hottest topic in the East Market that day. There were also commoners in the streets around the East Market who heard the news and came to see the machine that could automatically sell boiled water. Lang Jun, I heard that this boiled water vending machine was made by Hu Xianzi. Of course. Look at the machine. It's written very clearly. Wang Yu boiled water vending machine. You know Wang Yu, right? That's the name of Hu Xianzi. Today, the Wang Yu elbow and Wang Yu window in Chang and City are both masterpieces of Hu Xianzi. Tsk. This Hu Xianzi is really a deity. I heard that he's only 16 years old and hasn't even turned 20 yet. Yes. Otherwise, why would everyone in Chang and City praise this Hu Xianzi as the reincarnation of an ancient person who had achieved Tao since birth? I think it's true. Look at the vending machine. Put in enough copper coins and it automatically flows out boiled water without manual labor. It's even chilled. Have you ever heard of such a divine object? Of course not. I'm afraid that only the gods in heaven have such ability. These commoners of Chang and City were talking about Li Wang Yu as they lined up, their faces full of admiration. At this time, a few people dressed as merchants passed by and overheard their conversation. They couldn't help but ask curiously. Excuse me, may I ask who this Wang Yu you're talking about is? What's the meaning of this boiled water vending machine? The Chang and commoners couldn't help but look at each other. I'm afraid you're not from Chang'an, are you? The merchants cupped their hands and said, we're merchants who came to Chang and City from Yi province to sell silk. We're not from Chang'an. Yi province was Jian'an, where the Sichuan Basin was located in the future. Chengdu was the administrative center of Yi province. Yi province's shoe embroidery was very famous. These were merchants who came to Chang and City from Yi province to sell shoe embroidery. Seeing that these merchants didn't know who Hu Xian was, the Chang and commoners who were lining up immediately became interested and began to introduce Li Wang Yu to these merchants. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Yu is Li Wang Yu, the founding county magistrate of the dynasty. He is only 16 years old, but he is knowledgeable and multi-talented. He is the great Confucian scholar of the age, the emperor's tutor of the crown prince. The Yizhou merchants were dumbfounded by the incessant introduction of popular science. They wondered if the Chang and citizens in front of them were telling a fairy tale and making fun of them. How could anyone be so powerful? In just a few short months, he had earned tens of thousands of gold coins, and even spent tens of thousands of gold coins to repair some baseball field. These merchants worked tirelessly to transport goods from thousands of miles away, but they only had a net worth of a few thousand strings of coins. In comparison, did they spend all their years living in the belly of a dog? They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a merchant asked, "May I ask, is the Hu Xianzi you are talking about the one who wrote the Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" "Yes, it is the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written by Hu Xianzi." "Have you read it before, Lang Jun?" "Ah, I love this Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I study it every day." "So that's how it is. Then it's not strange. Someone who can write such a wonderful book like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms must be extremely talented." Ladies and gentlemen, let's also line up and try the vending machines made by the famous Hu Xianzi. Of course, we must give it a try. When we return to Yizhou and tell others about it, I'm afraid their eyes will fall out of their sockets. From the opening of the market at noon to the beating of the drum at dusk, the crowd had no choice but to disperse. The 5 vending machines of Fan Ji cooked water shop were full of customers. Shopkeeper Fan called out to the shop assistants. Just by continuously adding all kinds of cooked water and ice into the vending machines, he was already half dead from exhaustion. In the end, when he opened the cashier of the vending machines and counted the coins, even Li Wangyu was shocked. In just half a day, the 5 vending machines had counted a total of nearly 30 strings of copper coins. Shopkeeper Fan was smiling so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. Although his shop was doing well, he usually sold 8 or 9 strings of cooked water at most. After all, a bowl of cooked water that cost dozens of copper coins was not considered cheap even in the Tang Dynasty. Ordinary people might not be willing to spend money to drink it. 5 vending machines, but the profit was several times higher. How could shopkeeper Fan not be happy? Even if he had to share half of the profits with Hu Xianzi, it was still not a loss. If it weren't for the fact that his shop couldn't fit all the vending machines, shopkeeper Fan even wanted to ask Hu Xianzi to send him a few more. However, even if he had this idea, Li Wangyu couldn't agree for the time being. After all, it would take time to build the vending machines. More importantly, the workshop used to make ice in the village hadn't been built yet. They couldn't provide ice to Chang and on a large scale. Li Wangyu hummed a little tune as he returned to Dingzhou village with Wang Shiji's calligraphy that Chai Lingwu had given him. Changqing, take a look at this. What is this? You didn't see how ugly Chai Lingwu's face was when he gave this to me. Li Wangyu showed off Wang Shiji's calligraphy to his beautiful boss as if he was showing off a treasure. Although Su Changqing didn't understand calligraphy, he knew how precious Wang Shiji's calligraphy was. He opened the scroll and carefully read it before carefully putting it away. You're bullying others. Be careful not to anger the Chai family. I won't. He's not that petty. Besides, I don't intend to take advantage of him. Isn't the perfume at home a lot better? Tomorrow, I'll send some to him so that he can give them to his mother and his concubines. You don't know this, but this guy is still young, but he already has 3 or 4 concubines. His beautiful boss couldn't help but stare at him. What, are you envious of him? Su Changqing's words made a drop of cold sweat involuntarily fall down Li Wangyu's forehead. What a strong murderous aura. Li Wangyu's strong desire to live made him immediately shake his head. How is that possible? I despise people like him. Bah, shameless. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. Humph, I don't believe it. All men are big pig trotters. Damn it, what does it have to do with me? It's not like I have concubines. Isn't this a little too broad? But thinking about Aphrodite whom he had brought back from the mansion, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't dare to continue this topic and hurriedly changed the topic to talk about the vending machine's profit today. Changqing, you're still the best. Today, those people in the East Market are like crazy, crowding in front of the cooked water store to buy drinks. It's simply crazy. When the ice factory in the village is built and can provide ice to Chang and on a large scale, we can fully open the vending machine. Humph, of course. Otherwise, why would I be your boss? Su Changqing raised his neck proudly. I'm also the founding Viscount of the Tang Dynasty. What's there to be proud of? Li Wangyu muttered softly. What are you talking about? The beautiful boss glared at him. No, nothing. I'm just saying that you're smart and beautiful. Humph, I don't need you to say it. Chapter 390. Brother Lingwu, this is the floral water and perfume that I personally made. It's a small token of my appreciation for your mother. Please accept it. In the central room of the Chai residence, Li Wangyu presented 2 exquisite wooden boxes with both hands. After opening them, there were 12 exquisite porcelain bottles neatly arranged inside. There were also various flower designs on the porcelain bottles. It was obvious that they were expensive. Li Wangyu had specially gone to the most famous porcelain kiln in Chang and City to make these bottles. He had spent a lot of money on them. However, the money was not spent in vain. These exquisite porcelain bottles made people unable to put them down. In the words of the later generations, they were of high class. Zio, what are this floral water and perfume? Chai Lingwu asked curiously as he reached out to pick up a green porcelain bottle. Hee, Brother Lingwu, floral water is good stuff. If you get bitten by mosquitoes in the summer, you can apply it to stop the itching. Li Wangyu gestured for Chai Lingwu to open the bottle cork. Once the cork was opened, a strong mint smell immediately wafted out. Chai Lingwu's spirits were lifted after smelling it. Oh, there's such a good thing. Ha, Zio, thank you for your consideration. It would be impolite to refuse. I'll shamelessly accept your generous gift. Is this perfume also used to repel mosquitoes? Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, that's not the case. The perfume is for your mother and your concubines. Apply a little on their necks and wrists, and it will have the same effect as a perfume bag. The fragrance will last for half a day. The flowers on the bottle represent the fragrance of the perfume. What? There's such a good thing. Chai Lingwu couldn't wait to pick up a bottle with a peony design and open the cork. This guy actually smeared it on his wrist a few times. Li Wangyu didn't even have time to stop him. Damn, does Chai Lingwu have this kind of hobby? Should I stay away from him in the future? This guy doesn't have a special hobby, does he? Oh, it really is the fragrance of peonies. Zio, how did you do it? It's really amazing. The so-called national beauty referred to peonies, and peonies of different colors had different fragrances. The bottle that Chai Lingwu took was the perfume that Li Wangyu soaked in white peony petals. It had a very pleasant floral fragrance and was very elegant. Haha, Zio, you really are my good brother. You didn't forget about me when you found something good. Do you have any more of this perfume? Give me some more. Are these 12 bottles not enough for you? Brother Lingwu, you only have 3 or 4 concubines in your mansion, right? Heh, don't I still have some close female friends in Peace Square? Chai Lingwu replied shamelessly. Li Wangyu could only raise his middle finger at him to show his respect. It's not easy to make this perfume. We still have to send it to others. Brother Lingwu, why don't you go and discuss with Brother Chumo and ask them to share some with you? Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with scum like Chai Lingwu. In any case, there was only so much perfume. If he wanted more, he could go and talk to the other debauches. It wasn't that he didn't want to part with the perfume, but it wasn't easy to collect the petals. Just the petals used in the perfume had cost him a lot of effort and copper coins to get people to collect them. How could he bear to give them to Chai Lingwu and let him use them to curry favor with the prostitutes in Peace Square? After leaving the Chai mansion, he went to each debauchee mansion to deliver the floral water and perfume. This was the proper exchange of favors. Since he and his beautiful boss didn't plan to make the floral water and perfume into a business, it was perfect to use them as gifts. However, when he went to Duke Lu's mansion to deliver the gifts, Li Wangyu unfortunately bumped into the old hoodlum, Qing Yaojin. Thus, not only was the remaining floral water and perfume robbed by this old man, he also forced him to promise to deliver some more tomorrow. What was even more excessive was that after receiving the gifts, Qing Yaojin didn't let them go and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to eat and drink in the mansion. If it was someone else's mansion, eating and drinking like this would be fine. However, in Qing Yaojin's mansion, Li Wangyu felt that it was a kind of cruel torture. In particular, when he saw the Qing mansion's chef bring in the mutton that was still bleeding and obviously not cooked, Li Wangyu lost his appetite. Qing Yaojin even pulled out a small knife and cut a large piece of the bloody mutton, dipped it in spices, and sent it into his bloody mouth to chew. This made Li Wangyu feel nauseous. Was the Qing mansion's food all like this? Li Wangyu looked at Qing Chumo, Qing Chuliang, and Qing Chubi sympathetically. The meaning in his eyes was, did you guys grow up eating these things? The 3 Qing brothers firmly nodded silently. At this moment, Li Wangyu clearly saw the tears in the three Qing brothers' eyes. Poor children. Li family's child, why aren't you eating? Is the cooking of this old man's mansion not to your liking? Seeing Li Wangyu not moving his chopsticks, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but glare. Eat your sister. Not to mention the taste of this half-cooked mutton, if he ate it like this, he would have to spend a lot of time in the toilet. It would be strange if he didn't have diarrhea. Hee, Uncle Qing, this little nephew just ate and now my stomach is bloated and uncomfortable. I really can't eat anything. Humph. If you can't eat, then drink. You little child, only the Shaodao wine is to this old man's liking. After drinking your wine, drinking any other wine is no different from drinking horse piss. Come, De Lang, Lang, San Lang, fill the Li family's child's wine cup and drink. Li Wangyu looked at the table in front of him. The wine cups were big enough to be used as soup bowls. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Drink your sister. Is this drinking or risking your life? He desperately winked at Qing Chumo and the other two, implying that he was begging them to let him go, but the three Qing brothers acted as if they didn't see it. They grabbed the wine jug and poured wine into the wine bowl in front of him. Zio, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we are powerless. Come, drink. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to resist, Qing Chubi and Qing Chumo clamped his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Qing Chuliang picked up the wine cup and poured it into his mouth. Save me. Li Wangyu was trapped in Duke Lu's mansion and was as powerless as a quail. After the banquet, Li Wangyu was already drunk until he was dizzy and unconscious. He was carried back to Dingzhou village by Niu Wu. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up in bed with a splitting headache. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. Old Qing. This one and you cannot live under the same sky. Li Wangyu hated that he couldn't rush to Duke Lu's mansion to take revenge. But considering the difference in strength between the two sides, he could only endure. Qing Chumo and the other two brothers changed sides and helped the tyrant, which made Li Wangyu even more distressed. He really couldn't have such brothers. A classic example of biting the hand that feeds you. After the trip to Duke Lu's mansion, Li Wangyu deeply realized that giving gifts in the Tang Dynasty was risky, so he should cherish it. Chapter 391. Li Wangyu rested in his mansion for a few days after being forced to drink by that old man Qing Yaojin, and only then did he regain his senses. In Li Wangyu's mind, Duke Lu's residence was no different from a terrifying existence like Sanluo Temple. If he went to Chang'an again, Duke Lu's residence would be a forbidden area that could not be approached. On this day, he sat in his flowing water room, listening to the sparse sound of running water, drinking fragrant tea, and listening to Aphrodite plucking the zither strings next to him. Idling away in a daze, he felt that this was life. Recently, Li Wangyu felt that he had been too busy, completely going against his desire to be a carefree landlord. He had to reflect. Unknowingly, he had found himself a pile of things to do, and none of them could be delayed. The most important thing now was to supervise his own manor. The progress of the construction of the manor on the hillside facing the sun had sped up a lot. The main building had been completed, and the interior construction had begun. In about a month's time, it would be ready to move in. The decorations of the Tang Dynasty were all in their original state, and there was absolutely no formaldehyde. Therefore, once the manor was completed, Li Wangyu could immediately move in. The construction of the new houses for the villagers, funded by Li Wangyu, was progressing even faster. Many of the 127 houses and courtyards had already been completed. Li Wangyu originally wanted to let the villagers start moving, but the old village chief did not agree no matter what. In his words, how could the villagers move to a new house while the main family was still living in the old house? If the villagers of Dingzhou village did this, they would probably be criticized behind their backs by the surrounding villages. The old village chief insisted that they must wait until Li Wangyu moved into the new house before they were willing to move. The villagers also had the same attitude. No one was willing to move before Li Wangyu. In the face of the stubborn old village chief, Li Wangyu could only shake his head and let them be. However, under the suggestion of the old village chief, a new high and sturdy wall and gate was built around the new village, which was connected to Li Wangyu's manor. In this way, in order to enter Li Wangyu's manor, one had to pass through the gate of the new Zhou village and the village. Li Wangyu naturally understood the old villager's thoughts and did not refuse his kindness. This was treating Dingzhou village as the outer defensive perimeter of Li Wangyu's mansion. If there were any thieves who wanted to harm him, they would have to pass through Dingzhou village first. Li Wangyu was very concerned about the safety of his residents. Not only did he request the Ministry of Works to build a sturdy and tall courtyard wall for him, but he also requested for the Ministry of Works to build a sturdy and tall courtyard wall for him. He even invested his own money and hired many craftsmen to dig a circular ditch along the outer wall of the mansion. In the ditch, there was a stream that flowed from the mountain. After flowing through the ditch, it converged into an artificial lake that was dug out at the foot of the mountain. After that, it flowed through the new Dingzhou village and finally merged into the Gan River. In this way, not only did the manor have a moat, but the manor and Dingzhou village's water supply were also guaranteed. Li Wangyu did not hesitate to spend copper coins to have the craftsmen lay down cement and insert large pieces of smooth pebbles into the ditch. These ditches were made exceptionally beautiful, and the stream that flowed through them was so clear that one could see the bottom. Passing through the ditches in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu also had carpenter Lu build many water wheels and place them in the ditches. They continuously raised the stream water in the ditches and poured it into the bamboo pipes. These bamboo pipes were connected to 127 courtyards. Not only could it be used for daily use, but it could also be used like the currently family's old residence. The stream water was connected to the roof and created a rain house, making the house unusually cool in midsummer. Li Wangyu racked his brains when designing the new Dingzhou village in order to realize the peach blossom spring in his beautiful superior's heart and also for the villagers of Dingzhou village. Every household in the village had a sewage pipe that could directly flush the sewage into a huge methane pool. Not only were every household equipped with methane lamps, but even the roads in the village were equipped with methane lamps for illumination at night. These methane lamps that could burn without the need for oil were no different from the sci-fi movies that people of the Tang era watched. They were both difficult to understand existences. Li Wangyu even helped the village build 2 public bathrooms, which made the villagers feel that it was too extravagant. These villagers liked to take a stroll around the new village when they had nothing to do. Not to mention how happy the original villagers were, even Yo Wu and Yo Yang's wives and the dozen or so palace maids who were married to the soldiers of the old residence were so excited that they could not control themselves after seeing these residences. In their eyes, even the Taiji palace that they had lived in for more than a decade might not be as comfortable as these residences. This made these palace maids feel even more fortunate, and they became even more gentle and virtuous when serving their husbands. In addition to his own manor and the new Zhou village that Li Wangyu had to worry about, he also had to visit the polo field that was already under construction from time to time and discuss some matters with the officials of the Ministry of Works. As for the brewery in the call of the Qinling Mountains, it was now on the right track. Li Wangyu was too lazy to worry about it, and directly threw it to the internal servant sent by Pai Lupi to supervise. He only needed to look at the account books every month. In any case, the Pai Lupi was the one who took most of the money, and he could not afford to worry about it. Now, he first had to build the ice-making workshop in the village. It was simple to make ice, and it only needed a large amount of saltpeter. In order to keep it a secret, Li Wangyu had the villagers split up and run around Chang'an City and the surrounding counties to buy saltpeter from medicine shops of all sizes. Fortunately, saltpeter could be used repeatedly to make ice. If they bought enough saltpeter at one time, they would not have to worry about it in the future. The ice-making workshop used the same method as Li Wangyu used to make ice in the past. After filling the 2 containers with water, saltpeter would be placed in the large container. The saltpeter would react with water, absorb heat, and condense into ice. At the same time, the water in the small container would also be frozen. The ice cubes in the small container could be collected and placed in the excavated ice cellar to be transported to Chang'an City. The ice cubes in the large container that contained saltpeter would be sent to the furnace for distillation. After the water was evaporated, the saltpeter condensed and could be used to make ice again. The only thing that needed to be consumed was the firewood burning on the furnace. With the help of the villagers, the ice-making workshop was built in 2 days. After producing a large amount of ice cubes, the 4-wheeled carriage, which had been modified to have thermal insulation, could be continuously transported to Chang'an City. As for the matter of recruiting merchants in Chang'an City, Li Wangyu would not do it himself. As the founder of the Tang Dynasty's County, he would be laughed at if he personally went to talk business with the shopkeepers of those broodwater shops. Li Wangyu was smart. He found Fatty Cho Kun and asked him if he was willing to take over the business. Cho Kun naturally would not refuse. He did not care about how much money he could make. The key was to get closer to Li Wangyu. How could he refuse such a good thing? Therefore, the Cho family became the general distributor of the beverage vending machine in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu was also very generous and directly gave him 10% of the shares. After being busy for more than half a month, he finally settled all the miscellaneous matters. Li Wangyu then went back to hide in Dingzhou village and went back to his leisurely life as a small landlord waiting for death. But early in the morning, the Li family's old residence had a guest, which made Li Wangyu somewhat confused. Chapter 392. The visitor was none other than the old Taoist, Sun Simiao. The Taoist temple on the hillside facing the sun had been completed. The king of medicine, Sun Simiao, had moved out of the Qinling Mountains and became neighbors with Li Wangyu. Whether it was Li Wangyu or his beautiful boss, they all welcomed him with open arms. On the day of the completion of the temple, Li Wangyu naturally sent many gifts to congratulate him. Originally, the villagers of Dingzhou village did not think that the temple on the hillside facing the sun was special. They thought it was just a small temple. However, to the surprise of the old village chief and the villagers, when the temple was completed, not only did their own family send many gifts, but even many officials in Chang'an came to congratulate them. The Tang dynasty naturally had its own religious administration. During the reign of Zhengguan, religious affairs were managed by the Minister of Ceremonies of Honglu Temple. If Sun Simiao wanted to build a temple, he also needed to register with the Minister of Ceremonies. The old Taoist was too famous. Even Pai Lupi knew that he wanted to build a temple in Dingzhou village in Hu County, but he was also happy to see it happen. He asked Sun Simiao to be an official in Ru Dynasty, but it was a pity that he did not succeed. However, now that Sun Simiao, who usually lived in seclusion in the mountains, had settled down in Dingzhou village, it was naturally a good thing for Pai Lupi. On the day of the completion of the temple, even Pai Lupi sent servants to the palace to send all kinds of gifts to congratulate him. Therefore, as soon as Sun Simiao's temple was completed, the incense burned brightly. Not only did the villagers of Dingzhou village burn incense, but the people of the surrounding villages also came to burn incense. Even people from the county town of Hu County came to burn incense. Sun Simiao did not care about the incense burning in the temple. He left the temple to his disciples to take care of. The old Taoist did not receive any guests. He only immersed himself in his study of medicine. Sun Simiao named the temple Xian Microscopic Temple. The origin of the name was the microscope that Li Wangyu casually mentioned to him that day. The old Taoist still remembered it. After the completion of the temple, Sun Simiao brought his disciple Lu Shenwei to the door. Hexianzi, the Xianwei microcosm has been completed. This humble Taoist intends to begin researching the bacteria and penicillin that you spoke of back then. Please tell this humble Daoist everything you know and teach this humble Daoist in detail. This humble Daoist will be eternally grateful. Li Wangyu had a bitter expression on his face. He felt that he had used too much force to fool Sun Simiao. He wasn't a pharmaceutical major. The so-called method of making penicillin was just something he learned from TV dramas. He wasn't sure if he could really produce penicillin using that method. However, now that Sun Simiao's Daoist temple had been repaired, he wanted to tell the old Daoist that he was just casually saying that. If he angered the old Daoist, he was afraid that he would have a hard time in the future. Li Wangyu had no other choice. He could only brace himself and repeat the method he learned from the TV series again. On the other hand, Lu Xinwei, who was at the side, was completely focused. He used his pen to continuously record down Li Wangyu's words, fearing that he would miss a single word. Hu Xianzi, what kind of water is distilled water? This time, the old Daoist priest listened very carefully and interrupted. It's when water is boiled and the water vapor condenses back into water. What you get is distilled water. What's the use of it? It's purer. Li Wangyu was almost at a loss for words. How could he know what advantages distilled water had? Fortunately, Sun Simiao didn't continue asking. Instead, he reached into his lapel and took out a brocade pouch. While Li Wangyu was still puzzled, he saw the old Daoist priest open the brocade pouch and pour out the contents on the table. These sparkling and translucent objects that reflected light almost blinded Li Wangyu's eyes. Crystals. Natural crystals. Moreover, they were all colorless and transparent natural crystals. The quality was quite high, and they were all as transparent as water. Li Wangyu rarely saw such high-quality crystals in the east and west cities. It seemed that Sun Simiao had spent a lot of effort to collect these colorless crystals. Hu Xianzi, that day you said that you needed crystals to make a microscope. A few days ago, this humble Daoist collected these colorless crystals through the Dao sect. Do you think you can help this humble Daoist make a microscope? Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu very seriously with a face full of anticipation. Li Wangyu directly went into Sparta. What was going on? Did he really say that day about a microscope? Well, even if he said that, it didn't mean that he could make it. As for a microscope, he had only used it in biology experiments when he was in school. The only thing he knew was that the convex lenses were combined and magnified to form an image. However, he didn't know the specific structure of a microscope. Not to mention that he didn't understand, even most people in the future only knew the general principle of a microscope. If you asked them to draw a structural diagram, most people probably wouldn't be able to draw it. Li Wangyu really wanted to ask the old Daoist priest, "Can I make a magnifying glass for you to make do with?" He now deeply understood what it meant to lift a rock and smash it on his own feet. Originally, he just wanted to trick the medicine king Sun Simiao into staying in Dingzhou village so that he and his beautiful boss would have a reliable medical insurance. However, now that he had bragged too much, he really didn't know how to answer the medicine king Sun Simiao's expectant gaze. Li Wangyu opened his mouth and wanted to say that he didn't know how to, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he swallowed them back. He patted his chest and promised, "Old immortal, don't worry. I will do my best to help you make a microscope." With Li Wangyu's promise, Sun Simiao was full of joy and smiled while twirling his beard. Immeasurable deity, since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Hu Xianzi. This humble Daoist will now stay in the Xianwei temple to study the penicillin that Hu Xianzi mentioned. Hu Xianzi can come to the Xianwei temple to find this humble Daoist at any time. Yes, yes. Old immortal, don't worry. After sending Sun Simiao and Lu Xinwei away, Li Wangyu sat down on the floor. It was a premature death, and the words had been said. How was the microscope going to be made? Looking at the few pieces of crystal left by Sun Simiao on the table, Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. Just polishing the crystal into a lens was a big trouble. It was doubtful that he could find a craftsman in Chang, and who knew how to polish crystal. Li Wangyu now knew the consequences of bragging, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stare blankly at the crystals on the table. When the beautiful boss came back from Chang and saw him frowning, she curiously asked what had happened. After Li Wangyu told her about Sun Simiao's visit and his request to make a microscope, the beautiful boss couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Hey, Changqing, what are you laughing at? Is it very funny? Hurry up and help me think of a way. If you can't make the microscope later, Sun Simiao will be angry and run away. The beautiful boss laughed even more happily. Wangyu, don't tell me you didn't take science classes when you were in school. I remember that there was a science class in elementary school where we were asked to make a simple microscope. It was very simple. As long as there was a convex lens, it could be made. You mean, you know how to make a microscope? Li Wangyu got up from the floor and grabbed the beautiful boss's soft hand. The beautiful boss nodded proudly. Yes, I know, but... Chapter 393. But what? Seeing the beautiful boss keeping him in suspense, Li Wangyu hurriedly asked. But you have to help me make something in exchange. The beautiful boss playfully winked at Li Wangyu. Make what? Soap. Speaking of this, the beautiful boss couldn't help but be a little annoyed. That soap pod soup is too difficult to use. I have endured it for a long time. If you hadn't made the perfume, I wouldn't have thought of it. You should know how to make soap, right? Li Wangyu nodded foolishly. He knew how to make soap, so soap should be about the same, right? Add some petal perfume to the soap, and you can make soap. He had never thought of making soap. He was used to using the soap pod soup. Now hearing the beautiful boss's reminder, Li Wangyu suddenly woke up. He was also a pig's brain at that time. If he had known that he could make soap, he wouldn't have drawn erotic sketches to sell. However, he just thought about it. When he and the beautiful boss arrived at Dingzhou village, there was no distilled alcohol, and alcohol was also one of the necessary materials to make soap. Su Changqing saw Li Wangyu nodding and took a long breath. Then it's settled. I'll draw the diagram of the microscope for you. You go to Chang and City and find a craftsman to polish the crystal into a lens. Ah. Didn't you help me make it? How can I have the time? Besides, I only remember the general structure. You can experiment slowly whether it works or not. After she finished speaking, she walked briskly to the backyard while humming a song, leaving Li Wangyu alone in the wind. Was he fooled again? Forget it. Since the beautiful boss had a demand, he naturally had to do his best. The microscope that the old Taoist Sun Simiao wanted was put aside first. It was more important to make soap for the beautiful boss. This soap, like perfume, could be used as a gift. It was excellent. As for making soap a profitable industry, it was not necessary at all. It was not that it would not be popular, but like perfume, the output could not be increased at all. Perfume was limited by the difficulty of collecting petals, but soap was limited by the difficulty of lard. Although pigs were raised in the Tang Dynasty, they were not slaughtered in large quantities like later generations. It was also impossible for Li Wangyu to buy a large number of pigs to slaughter just to make soap. The most important thing was that the pigs of the Tang Dynasty were not as fat as the pigs of the later generations. Naturally, they had less fat. Since ancient times, the various breeds of pigs in Huaxia didn't produce much meat. It was not until the Republic of China that large white pigs were introduced from the United States and crossbred with local pigs that the breed of pigs was improved. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu wanted to get a large amount of lard in the Tang Dynasty to make soap, it was unrealistic. But if it was just for his own use, it wouldn't be troublesome. Li Wangyu could do it now. He first learned this skill from his grandfather. Many old people in the countryside knew how to make soap with pig pancreas. Pig pancreas was the pancreas of a pig. After adding alkali water and other materials, it was processed into soap. However, although the soap made from pig pancreas was good, it didn't look good. Many girls couldn't accept it. When Li Wangyu was in university, he also learned how to be romantic and made handmade soap for his junior in order to pick up girls. The soap was made, but the junior didn't want it. Instead, she accepted the boy who gave her beautiful jewelry. Now that he thought about it, it was really a sad story. At that time, it didn't matter if the junior didn't want it. Now that his beautiful boss ordered it, Li Wangyu naturally started work immediately. He asked Li Heng to prepare the lard and alkali for him. Then, he ran to Carpenter Lu's house and asked him to carve a few molds for him. The molds were not complicated. Just use wood to carve out the shape of the soap and carve some simple patterns. This was a piece of cake for Carpenter Lu. In less than an hour, he carved the molds that Li Wangyu needed. Everything was ready. He returned to his residence and started making soap. Making soap was actually very simple. He just needed to heat the lard, alkali, and alcohol in a certain ratio in a jar and then continuously stir. He kept stirring until the lard couldn't be seen. Then, he added salt and continued stirring. Finally, he took out the solidified substance floating on top of the jar and rinsed it clean. That was the soap. He added vegetable dyes and petal perfume to the soap to create a fragrant soap. Then, he pressed it into a mold and extruded it into shape. It was no different from the soap sold in supermarkets in the future. Li Wangyu called Niu Wu and Niu Yong to the kitchen to help him. The three men were so busy that they were covered in sweat. Finally, they managed to make a pile of soap. He asked the Niu brothers to help him wrap the soap with oil paper. Then, they were done. Lang Jun, what are you making? What about food? Let me try it. Niu Wu picked up a piece of soap and weighed it in his hand. He was about to put it into his mouth to chew. Niu Wu couldn't be blamed. Anyone who saw that these things were made with lard would think that Li Wangyu was making some food. Stop! Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped this fool. He stretched out his hand and took the soap back. Eat what? This is soap. It's used for bathing. It's the same as the soap. Lang Jun, why did you spend so much effort to make it? Isn't there soap in the residence? Niu Wu asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu was so angry that he couldn't be bothered to explain to them. He directly threw 2 pieces of soap to the 2 brothers. I'm too lazy to explain to you 2 idiots. Take these 2 pieces of soap back to your wives and you'll understand. After saying this, Li Wangyu swept up the rest of the soap and went to the backyard to find his beautiful superior to take credit for it. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were confused. They felt that their Lang Jun had made this soap for no reason. It was completely unnecessary. Since it had the same use as the soap, why did he have to spend so much effort to make it? The 2 of them were too lazy to think about this problem. They simply took a piece of soap each and went back to their rooms. Husband, you're back. Hey, what are you holding in your hand? It's quite beautiful. Niu Yong's wife, Su Qiao, saw Niu Yong enter the room. She quickly put down the clothes in her hands and went forward to serve her husband. Seeing the soap in Niu Yong's hand, she couldn't help but ask. The soap that Li Wangyu made was emerald green because of the addition of vegetable dyes. It also had a pattern that was extruded from a mold. It looked quite good. Oh, this is the soap that we made for you. Lang Jun said that it's the same as the soap. It's used for bathing. Wife, you can try it. Niu Yong explained. Seeing that his wife was interested, he quickly passed the soap to her. Su Qiao curiously reached out to take the soap. She found that it was very fragrant. A fresh fragrance came to her nose. It smells so good. This soap smells so good. Take it if you like it. It's getting late. Go take a bath and rest. Okay, I know. I'll go to the bathroom to bathe and change. Su Qiao finished speaking. She took a towel and undergarments. Then, she picked up the soap and walked to the bathroom. Chapter 394. Ever since the Niu brothers got married, for the convenience of the two new daughters-in-law living in the Li residence, Li Wangyu specially found craftsmen to renovate the two rooms in the front courtyard. In the room where Niu Yong and Niu Wu lived, Li Wangyu had asked the craftsmen to build a bathroom and toilet in the room. This was to prevent the two new daughters-in-law from having to share the bathroom and toilet in the front yard with others. That would be awkward. In fact, Li Wangyu was thinking too much. To the Tangs, having a bathroom and a clean toilet every day was too extravagant and unimaginable. Needless to say, there was no ceramic toilet in the Tang dynasty that could flush automatically. Even Pai Lupi and a group of state dukes were envious after using the toilet in Lai Hot. If it weren't for the fact that the flushing toilet needed to be renovated, Pai Lupi and the state dukes would have asked Li Wangyu to renovate their palaces and mansions. As for having a bathroom in the room and having hot water to take a bath at any time, the Tangs thought that it was a life of immortals. The two daughters-in-law of the Niu brothers who had just entered Lai Hot had made a lot of jokes because of the toilet and bathroom in their mansions. To be able to take a bath with hot water every day, even saints and Empress Zhangsun didn't have such a luxurious life. The Tangs rarely took a bath, not because they didn't like it, but because they were limited by their conditions. After all, it was troublesome to use firewood to boil water to take a bath, even in a rich family. The term rest referred to rest and bathing. Even the imperial court officials had a rest every 10 days, which showed how extravagant it was to take a bath every day. Not only in the Tang dynasty, but even in the Republic of China, taking a bath in the countryside was troublesome. Jiangnan farmers even had a bathing custom, which was said to have been passed down from the spring and autumn period. It was called pot bathing. It was to set up a big pot on the stove to boil water and take a bath in the iron pot. Usually, when a family in the village wanted to boil a pot bath, they would inform the whole village, and each family would bring their own firewood to boil water to take a bath. It was not easy to take a bath according to one's status, gender, old and young. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, being able to bathe every day was a luxury in the eyes of Su Qiao and the others, but they liked it very much. Being able to take a comfortable hot bath every day made Su Qiao feel that she had made the best choice in her life when she took the initiative to ask to marry her Lang Jun. She admired Li Wangyu even more than before. In the bathroom, Su Qiao picked up the soap made by her husband and Lang Jun. She looked at it for a long time, not knowing how to use it. However, since Lord Husband said that it had the same use as the black locust soup, then it should be smeared on the body, right? Su Qiao carefully took the soap and smeared it on her delicate skin. She was surprised to find that when she rubbed the soap, white foam appeared. Not only was it smooth, but it was also fragrant. The foam could also wash away the dirt on the body. Su Qiao had been in the palace for more than 10 years. In fact, she had used many of the good things in the palace and had seen the world. However, such a miraculous soap left her in awe. It couldn't be any more miraculous. After bathing, Su Qiao carefully put away the soap and put it away as if it was a treasure. She didn't plan to let anyone else use this soap. As for her husband, well, stinky man, it's better to use the soap. Hee hee. Su Qiao came out of the bathroom with a fragrant wind. It stimulated Niu Yong's eyes and he stared at his wife. Husband, what are you looking at? Su Qiao was a little embarrassed by his stare. She blushed and gently pushed him. I'm looking at my wife. Hee hee. Wife, why do you smell so good today? What's this smell? You're so annoying. I just used the soap that my husband brought back to bathe. There's this fragrance on my body. It smells so good. Wife, come, let me smell it again. Ah, my husband. In the room, the lights went out and the torturous noise sounded again. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know that the soap he made to please his beautiful boss was used by the two bastards, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, as a catalyst for the pleasure of the boudoir. He also didn't know that the perfume and toilet water he sent a few days ago had now made a big wave in Chang'an City. In the Fang mansion of Chang'an City, Fang Xianling, who was almost 50 years old, returned to the backyard of the mansion and saw his wife coming out of the bedroom. Seeing his wife's expression, Comrade Old Fang's heart couldn't help but sink. Fang Xianling and Madame Fang had a good relationship and now had 3 sons. Because the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, Fang Xianling married late. Although he was almost 50 years old, San Lang had just been born and was still in his infancy. Fang Xianling, who was 49 years old, was old enough to call himself an old man in the Tang dynasty. Although he and his wife had a good relationship, they had long lost the passion they had when they were young. For Comrade Old Fang, making love with his wife was a task that he was a little tired of dealing with. Seeing his wife like this today, how could Comrade Old Fang not understand what his wife was thinking? He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Madam, I'm not feeling well today, why don't? Before he finished speaking, he unexpectedly smelled the fragrance on his wife's body. It was very pleasant. Old Fang couldn't help but gulp and look at his wife again. Madam, what's this smell on your body? Why does it smell so good? Madame Fang covered her mouth and chuckled. Erlang gave it to me. He said that the county magistrate made it and it's called perfume. The fragrance on his wife's body constantly stimulated Comrade Old Fang's sense of smell. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his wife's jade-like skin was overflowing with fragrance. It was very seductive, like a delicate blooming flower. Madam, it's getting late. Why don't we go to the room and rest? Comrade Old Fang took the initiative to take his wife and walked towards the bedroom. Husband, that night, the red curtains fluttered and the scene was enchanting. 10 months later, the will of the 4th master of the Fang estate was finally revealed. Li Wangyu's perfume had played an important role in this. In Chang'an City, Li Wangyu only gave toilet water and perfume to the rich. But in noticed Chang'an City, how could there be any secrets? As the rich's old wives lit up the fragrant perfume and went everywhere to attend the noble ladies' gatherings, the perfume made by Huxianzi became a delicious cake in the eyes of these noble ladies. Even Empress Zhangsun, who was in the imperial palace, couldn't help but send an eunuch to Dingzhou village to pass a message and summon Li Wangyu to Li Main Hall after hearing about the perfume. This nephew greets aunt. Aunt is in good health. This nephew hasn't seen aunt for a long time and misses you. Humph, I don't think so, right? Does Huxianzi really miss me? Empress Shangxuan's tone was unfriendly. Even the way she addressed him changed from Zio to Huxianzi, which made Li Wangyu startled. His mind turned like lightning as he thought about how he had offended the empress of the Tang dynasty. However, after thinking for a long time, he felt that he hadn't done anything recently, so why was Empress Zhangsun so dissatisfied? This nephew is wrongly accused. This nephew doesn't know what aunt is referring to. Li Wangyu carefully asked. This empress is asking you, why did you give perfume to others and not to me? Empress Shangxuan's words made Li Wangyu feel as if he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Damn, it was actually the perfume that caused the trouble. Chapter 395. Faced with Empress Shangxuan's censure, Li Wangyu reacted rather quickly. His eyes spun as he hurriedly defended himself. Aunt, you really have wronged me. It's not that I don't want to give you this perfume. It's just that you can't use it now, so how could I dare to give it to you? Oh. Why is that? Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but frown in confusion. Auntie, you're pregnant now. It's fine to use this perfume normally, but it's not appropriate to use it when you are pregnant. I'm thinking of Uncle's third prince. How could I dare to give this perfume to you? Li Wangyou's sincere words left Empress Xiangsun speechless. If it wasn't appropriate for pregnant women to use it, then he naturally couldn't be blamed. In reality, Li Wangyou's words were purely to fool Empress Xiangsun. If it was a perfume from the future, pregnant women naturally couldn't use it. Because most perfume contained musk, and musk could cause pregnant women to miscarry, it was naturally not appropriate to use it. However, the petal perfume he made was only made from alcohol and didn't contain any chemicals. If pregnant women wanted to use it, it wouldn't be much of a problem. This fellow had purely forgotten to send toilet water and perfume to the palace. Hearing that she couldn't use the perfume, Empress Xiangsun couldn't help but feel regret. Even though she was the empress above everyone else, she was still a woman. Perfume naturally had enough allure for her. Fortunately, Li Wangyou still had a way to make up for his mistake. He hurriedly took out an item from his sleeve and presented it with both hands, asking a palace maid to present it to Empress Xiangsun. "Aunt, this is soap that I personally made for you. It can be used for bathing and is several times better than soap soup. After bathing, your body will have a natural fragrance. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity." Li Wangyou was very shameless. Without blushing or skipping a beat, he said that the soap was specially made for Empress Xiangsun. Now, his skin was getting thicker and thicker, and this kind of nonsense came out of his mouth. Even the soap that he took out was a sample that he had on him. He had originally planned to go to the eastern and western cities after leaving the palace and find a shop that specialized in making boxes. He wanted to buy some boxes to store soap so that he could use them as gifts. How could Empress Xiangsun know about these twists and turns? She really thought that Li Wangyou was thinking about her. She hurriedly had a palace maid present the soap. The emerald green soap, together with the pattern printed by the mold, looked very pleasing. "Zio, thank you for your thoughtfulness. This consort really likes this soap." Empress Xiangsun smelled the light and elegant fragrance of the soap and was very satisfied. Her face that was as cold as ice immediately became as warm as spring flowers blooming. The speed at which Empress Xiangsun changed her face made Li Wangyou almost want to ask her if this was the unique skill of face changing in Sichuan opera. She was Fuxian Zi when she didn't give him perfume, and Zio when she gave him soap. What happened to being the mother of the world? What happened to being gentle, kind, and virtuous? Li Wangyou secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn, this woman is too crazy. Even Empress Xiangsun could change her face like this for a bottle of perfume. Her image was really collapsing. However, he also knew that Empress Xiangsun's behavior was that she didn't treat him as an outsider, but as a nephew. Otherwise, who would have heard of Empress Xiangsun asking for things from a subject? How could Empress Xiangsun, who could write Principles for Women and leave behind a great reputation as an empress in history, be the kind of woman who loved vanity? Empress Xiangsun's behavior just now was actually to tease Li Wangyou. She had the chamberlain summon Li Wangyou into the palace not just to ask for perfume, although that was also one of her goals. "Zio, you are now 16 years old, and that Taiyuan Wang clan has broken off the engagement with you. Do you have any thoughts about your marriage? Do you have a young lady that you like? Although your family's adults have all passed away, your aunt will make the decision for you." Empress Xiangsun suddenly changed the topic and talked about Li Wangyou's marriage, which made him very surprised. Why did she talk about his marriage out of the blue? What young lady could he fancy? Of course it was his beautiful female boss. Not to mention that Su Chongqing was the goddess in his heart. Even if she wasn't, was there any other woman in the Tang Dynasty who could be his soulmate? Apart from his beautiful female boss, he wouldn't consider his wife for anyone else. Of course, if his beautiful female boss didn't object, he wouldn't mind accepting Aphrodite as a concubine. Ahem, aunt, my family's adults have only passed away a year ago, and I still need 2 more years to recover, so this matter isn't urgent. Your nephew is still young and isn't in a hurry to get engaged. Li Wangyu casually said. He was well aware that his beautiful female boss was already 24 years old, while his current body was only 16 years old. The age difference between the two was too great, not to mention that his beautiful female boss's current status was unclear. If he directly told Empress Xiangsun that he wouldn't marry anyone other than his beautiful female boss, he was afraid that it would cause a storm. Since ancient times, marriage in China had been about matching in social status. In the eyes of others, he and his beautiful female boss naturally couldn't be said to be a match. Not to mention the age gap between the two of them, even their status was a huge gap. In particular, the higher Li Wangyu's noble rank, the more difficult it would be for him to marry his beautiful female boss. This matter would probably have to be slowly planned and plotted. Empress Xiangsun smiled. No matter, you can set the engagement first. Men and women should get married when they're of age. You can get married when your recovery period is over. Zio, do you know how many dukes and noble madams in Chang and City have asked me about you, intending to take you as their son-in-law? These words made Li Wangyu feel a little proud. Even I have such a day. Even the dukes are rushing to marry their daughters to me. Wahahaha, sure enough, the charm of a handsome guy is irresistible. How could he know that Empress Xiangsun actually brought up this matter because of his own sins, and the source was the perfume? These noble madams had many gatherings on weekdays. After Li Wangyu gave them the perfume, they naturally took it to show filial piety to their mothers. And the dukes and noble madams who received such divine objects naturally flaunted it at their gatherings, causing the other noble madams to burn with jealousy. They couldn't wait to snatch the bottles of perfume from the hands of the dukes and noble madams. And Li Wangyu, the son of Huxian, became the topic of discussion at the noble madams' gatherings. Many of the noble madams even mocked the Taiyuan Wang clan for having eyes but failing to see. They actually took the initiative to break off the engagement with such a good son-in-law. Their brains had been kicked by a donkey. After mocking the Taiyuan Wang clan, the noble madams suddenly realized that this son of Huxian was 16 years old and unmarried. This son of Huxian was a good son-in-law. He was young, rich, and talented. At the age of 16, he was conferred the title of the founding son of a country by the saint, and his future was bright. Even better, this founding son's parents were both dead. Their daughters wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by their mother-in-law if they married into his family. And if this son of Huxian became their son-in-law, would they have to worry about not having enough perfume? Filial piety couldn't be lacking from the mother-in-law, right? And so, because of a bottle of perfume, Li Wangyu inadvertently became the rich son-in-law, in the eyes of the noble madams. Chapter 396. Li Wangyu no longer had any elders in his household. He had been expelled from the Li clan by Huxian, and everyone knew that the family tree had been changed. Those noble women who wanted to marry their daughters found Empress Xiangsun and, in a roundabout way, brought up the matter of marriage with Huxian. This reminded Empress Xiangsun that her nephew was still unmarried, and there was no marriage contract on his body. Since ancient times, Huaxia had placed more importance on carrying on the family line than the heavens. As the saying went, there were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. In the eyes of the Tangs, marriage was a matter of the highest importance. As Li Wangyu's elder, Empress Xiangsun naturally felt that she needed to arrange a good marriage for the Qilin son of the Li family for Li Wangyu's deceased parents. She had the chamberlain summon Li Wangyu into the palace to ask him about his thoughts. If Li Wangyu was interested in a young lady from a duke's residence, then she was naturally willing to propose marriage for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu quickly shook his head and refused Empress Xiangsun's advice. "And, I am still young and do not want to consider marriage for the time being." "Why is that?" "You are already 16, how can you still be considered young?" "Your parents are not here, so your uncle and I naturally have to decide on your marriage for you. Zio, are you too thin-skinned? Embarrassed? Rest assured, I will definitely choose a good match for you. And, I really don't want to get married. How about we talk about it 2 years later? No. I will discuss this matter with His Majesty. Zio, you don't need to worry about it. I will not harm you and will naturally arrange a good marriage for you. And, I really don't want to get married right now. Before Li Wangyu could finish speaking, Empress Zhongsun interrupted him. Enough, there is no need to talk about this matter. I have my own plans. F*ck, he didn't even have the right to speak about his own marriage. This damned feudal dynasty, was there still any law? Li Wangyu almost forgot that Empress Zhongsun was the law of the Tang dynasty, seeing that Empress Zhongsun actually had the hobby of being a matchmaker and insisted on setting a marriage contract for him. The cold sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead was about to fall again. Back then, he had finally broken off his engagement with the Taiyuan Wang clan. He did not want to suffer like this again. That day, in order to break off the engagement, he was even expelled by the Li clan of Hu County. Although it was a good thing for him to be expelled by the Li clan, he absolutely did not want to experience this kind of thing a second time. What's more, he wouldn't marry anyone other than a beautiful woman. How could he agree? But he couldn't forcefully refuse Empress Zhongsun, which put him in a difficult position. Li Wangyu's mind spun at the speed of light. He suddenly thought of a poem that seemed to be able to fool Empress Zhongsun and dispel her thoughts of matchmaking him. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu stood up and put his hands behind his back. He looked up at the ceiling of Li Main Hall at a 45-degree angle with a solemn and stirring expression. Empress Zhongsun was bewildered by his actions. What was he trying to do with this posture? Li Wangyu put on a good pose, brewed up his mood, and recited in a clear voice, bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain rests. This poem of Yufei's Rivers Run Red was naturally popular in the future. The poem was filled with lofty aspirations and great momentum. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but be surprised that Li Wangyu suddenly began to recite a poem. Why was this guy reciting a poem when they were talking about a marriage contract? Empress Zhongsun could naturally tell that Li Wangyu's poem was a rare masterpiece. It was a good poem, but what was the meaning of this guy reciting it at this time? Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but want to interrupt him to pull the topic back and continue to talk about Li Wangyu's engagement. But without waiting for Empress Zhongsun to speak, Li Wangyu opened his mouth again and continued his performance. 16 achievements are dust and soil, 8,000 li of cloud and moon. Don't be idle, your young years are white, empty and sorrowful. Li Wangyu almost didn't recite that 30 achievements are dust and soil line in Yufei's original poem. Otherwise, it really would be hard to explain. He was only 16 years old. If he recited 30 achievements are dust and soil, how would he explain? The next line, Jinkang's shame has not been wiped away. When will the official's hatred be extinguished? Li Wangyu was quick-witted and changed it to, Wei River's shame has not been wiped away. After all, the change of Jinkang was a matter of 500 years later. It was impossible not to change it. However, his change moved Empress Zhongsun. Although she was a woman, she felt the same way about the Wei River Alliance and felt the same way. Although the Wei River Alliance gave the Tang Dynasty a chance to breathe, to be forced to sign the alliance at their doorstep was a disgrace, whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials in the court. When Li Wangyu was reciting the poem, he was also secretly looking at Empress Zhongsun's reaction. Seeing her serious face, he knew that he should be able to smoothly get away and not let Empress Zhongsun continue to pester him about the engagement. Li Wangyu continued to recite, riding a long carriage, trampling the Helan Mountains. Aspiring to eat barbarians' meat, laughing and drinking Xiongnu's blood. Waiting to clean up the old mountains and rivers from scratch, facing the heavens. After the Rivers Run Red was recited, Li Main Hall was silent. Empress Xiangsan did not know what to say. As for the palace maids and servants, their faces were filled with emotions as they looked at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu looked at Empress Xiangsan seriously and bowed. He suddenly raised his voice, "Your Highness, the Turks have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family?" This was a famous line by Hu Zubing, "The Xiongnu have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family?" However, Li Wangyu directly changed it to Turks, which was quite appropriate. As soon as he said, "The Turks have not been exterminated, how can we establish our home?" someone outside the hall applauded. "Good. What a good, the Turks have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family? Zio, if the men of our Tang dynasty were all like you, why would we worry about the Turks being treated unfairly?" The one who spoke was Li Er. After he had left court, he had heard the eunuch report that Empress Xiangsan had summoned Hu Xianzi for an audience. He knew that it was his wife who had said that she was going to talk about marriage for Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi had nothing to do, so he wanted to join in the fun. He wanted to discuss with Empress Xiangsan to see which duke's wife was suitable for Li Wangyu. When he arrived at Li Main Hall, without waiting for the eunuch to announce his arrival, he heard Li Wangyu reciting poetry in the hall. Pai Lupi quickly stopped the servant from speaking while he stood outside the hall to eavesdrop. When he heard Li Wangyu say, "The shame of the Wei River has not been washed away," Pai Lupi could not help but clench his fists and frown. After Li Wangyu finished reciting "Rivers Run Red," Pai Lupi was stunned. He was so shocked by the solemn and stirring of the poem that goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was speechless for a long time. It was only when Li Wangyu said, "The Turks have not been destroyed, how to build a family," that Pai Lupi could no longer hold back and repeatedly clapped and cheered. Only then did everyone in the hall notice. Seeing that Pai Lupi had arrived, Li Wangyu quickly bowed. "Nephew greets uncle. Zio, copy down the short sentences you recited just now. I want to hang it in the legislative hall and study it every day." Pai Lupi laughed heartily and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He was very pleased. He then turned to Empress Xiangsan. "Guanyin maid, this brat has already said these words. Don't force him anymore. Let's talk about the marriage later." Since Pai Lupi had already said this, Empress Xiangsan could only nod helplessly. Chapter 397. Li Wangyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his performance had finally used the feelings of family and country to fool Empress Xiangsan. As long as she didn't force him to get married, however, Li Wangyu began to worry in his heart again. His marriage was always a hidden danger. Even if it didn't explode now, what excuse could he use to fool Empress Xiangsan in 2 years? In history, in the 4th year of Zhenguan, the Tang dynasty had conquered the Turks, and Pai Lupi was respectfully called Heaven Khan by the chiefs of various tribes in the northwest. At that time, could he still talk nonsense about "the shame of the Wei River has not been washed away"? Moreover, he still had to give an explanation to his beautiful boss. He couldn't keep delaying it like this. Li Wangyu was also well aware that this was the reason why his beautiful boss was neither close nor distant to him. The two of them had never had an intimate relationship. Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsan would certainly not agree to him marrying his beautiful boss. Now, both Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were very clear about this point. It was just that Li Wangyu had been pretending not to see before, thinking that this matter was still very far away. Until today, when Empress Xiangsan mentioned marriage, he finally had a glimmer of understanding. It turned out that he had been pretending to be an ostrich, burying his head in the sand. He thought that there would always be a solution to the matter between him and his beautiful boss, and they would cross the bridge naturally. But now it seemed that he was just deceiving himself. For a moment, Li Wangyu couldn't help but ask himself, if one day Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsan really forced him to marry another woman, what would he do? Would he compromise for the sake of glory and wealth, or give up everything and simply leave Chang and city, Dingzhou village, and elope with his beautiful boss? It seemed that the only answer was, As long as Li Wangyu thought about marrying another woman and causing his beautiful boss to leave him heartbroken, he faintly felt a tearing pain in his heart. Would he be willing to let go of Su Chongqing? No. Absolutely not. Since that was the case, what else did he have to worry about? In the worst-case scenario, he would be roaming the world with his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he was really a pig. It was such a simple matter, yet he was confused by it. He was really stupid to the extreme. What bullsh asterisk T founding county? What bullsh asterisk T noble title? Did he care for that? Having thought this through, Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud in the Li main hall. He couldn't wait to rush back to Dingzhou village and loudly tell his beautiful boss that he loved her. F***CK the founding county. If he had to make a choice, there was only one choice in his heart. Understanding this, the stone that had been pressing down on Li Wangyu's heart because of Empress Jiangxuan's words fell to the ground. He immediately felt like the clouds had been lifted and the sun had been seen. Li Wangyu grinned foolishly. After exchanging a few words with Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangxuan, he asked to leave the palace. Outside the Taiji Palace, Niu Wu was waiting for him. Seeing his Lang Jun grinning foolishly, he was also confused. Why did he suddenly become hysterical all of a sudden? How could Li Wangyu care about what Niu Wu thought at this time? Without saying much, he directly called Niu Wu back to the residence. The two galloped back to Dingzhou village. Seeing that his beautiful boss hadn't returned yet, Li Wangyu chased everyone in the residence, including Aphrodite and Perrin, out of the backyard. He made it clear that apart from his beautiful boss, no one else was allowed to enter the backyard without his orders. In response, Perrin pouted so hard that an oil bottle could be hung from her mouth. She looked at her Lang Jun with an aggrieved expression. But Li Wangyu didn't care about this little lass's thoughts at this time. After chasing everyone out of the backyard, he started to get busy. At sunset, his beautiful boss, who had been busy all day in Chang'an City, returned to the residence. To her surprise, she found Aphrodite and Perrin sitting in the central room in a daze. "Hey, you two, what are you doing? Where's Li Wangyu?" "Sister Chongqing, Lang Jun chased us all out. He said that you're the only one who can enter the backyard today. Even we aren't allowed to go in." Lang Jun must be doing something shameful in the backyard. "Big sister Chongqing, you should go and take care of him." Seeing her beautiful superior, Pei Lan immediately pouted and began to complain. Aphrodite only snickered at the side. She seemed to have noticed something, but didn't say anything. The beautiful boss was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with Li Wangyu today. Why did he chase Aphrodite and Perrin out of the backyard? She curiously walked to the backyard. "I'll go see what he's doing." Entering the backyard, the beautiful boss noticed that the methane lamps in the backyard weren't lit and the yard was a little dark. Then, she noticed that there was a long table in the backyard covered with a white tablecloth and a few lit candles. "This is..." Before the beautiful boss could react, music rang out in the backyard, accompanied by Li Wangyu's singing. Sitting back to back on the carpet, listening to music and talking about wishes. "The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old slowly with you." Li Wangyu played music on his phone and sang a love song. He gazed at his beautiful boss lovingly and slowly walked in front of her from the darkness. At this moment, Su Chongqing finally understood what he was doing. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand as tears vaguely flickered in her eyes. After singing a love song, Li Wangyu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him very seriously and said word by word, "I'm sorry, Chongqing. I've always been a fool. I've never told the person I love the most that I love her, and I've never promised her anything. Are you willing to forgive me for being a fool?" Su Chongqing was speechless at this point. She couldn't stop the tears in her eyes from flowing down. She bit her tender red lips and kept nodding her head. Changqing, from now on, I'll only love you and spoil you. I won't lie to you and I'll do everything I promise you. Every word I say to you is from the bottom of my heart. I won't bully you, scold you, and believe in you. If someone bullies you, I'll be the first to help you. If you're happy, I'll be happy with you. If you're unhappy, I'll make you happy. I'll always think that you're the most beautiful. I want to see you even in my dreams because you're the only one in my heart. After Li Wangyu finished his mushy words of love, the beautiful boss who was moved to tears just now couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She kept pounding her fist on Li Wangyu's chest. You're so annoying. If you have the ability, don't say movie lines. I don't believe it. Before she could finish her words, her red lips couldn't make a sound. Li Wangyu directly covered her red lips with his lips. The breath full of male hormones hit her in the face, making the beautiful boss suddenly widen her eyes and her body unconsciously stiffen. However, the beautiful boss didn't push Li Wangyu away. She just slowly wrapped her arms around Li Wangyu's neck. At this moment, the moon seemed to be blushing and retreating behind the clouds. And at the backyard's courtyard door, two heads sneakily popped out. Chapter 398. Li Wangyu hugged and kissed his beautiful superior. They were deeply in love. For a moment, the two of them were kissing passionately in the backyard, while Avro and Perrin, who were peeping at them from the side, were dumbfounded. Since ancient times, there had been very few kissing in China. The word kiss referred to the lips, and just like the word lips, it was a noun and not a verb. Not to mention, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were kissing in such a French manner that Avro and Perrin couldn't help blushing, but they didn't even blink as they stared fixedly at the two in the backyard. Unable to control himself, Li Wangyu reached out to lift his beautiful boss up by the waist and returned to the room to continue the indescribable act. But who would have thought that before he could lift his beautiful boss up, he would cry out in pain and almost fall to the ground. 3 exclamations of surprise rang out in the backyard. His beautiful boss hurriedly reached out to support Li Wangyu, while Aphrodite and Perrin, who were peeping from the door of the backyard, couldn't care less about hiding their whereabouts when they saw that their Langjun almost fell down. Their exclamations gave their beautiful boss a fright again. Su Changqing's face turned as red as a piece of cloth when the two of them were having an intimate moment with Li Wangyu in the backyard and were being watched by the 2 women at home. Fortunately, there were only a few candles on the candlesticks in the backyard, so Peilon and Aphrodite didn't notice the redness on her face. What are you two doing sneaking around? Hurry and help Wangyu into the room. He seems to have sprained his waist. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, really couldn't even straighten his back at this moment. He sprained his waist. In his excitement, he had wanted to princess carry his beautiful boss, but he had forgotten that his current body wasn't the original one from his previous life. Not only was he 16 years old, more importantly, he had never exercised his body and was unbelievably thin and weak. As for his beautiful superior, no matter how light her body was, she was still around 100 pounds. How could his thin and weak body carry her? In the end, Li Wangyu failed to do what he wanted to do, and unfortunately, he was lying on the bed groaning. Regarding this, no matter how thick-skinned Li Wangyu was, he felt his old face burning and was too ashamed to face anyone. The beautiful boss held back her laughter and quickly sent someone to the back of the mountain to show the microscopic world and invite the old Taoist priest, Sun Simiao. Hearing that Huxianzi had sprained his waist, Sun Simiao hurriedly brought his disciple Lu Shenwei to lie hot. After a round of diagnosis, he gave Li Wangyu an acupuncture treatment. He then took out the medicine he had concocted himself and had Lu Shenwei wrap it around his waist. All right. Hu Xianzi is fine. He just needs to rest for a few days. Sun Simiao gave his beautiful superior a few more instructions before leading Lu Shenwei back to the Taoist temple. Let's see if you can still be naughty. Now you're obedient. His beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu felt even more ashamed to face anyone. He didn't say anything and turned his head to face the wall to reflect on his past. He made up his mind that once his waist was healed, he would have to start exercising. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. The original owner of this body was simply a good-for-nothing who couldn't distinguish between physical activity and food. He was despised. When the rich playboys found out that Li Wangyu had sprained his waist, they all came to visit him with all kinds of medicine. However, Li Wangyu was tight-lipped about how he had sprained his waist. He wasn't prepared to say anything even if he was beaten to death. He couldn't tell anyone about this. It was too embarrassing. If this group of bastards knew the truth, he wouldn't need to mingle in Chang'an anymore. It would be better if he just took his beautiful superior and wandered the world. Fortunately, the old Taoist priest Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb. In just a few days, Li Wangyu's waist was mostly healed and he could move freely. After breaking through the layer of window paper with his beautiful superior, they were now in love with each other. From time to time, they would receive some benefits. However, if he wanted to do something indescribable with his beautiful superior, it would always lack some atmosphere. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. After his waist was healed, Li Wangyu prepared to go to the palace. He had already finished writing the Rivers Run Red that Li Er wanted. In the past few days, he had also planned to send the perfumes and floral water that had been produced in the manor into the palace to be presented to Li Er's imperial concubines. Little nephew greets uncle. This is the Rivers Run Red that little nephew wrote. Uncle, please give me some pointers. Not bad, Zio. Your thin body has improved a lot. I like this word very much. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and ordered the inner servant, come, hang this word, Hu Xianzi, in the legislative hall for me. Li Wangyu learned the thin gold body from Emperor Huizong of the Song Dynasty and was now famous in the Tang Dynasty. His calligraphy was loved by everyone. Now, in Chang'an, many people were learning this unique calligraphy. Even the professors in the Imperial College had begun to copy Li Wangyu's thin gold body for their students to practice. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, he was forced to pick up the brush again because there was no computer to type. After a few months, especially after copying the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, his calligraphy was indeed much better than before. Uncle, you flatter me. Little nephew's calligraphy is far inferior to uncle's flying white. Little nephew would like to ask uncle to give little nephew a few words so that little nephew can study them day and night at home. Li Wangyu shamelessly flattered Pai Lupi, which made Pai Lupi laugh with satisfaction. Haha, Sio, if you like my calligraphy, I'll give you a few. Li Wangyu hurriedly offered the perfume and toilet water he made. Now, he was a little regretful. Why did he show off this thing for no reason? If he had known, he would not have taken them out as gifts. After the perfume became popular in Chang'an, everyone who was familiar with Li Wangyu would ask about it in a roundabout way. It was very annoying. It was not easy to make perfume, and it was not like the air conditioning window, which could be given out freely. In Chang'an, there were so many nobles and officials. It was troublesome to decide who to give the perfume to. If he did not do it well, he might offend others. That would not be good. For example, Pai Lupi had so many concubines in his harem. The few bottles of perfume in his hands were just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Li Wangyu wisely offered all the perfume and toilet water he had to Pai Lupi. You have so many women. How should you distribute them? Go figure it out yourself. He did not want to get involved. Pai Lupi still did not know what kind of trouble these bottles of perfume would cause in his harem. He did not think much of it and had the eunuchs accept them. Seeing Pai Lupi accept the perfume, Li Wangyu also let out a sigh of relief. He chatted with Pai Lupi for a bit more and planned to leave the palace. Before he could speak, he saw an eunuch stumble in from outside the hall of government. He knelt on the ground and panted as he said, "Sir, everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly has an unbearable pain in his abdomen. Everyone, quickly go take a look. When Pai Lupi heard this, he jumped up and even knocked the brush and inkstone on the table in front of him to the ground. What did you say? What happened to Qingqian? Why does his abdomen hurt? Quickly call for a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I've already sent someone to the Shangyao Bureau to recruit a doctor into the palace. Her Highness the Empress has already gone to the Eastern Palace. The eunuch did not dare to raise his head as he replied with his head on the floor. Pai Lupi did not have time to pay attention to him and prepared to go to the Eastern Palace to see his son. Hearing that Li Wangyu was sick, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, "Uncle, I will also go see Qingqian." Pai Lupi nodded and turned his head to hurry to the Eastern Palace. Li Wangyu hurriedly jogged after him. Chapter 399. In the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace, it was a complete mess. Under the command of the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau, the eunuchs and palace maids were running around in a panic. When Pai Lupi led Li Wangyu and a group of eunuchs to the Xianda Hall, the pregnant Empress Zhongsun had already arrived. The group of eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. At this time, Pai Lupi was not in the mood to care about this. He impatiently waved his hand at the crowd and then looked at Empress Zhongsun. "Guanyin servant, how is Qingqian? Why does his stomach hurt all of a sudden?" Qingqian also does not know. Just now, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace came to report that Qingqian's stomach was in unbearable pain. Qingqian hurriedly sent people to summon the imperial physician and doctors of the Shangyao Bureau. Right now, they are still treating him. Empress Zhongsun also appeared very panicked. She had been 7 or 8 months pregnant and her body was not well. Now that she suddenly heard the news of her son's illness, her face paled and she appeared very haggard. Pai Lupi felt sorry for his wife. Seeing Empress Zhongsun like this, he hurriedly called for palace maids to help Empress Zhongsun sit down. "Guanyin servant, it is very inconvenient for you to be pregnant. Why don't you return to Li Main Hall to rest? With me here, you do not need to worry." "No, Qingqian will not leave. Qingqian's illness is unknown. How can Qingqian leave?" Empress Zhongsun naturally did not want to leave. Even though she had already given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, and was pregnant herself, Li Qingqian, the eldest son, was still her favorite. Seeing Empress Zhongsun say this, Pai Lupi could only compromise. All right, Guanyin servant, do not panic. Qingqian will be fine. Maybe he just ate something bad. It is not a big problem." Li Wangyu also comforted her. "Aunt, do not worry. Qingqian is blessed by the heavens. Also, I know a bit about physiognomy. Qingqian does not have the physiognomy of an unlucky life. Nothing will happen." He dared to say this because in history, Li Qingqian had lived well. Although Li Wangyu didn't live for long, only 26 years old, Li Qingqian was only 9 years old now. Li Wangyu naturally didn't think that his life was in any danger. There were many reasons for a child's abdominal pain, but Li Wangyu thought that it was probably the same as Pai Lupi's guess. It was probably just a stomachache. Recalling history, it seemed that Li Qingqian would fall seriously ill in a few years. It was recorded in the old book of Tang, Qingqian was first afflicted with foot problems, making travel difficult. At this time, Li Qingqian's 4 limbs were healthy and there was no problem with his legs. Li Wangyu looked at the historical analysis of the later generations and guessed that Li Qingqian might have fallen sick in the 7th year of Jingguan, causing his legs to be unable to move. In any case, Li Qingqian lived until Jingguan's 18th year before he died of depression in Guizhou. Now that it was the 2nd year of Kai Jingguan, Li Wangyu naturally dared to say such words. However, something that surprised Li Wangyu happened. The Shangyao Fingyu of the Shangyao Bureau had a bitter expression as he walked out of the hall and knelt down in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Reporting to Your Majesty, Your Highness, this subject has investigated the Crown Prince's illness. It is intestinal obstruction. This subject is incompetent. This illness is incurable. This Shangyao Fingyu's name was Gung Hong, and he was in his 50s. He was the highest official in the Shangyao Bureau, a lower 5th rank official. The Shangyao Fingyu was normally appointed by the imperial family to be in charge of the imperial family's medical treatment. Gung Hong was also a famous doctor in the Tang Dynasty. Although he couldn't compare to Sun Simiao, he was still quite famous. Hearing Gung Fingyu say that her son had intestinal obstruction, Empress Jiangxuan's face instantly lost all color, becoming as white as paper. Her body swayed a few times, and just as she was about to fall, Pai Lupi hurriedly reached out to support her. At this time, Pai Lupi's eyes were also filled with anger, as if he wanted to devour someone. What did you say? Our crown prince even came to greet us today, so how did he get this intestinal abscess? We order you to quickly treat the crown prince. If there is even the slightest mistake, we will skin you alive. Your Majesty, this intestinal obstruction, this subject obeys the decree. Gung Fingyu still wanted to explain what intestinal obstruction was. However, seeing Pai Lupi's frightening appearance, he didn't dare to say anything else. He scrambled back into the hall to discuss with the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau how to treat the crown prince. Empress Jiangxun cried out in pain. She broke free from Pai Lupi's arm and stumbled back into the hall. Pai Lupi was afraid that something would happen to her body, so he hurriedly chased after her. The group of eunuchs and palace maids behind him also followed like a swarm of bees. When Li Wangyu heard the Shangyao Fingyu's words, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and he stood there dumbfounded. What the hell? What happened? How could Li Qingqian have intestinal obstruction? There was no record of it in the history books. Intestinal obstruction was appendicitis, and in ancient times, it was an incurable disease. Although there were many vague records in the ancient texts that said that intestinal obstruction could be treated, Chinese medicine did not have this ability. In the modern era, appendicitis was just a minor operation that even fourth-year medical students could easily perform. However, in an era without Western surgery, intestinal carbuncle was definitely an incurable disease. But how could Li Qingqian have appendicitis? If Li Qingqian had contracted appendicitis in history, how could he have lived until the 18th year of Zhenguan, and how could he have colluded with Hou Junji to rebel? Li Wangyu's mind was blank, and it took him a long while to come back to his senses and run into Xianda Palace. In the bedchambers of Xianda Palace, Empress Jiangxun was sobbing next to the spacious bed. Doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were kneeling next to the bed, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Li Wangyu rushed over to check on Li Qingqian's condition. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty had his eyes closed and was motionless. His forehead was covered in sweat from the pain, and he had already lost consciousness. Grabbing Gung Fingyu's collar, he asked, "Did you really diagnose that His Highness the Crown Prince has intestinal obstruction? You didn't misdiagnose, did you?" Even now, Li Wangyu still did not believe that Li Qingqian had appendicitis. This simply did not make sense in history. There can't be a mistake. His Highness the Crown Prince has abdominal pain, muscle tension, and rebound pain in his lower right leg, accompanied by nausea, fever, vomiting, bloating, red skin, yellow skin, and a flood of pulses. This is definitely intestinal obstruction. This old man has practiced medicine for 30-some years, and I can't make a mistake. Moreover, many of the doctors in the Shangyao hospital have made the same diagnosis. The doctors in the Shangyao hospital who were kneeling on the side also nodded repeatedly, indicating that Han Fingyu was right. Li Wangyu let go of Gung Fingyu's hand, and Gung Fingyu knelt before Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, we have already treated His Highness the Crown Prince with acupuncture and ordered people to boil the medicine. But there is nothing we can do about this intestinal obstruction." We can only rely on His Highness the Crown Prince's fate. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the furious Pai Lupi rush over with gritted teeth and kick him to the ground. If anything happens to my Dalong, I want all of you to be buried with him. Pai Lupi's words were naturally spoken out of anger. With the medical standards of the Tang Dynasty, if they could not cure the patient, they would be buried with him. No matter how many heads there were in the Shangyao hospital, it would not be enough to cut off. But in the face of the furious Pai Lupi, no one dared to make a sound. All the doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were silent like cicadas in winter. Chapter 400. Li Wangyu looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian on the bed and couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He couldn't understand what was wrong with history for such a thing to happen. Towards Li Qingqian and Li Tai, the two little fellows, Li Wangyu originally held prejudice in his heart. After all, these two fellows weren't anything good in the history books. There was no need to talk about Li Qingqian. He was licentious and even colluded with Ho Junji and the others to rebel. Li Tai wasn't a good person either. Although he pretended to be an obedient child in front of Pai Lupi, Li Qingqian had betrayed him. He actually said to Pai Lupi, "This subject has an unfilial son. In 100 years, this subject will kill him for his majesty and pass him down to King Jin." From this, one could see his character. Thus, when Pai Lupi asked Li Wangyu to be the teacher of these two fellows, Li Wangyu had rejected the idea. However, it was hard to go against the imperial decree. After Li Wangyu reluctantly accepted these two fellows, he realized that they weren't bad people. That was the truth. Children of 8 or 9 years old had been in the palace for too long and had been flattered by those palace maids, so they were a little domineering and lacked education. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, both Li Qingqian and Li Tai got along very well with those brats from Dingzhou village. They didn't seem as domineering as before. And these two sons of Pai Lupi were rather smart. They were also very respectful to their teacher, Li Wangyu, so how could he not like them? 2 days ago, he had sprained his waist and was bedridden, so he didn't have the nerve to send Li Qingqian and Li Tai to Dingzhou village for lessons. He had originally planned to visit the two fellows in the Eastern Palace after speaking with Pai Lupi, but who could have imagined that such a situation would occur? Why would Li Qingqian suddenly get appendicitis? Li Wangyu couldn't figure it out. Then, he heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Feng Yu from the Shangyao bureau. "Geng Fengyu, let me ask you, why did the Crown Prince suddenly get this intestinal abscess?" "Your Majesty, intestinal abscesses are usually caused by a lack of food and drink, as well as dampness and heat. This depends on what the Crown Prince has been eating recently." Geng Fengyu hurriedly replied. "What did the Crown Prince eat today?" Pai Lupi glared at the eunuch in the Eastern Palace. Replying to everyone, I didn't eat anything. It was all food sent by the Shangshi Bureau." The eunuch's words were somewhat evasive. Pai Lupi angrily shouted, "Tell me the truth. What the Crown Prince ate was recorded by the Food Bureau. Do you think you can fool me?" The eunuch repeatedly kowtowed to the ground with so much force that blood seeped out of his forehead. Replying to everyone, "The weather has been hot recently, and His Highness the Crown Prince said that he wants to eat ice cream. This servant will have the Shangshi Bureau prepare it for the Crown Prince. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Ice cream." Li Wangyu was stunned. Eating ice cream wasn't enough to cause appendicitis. Li Qingqian and Li Tai, the two little guys, liked to eat ice cream. This was no secret. The two little ones had already asked him for the ice cream recipe and gave it to the Shangshi Bureau. It was said that even Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun liked it very much. He suddenly thought of something and interrupted to ask, "How much ice cream did the Crown Prince eat today?" Eight bowls. The eunuch in the Eastern Palace replied in a low voice. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he kicked the Eastern Palace eunuch a few times. The eunuch fell to the ground and didn't even dare to scream. Although Pai Lupi didn't know much about medicine, he knew that overeating was not a good thing. Moreover, Geng Fengyu had already said that the crown prince's intestinal abscess was caused by a lack of food. Someone come, drag this dog away. Flog him to death. Pai Lupi's voice was cold and made people tremble. The Eastern Palace eunuch didn't even dare to cry for mercy. He was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Immediately, eunuchs came forward and dragged the Eastern Palace eunuch away. The outcome was self-evident. Li Wangyu was stunned speechless. Eating 8 bowls of ice cream in a row, it would be strange if he didn't get sick. This group of damned Eastern Palace eunuchs clearly flattered Li Qingqian. They actually allowed a 9-year-old child to eat so many cold drinks. Being beaten to death was not an injustice at all. He had a trace of understanding in his heart. Li Qingqian's sudden illness was different from history and seemed to have something to do with him. The ice cream he made was like the wings of a butterfly. With a light flap, it changed the original trajectory of history. There was no such delicious cold drink in history, so Li Qingqian naturally wouldn't overeat. Naturally, there was no sudden appendicitis. With all these twists and turns of karma, it seemed that the responsibility for Li Qingqian's appendicitis was on Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu understood this point, his expression became rather ugly. Empress Xiangsun looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian beside the bed and cried bitterly. This made Pai Lupi even more anxious. Empress Xiangsun was currently pregnant. If something happened to her due to excessive grief, that would be even more unfortunate. Guanyin maid, return to Li Main Hall first. I can stay here with Qingqian. No, I won't leave. How could Empress Xiangsun listen to Pai Lupi at this time? Pai Lupi didn't dare let her stay in Xianda Hall any longer. If it was as Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau had said, there was no cure for this intestinal blockage. If he let Empress Xiangsun watch Li Qingqian die prematurely, who knew what would happen? Come, escort the Empress back to Li Main Hall. Serve her carefully, but if there are any mistakes, we will skin you alive. Geng Fengyu, have some doctors from the Shangyao Bureau go to Li Main Hall to examine the Empress' body. Yes. Empress Xiangsun was helpless. She was carefully supported by a group of palace maids and eunuchs back to Li Main Hall in tears. At this time, Li Wangyu was extremely conflicted. Looking at Li Qingqian's current situation, it was clear that Fengyu and the doctor's diagnosis was correct. It should be because he suddenly ate too many cold drinks that caused acute appendicitis. He vaguely remembered that he had once seen a report saying that a certain hospital had treated more than 20 patients with acute appendicitis in a short 2 months. Most of them were youths between 5 and 15 years old. The reason was because they ate too many cold drinks during the summer, so the public was reminded not to give children too many cold drinks during the summer. In the modern world, acute appendicitis required surgery, but this was the Tang Dynasty. Who could operate on Li Qingqian? Li Wangyu admitted that he didn't have this ability. He had seen some time-traveling TV dramas where the main character didn't care about the consequences and would cut open someone's stomach and use a knife. He felt that it was incomparably absurd. If it was so easy to save someone, would there be a need to study clinical medicine for 5 years? If Li Wangyu was given a scalpel and had him go to the operating table, then it would be better to directly inform the patient's family and arrange a funeral. However, if he didn't do the surgery, Li Qingqian's chances of survival were extremely slim. If he didn't do anything and just watched Li Qingqian die, Li Wangyu was afraid that his conscience wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. This was neither right nor left. Li Wangyu was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to bang his head against a pillar. Just as he was feeling conflicted, his hand suddenly inadvertently touched the dagger at his waist. The item inside reminded him. Li Wangyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Chapter 401. Li Wangyu felt that there were a few pieces of crystals in the box. The Medicine King, Sun Simiao, had entrusted these crystals to him to help make microscopes. Today, Li Wangyu had brought them with him to Chang'an. He planned to go to the eastern and western cities after leaving the palace to see if there were any shops that specialized in grinding crystals. When he felt the crystals, he thought of Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao didn't know how to perform appendicitis surgery, he knew that Sun Simiao had some surgical skills based on the fact that he had removed the rotten flesh from Niu Yang's wound and stitched it up. Since Sun Simiao knew how to debridement, suture, and bandage a broken intestine, he could try to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Qingqian. At least it was better than watching Li Qingqian die in pain in front of him. However, the risk of doing so was extremely high. If Sun Simiao's surgery failed, Pai Lupi would blame him. He couldn't afford to take the blame. Furthermore, cutting open someone's stomach to perform surgery was unheard of. Would Pai Lupi be willing? Would Sun Simiao agree? Li Wangyu hesitated and opened his mouth for a long time, but he didn't know how to tell Pai Lupi his thoughts. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Fingyu from the medicine bureau whisper to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, we have already performed acupuncture on His Highness and given him medicine. However, His Highness's pulse is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid it will be difficult to save him. We are willing to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, please be prepared." Hearing this, Pai Lupi's body couldn't help but shake. A line of tears rolled down his face. When he heard Fingyu and the doctor say that his eldest son had an intestinal abscess, he had already guessed the result. Pai Lupi sadly sat beside Li Qingqian's bed and reached out to hold Li Qingqian's burning hand. After a long time, he ordered in a hoarse voice, "If His Highness dies, don't tell the Empress for now. The Empress is pregnant and shouldn't be agitated. Do you understand?" "Yes." Inside the Xianda hall, the eunuchs and maids all knelt on the ground. From time to time, the sound of weeping could be heard. The hall was filled with a mournful atmosphere, as if Li Qingqian had already died. At this point, Li Wangyu did not have time to think too much. He suddenly said, "Uncle, Qingqian can still be saved." His words shocked Pai Lupi so much that he raised his head abruptly. He stared at him and asked word by word, "Zio, what did you say?" "I said Qingqian can still be saved." "Zio, you know medicine. How to treat it?" Pai Lupi grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder and said anxiously. Li Wangyu shook his head. "I don't know anything about medicine, but the old immortal Sun Simiao does." "Uncle, have you forgotten that old immortal Sun is currently in Dingzhou village?" Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. "Zio, why didn't you remind me earlier? Come, quickly go to Dingzhou village in Hu County and summon Sun Simiao into the palace to save the crown prince." "Uncle, I'm afraid others are not familiar with the way and will waste time. My troops are outside the palace." "Let him go." Pai Lupi nodded. "I will have the palace guards and eunuchs go with him. They have to be quick. Let the horses from the palace gallop along Vermilion Bird Avenue." Li Wangyu nodded. "I still have some things that I need my troops to bring to save Qingqian." After he finished speaking, he pulled over an eunuch and asked for a brush and paper. He quickly wrote down some things he needed on the paper and handed it to the eunuch. Following Pai Lupi's order, the palace guards and eunuchs immediately rushed out of the palace gates. After meeting up with Niu Wu, a few strong horses galloped directly onto the wide imperial road in the middle of Vermilion Bird Avenue and galloped south. "Uncle, don't worry. Old immortal Sun will definitely be able to save Qingqian," Li Wangyu comforted. "I hope so," sigh. Pai Lupi sighed deeply. Even though Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he had no choice but to place his hopes on Sun Simiao. Inside Xianda Palace, Geng Fingyu's expression became a bit ugly after Li Wangyu mentioned Sun Simiao's name. As the highest-ranking official of the Xiangyao Bureau and a lower fifth-rank official of the Tang Dynasty, he did not have a good impression of Sun Simiao. On one hand, they were rivals in the same field, and Sun Simiao's reputation among the people was much higher than his. On the other hand, Sun Simiao had once threatened his position. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had once invited Sun Simiao into Chang'an. He wanted to give Sun Simiao the title of nobility and give Sun Simiao the responsibility of the Xiangyao Bureau, but Sun Simiao refused. Since then, Sun Simiao had become the name that Geng Fengyu did not want to hear the most. Now that the Crown Prince was critically ill and the Xiangyao Bureau was helpless, Hu Xianzi had actually recommended Sun Simiao to Pai Lupi at this time. Geng Fengyu could not help but feel even more stifled. He could not help but say, "Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking so boldly, but even Sun Simiao might not be able to save His Highness the Crown Prince. This intestinal blockage is an incurable disease. Apart from the legendary Huatua, who can cure intestinal blockages, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to save someone with intestinal blockages. The medical books have recorded Huatuo's divine prescription for intestinal blockages. We have already made medicine according to this prescription and fed it to His Highness the Crown Prince, but there was no effect. I'm afraid." Before he finished speaking, Li Wangyu could not help but interrupt, "Shut up. It's fine if you're useless, but what do you mean by saying that His Highness the Crown Prince is incurable?" Geng Fengyu had always been like a crow, saying that Li Qingqian was incurable. He had even told Pai Lupi to prepare for the funeral in advance. Li Wangyu had long since been annoyed by his words. Now that he had sent someone to invite Sun Simiao, he was blabbering on and on about how Sun Simiao could not cure Li Qingqian. It really made people want to beat him up. When Pai Lupi kicked Geng Fengyu, Li Wangyu felt that the old man did not have it easy. Now, he felt that Pai Lupi's kick was too light. How can you humiliate this old man like this? Hu Xianzi, this old man is also a fifth-rank official. I have practiced medicine for more than 30 years and have saved countless people. How can I be incompetent? Geng Fengyu immediately exploded when he heard Li Wangyu's words. He then knelt before Pai Lupi and spoke in an aggrieved and tearful voice, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. Ever since this subject took over the Xiangyao Bureau, I have not dared to slack off in the slightest. This subject naturally hopes that His Highness the Crown Prince will be healthy. However, this intestinal abscess is difficult to cure with medicine. This subject is not incompetent. Please see clearly, Your Majesty." Pai Lupi's mood was irritable. Even though he knew that intestinal abscess was incurable, as Li Qingqian's father, how could he not have a glimmer of hope in his heart? He naturally hoped that Li Wangyu's words would be true and that Sun Simiao could save his eldest son. Alright, what's the point of saying all this now? Continue to treat the Crown Prince. Everything can be discussed after Sun Simiao arrives. Pai Lupi's words left Geng Fengyu speechless. He could only shut his mouth. However, his gaze towards Li Wangyu carried a bit of resentment. Li Wangyu naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to Geng Fengyu. He walked to the side and beckoned for an internal eunuch to come over. His words caused the internal eunuch's expression to become somewhat hesitant. However, when he saw the restless Pai Lupi, he did not dare to report. He could only comply and turn around to leave the hall. Chapter 402. While Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu waited anxiously, Sun Simiao finally arrived at Taiji Palace 3 hours later. Even though the old Daoist's body was quite good, he was still an old man in his 90s. By the time he reached Taiji Palace, Sun Simiao was so tired that he almost fainted. With Pai Lupi's orders, Taiji Palace's imperial guards didn't dare stop Sun Simiao's group. They directly rushed to the Eastern Palace's Xianda Hall. Hearing that Sun Simiao had arrived, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu immediately came out to welcome him. "Thank you for your trouble, Minister Sunday. The Crown Prince is critically ill. Please treat him quickly." Sun Simiao didn't bother with pleasantries. He casually cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi and quickly walked into the hall. Lu Shenwei followed closely behind with his medicine chest. At Sun Simiao's age, even in front of Pai Lupi, he could do as he pleased without any misgivings. Niu Wu also jumped off his horse and took off a backpack from his back. He handed it to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, everything you wanted is inside. Good. Thank you for your trouble. You can return to the residence first. Tell Chongqing that I will be staying in the palace for a few days. Li Wangyu checked the things Niu Wu brought. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he patted Niu Wu's shoulder. Yes. Li Wangyu didn't delay and turned to walk into the hall. The trouble hadn't started yet. The key was how to convince Sun Simiao and Pai Lupi to agree to operate on Li Qingqian. Inside the hall, Gung Hong saw Sun Simiao enter and couldn't help but snort coldly. He called for the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau to retreat to the side and watch coldly. The Crown Prince's illness was confirmed. He didn't believe that Sun Simiao could treat his intestinal abscess. Sun Simiao examined Li Qingqian's body and shook his head. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess is difficult to cure. Before he could finish, Geng Fengyu interrupted him. Your Majesty, I'm not speaking nonsense, am I? Sun Simiao was also at his wit's end. Shut up. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu shouted at the same time, scaring Geng Fengyu into taking a few steps back. Minister Sun, please continue. Pai Lupi glared at Geng Hong before looking at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said, this intestinal abscess is indeed difficult to cure. I can only delay it for a while, but it is unknown whether the Crown Prince can recover completely. When Pai Lupi heard Sun Simiao say the same thing, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. This is all Qingqian's fate. Then I ask Minister Sun to treat him. If there's really no way to save him, we won't blame Minister Sunday. Nodding his head, Sun Simiao beckoned his disciple, Lu Shenwei, over. He took out the golden needles from his medicine box and began to treat Li Qingqian. Take the Yangming meridian of the hands and feet as the main point. Use the catharsis method when inserting the filiform needles. Leave the needles for 15 minutes. Sun Simiao whispered to Lu Shenwei as he applied the needles. Your disciple understands. After he finished with the golden needles, Li Wangyu invited Sun Simiao to a place where there was no one else around. Old immortal Sun, are you really unable to save the Crown Prince? I can only do my best. However, intestinal abscesses are indeed difficult to cure. How confident are you? How can I be confident? The Crown Prince is almost certain to die. Sun Simiao shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu's eyes flashed. Old immortal Sun, if I have a way to save the Crown Prince, would you be willing to help? What? Hu Xianzi, are you serious? What method can cure intestinal abscesses? Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Sun Simiao immediately became spirited. May I ask old immortal Sun, what is intestinal abscesses? Ulcerative abscesses in the intestines. Ulcerative abscesses were acute suppurative diseases. They were a type of poisonous sore. That's right. Since medicine is ineffective, then the only way is to cut open the abdomen and remove the ulcerative abscesses. Wouldn't that cure him? How can that be done? If this person's abdomen is cut open, how can he survive? Even though Sun Simiao would be revered as the medicine king in the future, when he heard Li Wangyu's words, he couldn't help but jump in fright and shake his head. Why can't he survive? Old immortal Sun, didn't you once tell me that people with severed intestines can be stitched up and bandaged and survive? Why can't the person live after removing the ulcerative abscesses? Li Wangyu's words stunned Sun Simiao. He had never thought of such a thing. How how can that be the same? People with severed intestines often have their abdomens cut open on the battlefield by lethal weapons. Sun Simiao was halfway through his words, but he couldn't continue. On the battlefield, there were many people who had their abdomens cut open and their intestines cut open. Many of the soldiers could survive if they received timely treatment. He had experienced the chaos of the world and saved countless wounded and disabled soldiers. If the soldiers who had their abdomens cut open could survive, then if he cut open the crown prince's abdomen and removed the ulcerative abscesses, he might be able to survive. Sun Simiao was silent for a moment before carefully saying, "This method may work, but I have never tried it before. It may not be able to save the crown prince's life. Furthermore, the saint may not agree. This is cutting open the crown prince's abdomen. As long as old immortal Sun is willing to help, I will explain it to the saint." Sun Simiao calculated the gains and losses in his heart for a long time before finally nodding gently. "As long as the saint agrees, I am willing to try." Seeing that he had convinced Sun Simiao, Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay. He walked in front of Pai Lupi and carefully asked, "Uncle, I do have an idea that may be able to save Qingqian," but, hearing him say this, Pai Lupi was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. He immediately asked, "But what?" "Zio, if you have an idea, just tell me. I will not blame you." "Uncle, do you know what the pathology of intestinal abscess is?" Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He only knew that intestinal abscess was an incurable disease, but he didn't know the pathology. Pai Lupi raised his eyes to look at Gung Hong, the Minister of Medicine at the side. Gung Hong immediately answered, "Your Majesty, intestinal abscess is a carbuncle in the intestines." Li Wangyu glanced at Gung Hong and continued, "So, uncle, the intestines are spoiled, and the medicinal stone can't do anything about it. There is only one way to cure the disease." Seeing Li Wangyu suddenly stop talking halfway, Pai Lupi couldn't help but panic. He quickly asked, "What is it?" "Zio, don't stutter. Tell me in detail." "Yes, uncle. The intestines are spoiled, so there is only by cutting it out, the person will be fine." "Cut it out?" Pai Lupi was surprised to hear this. He muttered to himself, "The intestines are in the abdomen. How do you cut it out?" "Naturally, you cut open the abdomen first." "Nonsense." Hearing this, Pai Lupi jumped to his feet in fright. "If you cut open the abdomen, wouldn't Qingqian die even more?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Geng Fengyu couldn't help but sneer, "Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi is simply spreading lies to confuse people. If you cut open the abdomen, how could he still be alive? Does he want to save the crown prince or harm the crown prince? Your Majesty, please punish Hu Xianzi for speaking nonsense." "You shut up. If you dare to speak any more nonsense, do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" Li Wangyu was also angry. He directly scolded Gung Hong right to his nose. Although Gung Hong was a lower fifth-rank official, he didn't dare to speak in front of the furious Li Wangyu. He awkwardly took a few steps back. Chapter 403. After ordering Geng Fengyu to retreat, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi with a serious expression. "Uncle, it was recorded in the book of the later Han that the divine physician Hua Tuo made an anesthetic powder and caused the patient to lose consciousness. He then cut open the abdominal cavity, remove the ulcers, wash away the rot, suture them with mulberry thread, and apply divine ointment. After 4 or 5 days, the patient will recover in a month. Why doesn't uncle believe that this can cure Qingqian's intestinal abscess?" But the divine physician Hua Tuo's secret technique has long been lost. We have never heard of anyone who could perform the technique like Hua Tuo. I roughly know how to perform the surgery, and old immortal Sun is also willing to give it a try. I am willing to assist him in saving Qingqian. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Cutting open the stomach and cutting out the festering intestines, this was really too inconceivable. Li Er looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian on the bed and really couldn't make up his mind. Your Majesty, you must not do this. If His Highness the Crown Prince were to be cut open, what kind of scandal would that be? Wouldn't that be skinning the Crown Prince alive? County Magistrate Hu Xian is simply crazy. I have been a doctor for more than 30 years and have never heard of anyone saving people like this. The matter of Hua Tuo is only a legend. How could it be true? Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, Gung Hong jumped out and knelt in front of Pai Lupi. He looked like a loyal and devoted servant as he complained tearfully. Before he could finish, he felt a huge pain in his back. Li Wangyu could not hold back any longer and kicked him. After Li Wangyu kicked him to the ground, he did not give up and kicked him a few more times, causing Gung Hong to wail, Your Majesty, save me, save me. County Magistrate Hu Xian has gone crazy. Save me. All right, Zio, stop making a fuss. After Pai Lupi spoke, Li Wangyu kicked Gung Hong again to stop beating this County Magistrate Hu Xian. However, his actions frightened the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau quite a bit. They didn't dare to look at this young county magistrate who had founded the country, for fear that they would also be beaten up. Their own superior, a lower fifth-rank official of the Medicine Bureau, had been humiliated by Hu Xianzi, but His Majesty had only reprimanded him. This allowed them to clearly see Hu Xianzi's position in the saint's heart. Uncle, please forgive your nephew for being rude. It's just that this dog official is too infuriating. Qingqian is my disciple. Why would I harm him? As matters stood, this was the only way to save Qingqian. Could it be that uncle has the heart to watch Qingqian pass away like this? His words moved Pai Lupi. He turned to look at Li Qingqian on the bed. How confident are you? 50%. Li Wangyu was very determined. If something happens to Qingqian, uncle, you only need to remove my title of nobility and demote me to a commoner. In reality, he didn't have much confidence. He didn't even have a 10% chance. He didn't even know where the appendix was or what it looked like. He didn't know how to operate or how to close the wound. All of this depended on Sun Simiao. However, if he didn't say this, why would Pai Lupi agree to operate on Li Qingqian? Li Wangyu's only weapons were alcohol and cephalosporin. Alcohol could disinfect, and cephalosporin could reduce inflammation. With these two things, his survival rate would increase by a lot. Otherwise, if he rashly operated on him, he really didn't know whether he was saving or hurting people. This was also what he had Niu Wu bring back from Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi silent for a long time. His heart was in a mess. Originally, the Medicine Bureau and Sun Simiao's diagnosis had both sentenced Li Qingqian to death. This had already made Pai Lupi heartbroken. When Li Wangyu said that he had a way to cure the Crown Prince, Pai Lupi was like a ray of light in the darkness. However, he didn't think that Li Wangyu's method would be to cut open his own son's stomach. How could he believe such a thing? Although Li Wangyu said that the history books recorded the matter of Hua Tuo, that was only a legend. Who had actually seen it? Pai Lupi hesitated for a long time before shaking his head. He slowly said, Ziyu, I can't take this risk. If the Crown Prince dies, that's his fate. I can't let Qingqian be buried with a broken body. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu about to go crazy. This was the only way to save Li Qingqian, and Pai Lupi actually rejected it. Uncle. You. Li Wangyu still wanted to continue persuading him. However, Pai Lupi waved his hand and interrupted him. Ziyu, don't mention this again. Your Majesty is wise. On the side, Gung Hong heard Pai Lupi's words and actually came over. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't allow him to carry out the operation, Li Wangyu was so angry that he turned and left. This bastard was too stubborn. Hiding a disease for fear of treatment. This was the classic case of hiding a disease for fear of treatment. Li Wangyu somewhat understood why the divine Dr. Hua Tuo had lost his life when he wanted to treat Cao Cao's head disease. Sad, it was too sad. Walking out of the Xianda Palace, Li Wangyu felt suffocated when he thought of the little brat who usually called him teacher, and was about to be separated by life and death. Ah! Li Wangyu clenched his fists and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It startled the guards and eunuchs near the Xianda Palace. After venting, Li Wangyu slowly calmed down. In the eyes of the Tangs, disemboweling someone was indeed incomprehensible. It was no different from murder. Now that Pai Lupi didn't agree to carry out the operation, Li Qingqian would definitely die. This feeling of powerlessness when there was a chance to save someone was really terrible. Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't just let it go like this. He had to find a way to save Li Qingqian. Even if the chances were low, he had to try. Li Wangyu wanted to find Empress Xiangsun. If she agreed, perhaps the operation could be carried out. But now Empress Xiangsun was pregnant. According to the history books he knew, she would give birth in more than a month. At this time, he didn't dare to tell Empress Xiangsun that he could save her son, but he needed to disembowel him and cut something out. If something happened to Empress Xiangsun, he would really be finished. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi would probably push him to Shi City and behead him. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu made up his mind and thought of a method that wasn't really a method. Li Wangyu returned to the Xianda Palace again and found Sun Simiao. Old immortal son, tell me the truth. How much longer can the crown prince last? Sun Simiao hesitated, then replied, I've performed acupuncture on the crown prince, but there was no improvement. The crown prince's pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't make it through tonight. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky. It was about 3:00 in the afternoon. There should still be time to carry out his plan. He nodded and thanked Sun Simiao. Then he found Pai Lupi, who was sitting beside the bed. Uncle, I have something to do and need to return to Hu County. Please allow me to ride a horse on Vermilion Bird Avenue so that I can get back to the palace before the curfew. I'm Qingqian's master and disciple, and I want to see him off. Pai Lupi nodded and didn't object. He waved his hand to summon a palace guard and had him hand over a token to Li Wangyu, allowing him to ride a horse in Chang'an. After receiving the token, Li Wangyu immediately left the palace, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Chapter 404. Li Wangyu galloped the entire way and returned to Dingzhou village in less than 2 hours. Lang Jun, why are you back? Didn't Niu Wu say that you were going to stay in the palace for a few days? Li Heng asked in surprise when he saw Li Wangyu return. Li Heng, don't say such nonsense. Hurry up and pack the valuables in the house. Bring more gold and don't bring any copper coins. Get everything ready, we're leaving soon. Li Wangyu didn't bother to explain. His words stunned the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Lang Jun, why is that? Where are we going? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up and pack. Where's Chongqing? Lady Su is in the backyard. Before Li Heng could finish, Li Wangyu had already run to the backyard. Li Heng was confused by Li Wangyu's actions, but he could only listen to him and hurry back to the residence to pack. In the backyard, Su Chongqing was in her room listening to music on her phone when the door was suddenly burst open, giving her a fright. When she saw that it was Li Wangyu, she couldn't help but rebuke, Wangyu, why are you so careless? You scared me to death, I thought. Li Wangyu didn't wait for her to finish and hastily interrupted, Chongqing, let's not talk about this for now and hurry up and pack. In a while, you take Li Heng, Perrin, Aphrodite, and the others with Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains for a while. Also, give me the jade pendant that Empress Xiangsun gave you. What? Why are we going to the Qinling Mountains? What are we hiding from? Weren't you in Taiji Palace today? Niu Wu came back and said that Li Qingqian was sick and asked me for the cephalosporin. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu still wanted to talk about other things, but after hemming and hawing for a long time, he only said that he had nothing to do and asked them to stay in the Qinling Mountains for a while. How could his words deceive his beautiful boss? Su Changqing's pretty face stiffened. Wangyu, speak clearly. What happened? If you don't make it clear, I'm not going anywhere. Li Wangyu said anxiously, if we don't leave, are we going to wait for death? What if? What if what? Seeing his beautiful superior being so stubborn, Li Wangyu knew that if he did not explain things clearly, she would definitely not leave. Thus, he could only helplessly tell her what had happened in the Taiji Palace today. When she heard that Li Qingqian had contracted acute appendicitis due to overeating and eating too many cold drinks, and that his life was in danger and he could die at any moment, the beautiful superior couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, how could something like this happen? Shouldn't Li Qingqian be alive and well? How could he die prematurely? He was only 9 years old. Wouldn't an appendicitis surgery do the trick? Why didn't he do the surgery immediately? Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Miss, this is the Tang Dynasty. How could there be surgery? Appendicitis is an intestinal abscess. For the Tang people, it's an incurable disease. Hearing this, the beautiful superior was also stunned. She also liked Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie very much. These 3 smart little guys. Every time Li Qingqian and the others came to the residence to learn from Li Wangyu, she would make all kinds of delicious food for them to try, play games with them, and read books and stories to them. Thinking that the little guy Li Qingqian was in imminent danger, the beautiful superior's eyes immediately turned red. Wangyu, Sun Simiao is a divine doctor. Didn't Niu Wu come back today and invite Sun Simiao to the palace? Is there nothing he can do? Li Wangyu nodded sadly. Right now, surgery is the only way. Sun Simiao also agreed to give it a try. But Pai Lupi, that damn bastard, I tried my best to persuade him, but he still wouldn't agree to do the surgery. The beautiful superior suddenly guessed something and looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Wangyu, then you want us to hide in the Qinling Mountains? Don't tell me you want to. Yes, right now, this is the only way. I also have a certain amount of responsibility for Li Qingqian's appendicitis. I can't just watch a 9-year-old kid who called me his teacher die in front of me, especially when I clearly had the chance to save him. Li Wangyu paused and continued, so, I plan to do the surgery for Li Qingqian privately. No matter what, I have to give it a try. But it's very risky to do the surgery in the Tang Dynasty. If I can't save Li Qingqian, I'm afraid that Pai Lupi will do something irrational in his rage. So, I thought of asking Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains first. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by his beautiful superior's flaming red lips, and he couldn't say anything else. After a long time, the lips and teeth parted. Su Changqing stared into his eyes and said slowly, I'm not leaving. I'll go with you to the Taiji Palace to save Li Qingqian. If there's any danger, I'll bear it with you. No, it's too dangerous. Li Wangyu didn't even think about it before rejecting. The beautiful superior shook her head firmly. Wangyu, I'm not that strong. If you're not here, I won't be able to survive in the Tang Dynasty alone. Tears flowed out of her eyes, but she forced a smile and wiped her tears. I'm not like those heroines in novels who can still show off their skills in ancient times after transmigrating. If you're not here, who will take care of me? Hee, if that's the case, then let's go to the Taiji Palace together. The beautiful superior's words made Li Wangyu's heart clench. He reached out and hugged the beautiful woman in front of him. Changqing, we're not going. We're not going to the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi, that bastard, son of a bitch, I'm not going to play with him anymore. It's his own son. If he wants to die, then let him die. It's none of my business. We're not going. We're not going. We're staying in Dingzhou village. We're not going anywhere. Li Wangyu was a little out of control by the beautiful superior's words. He only wanted to let the beautiful superior and the others hide far away. If he didn't save Li Qingqian, Pai Lupi wouldn't be able to retaliate against Su Chongqing and the others. But the beautiful superior's words made him regret it. He wasn't a saint. Why should he risk his life to save Li Qingqian? If Pai Lupi didn't want to, then so be it. But if he put himself and his beautiful superior in danger to save his son, then he would be crazy. The beautiful superior held Li Wangyu's face with both hands and smiled like a flower. Wangyu, can you really bear to watch a 9-year-old child die in front of you like this? And under the circumstances that we have the ability to save him? Let's go. I'll go to Chang and with you to the Taiji Palace. We'll go save Qingqian. But. No buts. It's getting late. If we don't leave now, the city gates of Chang'an will close. No matter what, we know that we're doing the right thing. That's enough, isn't it? As for the outcome, let's leave it to the heavens. I think the heavens wouldn't be so blind to throw the two of us into the Tang Dynasty. The beautiful superior's words finally convinced Li Wangyu. He nodded fiercely, grabbed the beautiful superior's hand, and ran out the door. Chapter 405. Before leaving, Li Wangyu still instructed Niu Yong and Niu Wu, the two brothers, to bring his wife and everyone in the residence to temporarily move to the village to live. If he really couldn't save Li Qingqian, everyone in the mansion wouldn't be implicated by him. Li Heng and the others were confused by Li Wangyu's arrangements. Li Wangyu didn't explain and just let them do as they were told. After settling everyone in the mansion, the sky gradually darkened. Li Wangyu didn't dare to waste time. He and his beautiful superior rode Xiao Yibai and Jade Flower Kong. They whipped their horses and rushed toward Chang'an City. As the two galloped, they discussed what to do in the Taiji Palace. With his beautiful superior giving Li Wangyu advice, Li Wangyu's rough plan was quickly perfected. Hurrying, the two of them finally rushed into Taiji Palace at the same time as the drum of dusk sounded. At this time, there was already a morning atmosphere outside the Xinda Palace. In the Eastern Palace, there were palace maids taking out white silk and wrapping it around the outside of the palace. From time to time, the sound of crying could be heard. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel upset. Could it be that he was too late? Li Qingqian had died. He quickly ran into the Xinda Palace. When he saw Sun Simiao, he quickly asked, "Old immortal son, how is the crown prince now?" Sun Simiao shook his head. The crown prince's breathing is getting weaker and his pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Just now, His Majesty has already arranged for everyone in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the Crown Prince's funeral under the advice of Feng Yu of the Shangyao Bureau. Hearing that Li Qingqian was still alive, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. Then, he flew into a rage. Damn it, the Crown Prince wasn't dead yet and he was already in a hurry to prepare for the funeral. This Geng Fengyu, even if he was beaten to death, it wouldn't be an injustice. Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He was so angry that he almost rushed in and beat that damned old man again. However, saving Li Qingqian was more important now. Li Wangyu didn't have the time to find trouble with Geng Fengyu. He stretched out his hand to summon a palace attendant and asked where Li Tai, the king of Yu, was. As Li Tai was still young, he lived in the Chongren Palace. Chongren Hall was adjacent to Lijin Hall where Empress Zhangsun lived. Today, Crown Prince Li Qingqian was critically ill. Li Tai obediently stayed in Lijin Hall to accompany his mother. After asking about Li Wangyu's whereabouts, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior hurried over to Li Main Hall. Most of the imperial guards and eunuchs in the Eastern Palace knew Li Wangyu and knew that he was the Crown Prince's imperial tutor. Naturally, they wouldn't stop him. As for his beautiful superior, she often went to the Li Main Hall, so the imperial guards in the palace were even more familiar with her. The two of them had a smooth journey and arrived at Lijin Hall to seek an audience with Empress Xiangsun. "Greetings, Auntie." "Greetings, Your Highness." At this time, Empress Xiangsun's face was full of worry, and her eyes had lost their usual vigor. She weakly nodded towards Li Wangyu and her beautiful superior. "Ziyu, Chongqing, have you gone to see Qingqian? How is he now? Is there any improvement? I want to go see Qingqian, but Erlang won't agree no matter what." "Auntie, don't worry, nothing will happen to Qingqian." Li Wangyu could only comfort her like this. "Ah, thank you for your auspicious words. I hope the Taoist ancestor blesses Qingqian so that he can successfully survive this disaster." Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior comforted Empress Xiangsun for a bit and then used the excuse that Pai Lupi wanted to summon Li Tai to Xianda Hall. Empress Xiangsun didn't suspect anything and nodded for Li Tai to follow Li Wangyu. After leaving Lijin Hall, Li Wangyu stopped the little fatty Li Tai. "Qingke, right now, your brother is critically ill. Do you want to save him?" "Teacher, of course I want to save brother. Is brother's illness very serious?" "Teacher, you can save brother, right?" The little fatty nodded and immediately asked. At this time, Li Tai and Li Qingqian naturally wouldn't turn against each other like they did when they became adults and fought for the throne. In addition to Li Wangyu's education of the two little ones, Li Qingqian and Li Tai could be said to be brothers who respected each other and were as close as real brothers. The little fatty didn't know what illness his brother had. He only knew that his mother had hugged him and cried the entire time today. The intelligent Li Tai also faintly had some bad guesses in his heart. Li Wangyu didn't immediately answer Li Tai's question. Instead, he waved his hand and had the eunuchs behind Li Tai move a bit further away. Only then did he whisper a few words into his ear. "Qingke, are you willing to help me with this matter that teacher has asked of you? If I do this, I can save brother." The little fatty asked suspiciously. "Qingke, you don't believe your master. When have I ever lied to you?" Li Wangyu said with a stern expression. Li Tai tilted his head and thought for a while. "Last time, teacher said that children who play with fire will wet the bed. Later, brother and I played with fire when we returned to the palace, but we didn't wet the bed. You lied to us. Also, you said that you would take us swimming after we memorized the incantation for mental abacus. You still haven't fulfilled that promise. Also..." Li Wangyu's face darkened and he hurriedly stopped the little fatty, who was counting on his fingers and counting the number of times Li Wangyu had lied to them. "Those were just jokes. Cough cough. Today's matter concerns your brother's life and death. I won't lie to you." Li Tai's face was full of suspicion as he raised his eyes to look at his beautiful superior. Only when his beautiful superior nodded, indicating that Li Wangyu wasn't wrong, did little fatty Li Tai finally nod in agreement. His reaction almost angered Li Wangyu to death. What kind of disciple was this? He actually didn't believe his words. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a hurry to save Li Qingqian, he would definitely teach this little fatty what it meant to respect one's teacher. After dealing with little fatty Li Tai, the group continued their journey to Xianda Palace. By the time they arrived at Xianda Palace, the sky had already darkened and the lights in the Eastern Palace had already been lit. Li Wangyu gave Li Tai a look that said, "Good luck, I have faith in you." Then he pulled his beautiful superior to him and stood in the darkness outside the palace. Li Tai jogged towards Xianda Palace. Father, Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well. She asks you to go to Lijin Palace." Pai Lupi, who was sitting next to Li Qingqian's bed with a worried expression, jumped up in fright when he heard his son's words. "Qingke, what did you say? What's wrong with your mother? Where is she feeling unwell?" "Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well and wants you to go." Little Fatty blinked his eyes, lying as soon as he opened his mouth. This was what Li Wangyu had instructed him to say. His purpose was naturally to lure Pai Lupi away, using the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The reason why he had asked Li Tai to come forward was, of course, because other than him, no one else would dare to spread false information and make fun of Pai Lupi. In any case, Li Tai would at most be beaten up by Pai Lupi. It wasn't a big deal. But if it was someone else, not to mention whether or not they would dare to make fun of Pai Lupi, even if they dared, the consequences would most likely be losing their heads. With Pai Lupi guarding Li Qingqian, Li Wangyu didn't have the ability to perform surgery on Li Qingqian, no matter how great his abilities were. The distance between Xianda Palace, where the Crown Prince lived, and Lijian Palace was not close. As long as Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu would have enough time to move the Crown Prince away. Pai Lupi naturally didn't doubt Li Tai's words at all. He glanced at Li Qingqian, who was still unconscious, and ordered Geng Fengyu and Sun Simiao, "Geng Fengyu, minister's son, take good care of the Crown Prince. We will be back soon." "Yes." Pai Lupi held Li Tai's hand, left Xianda Palace, and hurried towards Lijian Palace. As little Fatty walked, he turned his head and winked at Li Wangyu, who was hiding in the dark. Chapter 406. As soon as Pai Lupi's figure disappeared from sight, Li Wangyu pulled his beautiful superior into the Xianda Palace. "Her Highness the Empress' imperial decree has arrived." Li Wangyu shouted as soon as he entered the palace, raising the jade pendant in his hand. In his hand was the jade pendant that Empress Xiangsun had given to his beautiful superior that day. The front of the jade pendant was carved with the phoenix that symbolized the Empress, while the back was carved with the words, "Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix." To some extent, this jade pendant represented Empress Xiangsun. Li Wangyu's words caused everyone in the Xianda Palace to immediately kneel and prepare to receive Her Highness the Empress' imperial decree. Although it was strange that the imperial decree had not been delivered by an eunuch, but rather by Hu Xianzi holding the Empress' jade pendant, no one thought too much about it. By Empress Xiangsuan's imperial decree, the Crown Prince Li Qingqian is suffering from intestinal obstruction and is beyond cure. Today, Hu Xianzi, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao are to immediately treat the Crown Prince without delay. However, those who obstruct will be severely punished. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, the eunuchs and palace maids in the Xianda Palace naturally did not react. However, Geng Hong, who was kneeling on the side of the Shangyao bureau, immediately jumped up. This is impossible. How could Her Highness the Empress issue such an imperial decree? You are falsifying the imperial decree. Hu Xianzi, what are your intentions? Must you cut open His Highness the Crown Prince's stomach and cripple his body? Shut up. I have Her Highness the Empress' jade pendant as proof. Do you dare to not accept the imperial decree? Li Wangyu demanded as he raised the jade pendant in his hand. I don't believe it. I will go and report to Her Highness the Empress. This official will not allow you to harm His Highness the Crown Prince. Geng Fengyu lifted his robe and turned to run out of the palace. How could Li Wangyu let him go out? If he ran out now and bumped into Pai Lupi, who had not gone far, everything would be exposed. He lifted his leg and kicked Geng Fengyu again. Geng Fengyu screamed and rolled a few times on the ground. Men, tie up this criminal official who doesn't obey Her Highness the Empress's decree. Li Wangyu shouted to the eunuchs in the hall. These eunuchs didn't care how much Geng Fengyu shouted. In any case, they recognized the Empress jade token in Li Wangyu's hand. Since this was the case, they naturally listened to Master Hu Xian's orders. Moreover, Master Hu Xian was a relative of the saint. In the palace, he called Pai Lupi uncle, so these eunuchs were naturally willing to listen to him. After Gung Fengyu was tied up, the old man was still yelling. Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He simply pulled a rag and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. As for the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau, no matter how unwilling they were, no one dared to say anything when they saw that their superiors had been tied up. After dealing with Gung Hong, Li Wangyu bowed to Sun Simiao. Old immortal son, thank you for your trouble. Now that Her Highness the Empress has agreed, let's hurry up and prepare to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with deep meaning, as if he had already seen through the problem. However, Sun Simiao, who had lived for more than 90 years, wouldn't say anything. Since Li Wangyu had the Empress Jade token and faked a decree, he would pretend that he didn't know. This humble Daoist naturally has no problem. I will do my best to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Wangyu nodded. Time was of the essence. It was hard to say how much time little fatty Li Tai could buy. It was better to hurry up. He looked around the hall and found the eunuch he had ordered in the afternoon. He reached out and called him over. I asked you to find a clean and spacious palace room. Are you ready? County Head Huxian, this servant is ready. I have already followed your instructions and had someone sweep it clean. The eunuch quickly replied. Have you sent the bronze mirrors I asked you to collect in the Eastern Palace to that palace room? They are all ready. That's good. Lead the way and send His Highness the Crown Prince there. Li Wangyu waved his hand and called for a few strong eunuchs to carry over a palanquin. They carefully lifted Li Qingqian onto it. Li Wangyu stopped the other eunuchs and palace maids from following. He only led his beautiful superior, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei out of Xianda Palace while carrying Li Qingqian's palanquin. When Li Wangyu and the others disappeared, the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau hurried forward. They pulled out the rag stuffed in Gung Hong's mouth and untied the ropes binding him. Quick, go to Lijian Palace and find His Majesty. Hui Xianzi wants to murder His Highness the Crown Prince. This is treason and wild ambition. Go quickly. Go find His Majesty and have His Majesty issue an edict to arrest Hui Xianzi. Gung Hong didn't wait for the ropes to be untied before he began to howl at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing his words, the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau hurriedly ran out of the Hall of Illustrious Virtue to look for Li Er. On Li Wangyu's side, the eunuchs led him through many twists and turns in the Eastern Palace until they arrived at another palace. Hui Xianzi, this palace room is usually unoccupied. This servant has already cleaned it as you ordered. Li Wangyu nodded and had the eunuchs carry Li Qingqian inside. Together with his beautiful superior, he took out the alcohol that Niu Wu had delivered and sprayed it all over the room to disinfect it. Soon, the room was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. As for the knives in Sun Simiao's medicine box, Li Wangyu had him take them out and soak them in alcohol to disinfect them. The surgery required fine cotton cloth and catgut. They had all been prepared and could start the surgery at any time. At this time, the light in the room was dim. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Hui Xianzi, the candlelight isn't very bright. How are we going to treat His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Wangyu had naturally prepared for this. He had ordered the eunuchs to collect bronze mirrors in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the surgery. Edison used mirrors to gather light to provide light for the surgery. This was a story that everyone knew in the language books of later generations. Although the Tang Dynasty didn't have glass mirrors, they could use bronze mirrors to refract light and gather light. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior busied themselves. They lit candles around Li Qingqian and placed bronze mirrors behind him. They constantly adjusted the angles of the mirror's refraction. Soon, Li Qingqian's body was abnormally bright under the candlelight. It had the effect of shadowless lights in the operating room. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu sent the eunuchs next door. His beautiful superior turned around and prepared to leave the room. Wang Yu, just do what you need to do. If His Majesty comes, I will do my best to stop him. She paused for a moment before continuing, if there are any consequences, I will bear them with you. The beautiful superior spoke very casually. In fact, her whole body was trembling. She was just trying to calm her tone. Whether or not the surgery in the Tang dynasty could succeed depended purely on the person's character. Even Li Wangyu wasn't confident. Li Wangyu didn't care about shocking the world. He stepped forward and hugged Su Chongqing tightly. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, they silently looked at each other and separated. Seeing his beautiful superior walk out of the room, Li Wangyu took a deep breath and turned to look at Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. Old immortal son, brother Lu, let's begin. Chapter 407. On the temporary operating table, Li Qingqian's clothes were removed. Li Wangyu picked up the alcohol and disinfected Li Qingqian's body. Sun Simiao had been observing Li Wangyu's actions from the side. At this moment, he couldn't help asking, Hu Xianzi, what did you pour in the room? Alcohol. What's alcohol? It's the essence of wine. What's its use? Sterilization. Sterilization. Is it like what Hu Xianzi told me, that bacteria can only be seen with a microscope? Sun Simiao asked curiously. Li Wangyu was speechless. Sir, this isn't the time to ask questions. If we don't hurry up and perform the surgery, Li Qingqian won't be able to live. If you have any questions, can you ask them later? Fortunately, Sun Simiao also reacted. Now wasn't the time to ask questions, so he no longer spoke and instructed his disciple, Lu Shenwei, to get the lancet. The lancet was similar to the scalpel in the modern world. It was used for surgery. Since Sun Simiao was too old and Lu Shenwei was in his prime, they decided to have Lu Shenwei as the chief surgeon for safety reasons. Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu would assist from the side. Although Lu Shenwei had been in the medical field for many years, he had never done such a thing before. Hence, his hand trembled as he held the lancet. Hu Xianzi, where do you start? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. You're asking me. How the hell would I know? Brother Lu, do as you see fit. How long should the incision be? Let's leave it to fate. Li Wangyu's words angered Lu Shenwei so much that he almost threw the lancet in his hand at Li Wangyu. Was this still something a human would say? What do you mean by let fate? Why don't you let fate take a look? Seeing Lu Shenwei glaring at him, Li Wangyu felt wronged. He wasn't a doctor, so why would he ask him? Fortunately, Sun Simiao was experienced. Although he had never performed surgery before, he still had a rough judgment. The intestinal abscess is in the lower right abdomen, so it should be there. My disciple, start from here. Don't cut it too long. Slide it 3 inches away and take a look. Lu Shenwei nodded. Taking a deep breath, he tightly gripped his lancet and lightly pressed it against Li Wangyu's lower right abdomen. Just as he was about to slice down, he suddenly heard Li Wangyu shout. Wait! Lu Shenwei's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his saber. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping past him. He and Sun Simiao both looked up at Li Wangyu, wondering what he was shouting about. Li Wangyu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was also nervous. Old immortal son, I forgot something. What is it? Anesthesia. We haven't given the crown prince any anesthetic yet. Li Wangyu's words made Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei look at each other in dismay. Sun Simiao couldn't help but let out a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. How embarrassing. Both the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. The main reason was that they were going to cut open someone's abdomen for the first time, and the patient was the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty. Even the old Daoist Sun Simiao was a bit nervous. In addition, Li Qingqian had been unconscious all this time. In a moment of panic, the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. Sun Simiao smiled embarrassedly. How can we decoct anesthetic now? But it's not a problem. This humble Taoist will still use the golden needles to pierce the acupoints to reduce the crown prince's pain. That day in Dingzhou village, Sun Simiao had cut off the rotten meat for Niu Yong. Li Wangyu knew how powerful Sun Simiao was, so he didn't say anything. Sun Simiao took out the golden needles and pierced them into the acupoints on Li Qingqian's abdomen. Only then did he let Lu Xinwei pick up the lancet and get ready to start the operation again. Lu Xinwei took a deep breath and gripped the lancet tightly. The muscles on his arm bulged. The incomparably sharp lancet instantly cut open Li Qingqian's skin on his abdomen. Blood immediately seeped out. At the side, Li Wangyu's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw this. After the incision was about 3 inches long, Lu Xinwei's forehead was already sweating. Teacher, what should we do now? Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with an inquiring gaze. County head Huxian, what do you think? What do I think? LF** King use my own eyes to see. Li Wangyu was also about to faint. How would he know what to do next? He didn't even know what the inside of the abdominal cavity looked like, let alone what the appendix looked like. Old immortal son, can you see if there's any lesion? If there's any ulcerated intestines, it should be enough to just cut it out. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Xinwei were like bad students going to an examination hall. At this moment, they could only rely on their intuition to perform the operation on the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Qingqian. At this time, before Pai Lupi and Li Tai arrived at Li Main Hall, someone hurried over from behind. The person was stopped by the palace guards and hurriedly shouted, "I'm a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I have something important to report to His Majesty. Let me pass." Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion behind him. He was in an extremely bad mood today. At this time, there were still people who didn't open their eyes and were making noise in the palace. This made him even more irritated. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Replying to everyone, it's a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. He said that he has something important to report, the eunuch quickly replied. Let him come over. Pai Lupi's heart thumped. He was afraid that the news of the crown prince's death had come. The doctor from the Shangyao Bureau was brought to Pai Lupi and hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, just now, County Head Huxian went to the Xianda Palace with Her Majesty the Empress's jade pendant. He said that Her Majesty the Empress ordered him and Sun Simiao to immediately treat His Majesty the Crown Prince. We feel that this matter is strange and have come to ask Your Majesty, is this true? What? Say that again. Li Wangyu said that he was following the Empress's imperial decree. Pai Lupi asked in disbelief. Yes, Geng Fengyu wanted to stop him, but he was beaten by County Head Huxian. We were incompetent and couldn't stop County Head Huxian from acting recklessly. Pai Lupi suddenly turned his head and looked at the uneasy Li Tai. Qing Ke, does this matter have anything to do with you? Tell us honestly, did your mother really tell you to go to the Xianda Palace to find us? Only now did he come to his senses. If Empress Xiangsun was truly unwell, she would have sent an eunuch to inform her. How could she have let a brat like Li Tai go to the Xianda Palace? Li Tai was frightened by his father's glare. He hurriedly knelt down and honestly replied, Father, it was my teacher who told me to say this. My teacher said that this was the only way to save elder brother. The little fatty was very happy to sell out his teacher. When Pai Lupi heard Li Tai's words, he naturally understood everything and couldn't help but fly into a rage. Li Wangyu. What does he want to do? How daring of him! He actually dares to pass down a false imperial decree. Men, immediately go to the Xianda Palace and arrest that county head Huxian. Do not let him harm the crown prince. Yes, father. At Pai Lupi's order, the group of palace guards following Pai Lupi immediately turned and rushed to the Xianda palace. Pai Lupi also hurriedly followed. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai. Li Tai saw his father hurriedly leave and couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He turned and ran to Li Main Hall. If his father wanted to beat him, he would have to ask his mother for protection. However, when the guards arrived at the Xianda palace, Li Wangyu was nowhere to be seen. Even Crown Prince Li Qingqian had disappeared. Chapter 408. As soon as Gung Hong saw Pai Lupi arrive, he immediately went forward to complain. Your Majesty, that county's son is truly unscrupulous. I wanted to stop him from harming the crown prince, but he beat me up in public and tied me up. Pai Lupi's eyes were red as he angrily stared at Gung Hong. Where is the crown prince now? I don't know. After Li Wangyu tied me up, he found a few eunuchs to carry the crown prince away on a palanquin. He must be looking for a place to cut open the crown prince's stomach. Before Gung Hong could finish his sobbing words, another wave of pain came from his body. He was kicked to the ground by the furious Pai Lupi. If anything happens to the crown prince, I will have someone cut open your stomach. You bastard, what did I tell you before I left? Is this how you take care of the crown prince? Your Majesty, I am innocent. That Li Wangyu has the Empress Jade tablet, so I can't do anything to him. Gung Hong repeatedly kowtowed. Pai Lupi ignored him and angrily said, Scram. Men, search the area immediately. You must find the crown prince. Don't let that Li Wangyu hurt the crown prince. Following Pai Lupi's orders, the Eastern Palace was like a hornet's nest being poked. There were imperial guards and eunuchs carrying lanterns everywhere, searching for traces of Li Wangyu and the crown prince. There were only so many rooms in the Eastern Palace, and the room Li Wangyu was in wasn't a hidden place, so it was quickly discovered by the imperial guards. However, when the imperial guards wanted to rush into the room to rescue the kidnapped crown prince, they were stopped outside by their beautiful superior holding the Empress Jade tablet. Stop! The Empress Jade tablet is here. Whoever dares to take a step forward is disgraceful. The crown prince is currently being treated inside, so no one is allowed to enter. Do you want to kill the crown prince? His beautiful superior was like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She spread out her arms and blocked the entrance of the palace. This put the imperial guards in a difficult position and they did not dare to act rashly. They simply surrounded the palace and hurriedly sent someone to inform Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, who had received the news, was escorted by many palace guards and eunuchs to the outside of the palace where the surgery was taking place. Lady Su, get out of the way. You can't stop these guards. I don't want to hurt you. As long as my crown prince is not harmed, I can let bygones be bygones. Don't make a mistake. Pai Lupi's mood was unusually irritable, but he still showed some mercy to Su Chongqing, who was standing outside the hall with his bare hands. The beautiful boss bit her lower lip and shook her head with unusual firmness. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the only ones who can save the crown prince are Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. Your Majesty, you must believe in Wangyu. He is Qingqian's teacher, why would he harm him? He really does want to save Qingqian. The corner of Pai Lupi's mouth twitched. He had also thought that Li Wangyu would not harm his son. However, he did not believe Li Wangyu's words. Could cutting open someone's stomach save a life? Could it cure an intestinal abscess? Lady Su, get out of the way. No matter what Li Wangyu wants to do, let me go take a look at Qingqian first. No, Your Majesty. Right now, the crown prince is being treated inside. If you charge in, the crown prince will die without a doubt. The beautiful boss's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Naturally, he was not willing to risk his son's life. Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, the beautiful boss continued, Your Majesty, as far as I know, the doctor at the Shangyao Bureau said that the Crown Prince will not make it through tonight. An intestinal abscess is an incurable disease that cannot be cured. If Li Wangyu is not trying to save the Crown Prince, why would he do such a thing? What good would it do him to do such a thing? Your Majesty, do you really not want to save the Crown Prince's life? Would you rather see the Crown Prince die? He is only 9 years old. The beautiful boss's words finally moved Pai Lupi. Can Li Wangyu really save my Crown Prince? Yes. I guarantee it with my life. In reality, Su Chongqing did not have much confidence. With the medical conditions of the Tang Dynasty, whether or not Li Qingqian could survive depended on whether or not his life was strong enough. However, she could only grit her teeth and insist that she could save Li Wangyu to buy time for Li Qingqian and the others, who were still in surgery. Pai Lupi could not help but be moved when he heard this. After a while, he slowly said, Since that is the case, I will give him this time. Men, surround this palace. No one is allowed to leave. At this time, the group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau, as well as Fingyu Gonghong, received the news and hurried over. Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Gonghong could not help but panic, Your Majesty, you cannot. Even if a Daluo Golden Immortal came, it would be difficult to save this intestinal abscess. How can we allow His Highness the Crown Prince to be wantonly insulted by Li Wangyu? Your Majesty, do not listen to this woman's nonsense. You cannot. Enough. Pai Lupi suddenly roared, scaring Gonghong, who was still incessantly trying to persuade Pai Lupi, into immediately shutting his mouth and keeping quiet out of fear. If anyone tries to stop Huxianzi from saving the Crown Prince again, they will be beaten to death. Pai Lupi coldly ordered, then glanced at Gonghong with disgust. He had also thought things through. His son had an incurable disease and was on the verge of death. The Shangyao Bureau's Fingyu and doctors were incompetent and could not save the Crown Prince. At this time, Li Wangyu dared to risk universal condemnation, which meant that he really wanted to save Li Qingqian. As a teacher, he could do what Li Wangyu did, even going as far as falsifying an edict to save his son. Even Lady Su in front of him dared to use her own head as a guarantee. What could Pai Lupi say? Her Highness the Empress has arrived. Another eunuch announced loudly. It was the pregnant Empress Zhongsun, who had also arrived with Li Tai. The matter in the Eastern Palace had become so big that Empress Zhongsun naturally also received the news. In addition, Li Tai was afraid of being punished by Pai Lupi, so he straightforwardly confessed everything to Empress Zhongsun. After learning that Li Wangyu had faked her imperial edict and kidnapped Li Qingqian from Xianda Hall, how could Empress Zhongsun sit still? She did not care whether Pai Lupi allowed it or not. She led a group of eunuchs and palace maids and hurried to the Eastern Palace. Erlang, how is Qingqian? How could Zio cause trouble like this? I will definitely take care of him later. Pai Lupi hurriedly and carefully supported his wife. Guanyin maid, didn't I tell you to properly rest in Lijin Hall? Qingqian's matter is with me, why are you doing this? He then glared angrily at the group of eunuchs and palace maids behind Empress Zhongsun. I ordered you to take good care of the Empress. Why did you let the Empress come here? Erlang, don't blame them. It was I who wanted to come. Quickly tell me, how is Qingqian right now? Pai Lupi grimaced and pointed at his beautiful superior blocking the door to the palace. I also don't know. This Lady Su is fighting with her life and will not allow me to enter the palace. She said Li Wangyu, that bastard, is currently treating Qingqian. Empress Zhongsun finally noticed Su Chongqing and hurried forward. Niece Chongqing, is it possible for me to go in and take a look at Qingqian? I will go in alone and not bring anyone else. Your Highness, it is not that I do not want you to enter. It is that Li Wangyu and the others are doing their best to treat the Crown Prince and cannot be distracted. Also, you have not disinfected it. If you rashly enter, it will be easy to cause the Crown Prince's wounds to fester and endanger his life. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun did not fully understand Su Chongqing's words. But now, it was too late to say anything. Li Wangyu acted first and reported later. No matter how nervous the husband and wife were, they could only wait patiently outside the palace and hope for the blessings of the heavens. Chapter 409. Inside the palace, Li Wangyu and the others naturally heard the commotion outside. However, Li Wangyu could only choose to trust his beautiful boss and hope that she could stop Pai Lupi. He had no time to be distracted. Huxianzi, do you think we should remove this part? This section of intestine looks like it has ulcerated, so it should be the lesion. Old immortal son, do as you see fit. Li Wangyu looked at Li Qingqian's abdomen and almost vomited. He had never seen a living human organ before. He only felt that it was a mess of flesh and blood. How could he tell if there was a lesion in the intestine? Lu Xinwei's voice trembled. Teacher, should we cut it? Cut. Sun Simiao was still calm and gave his disciple an encouraging look. Lu Xinwei calmed himself down and swung the lancet in his hand. The next moment, a section of intestine stained with blood was thrown in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, who was already feeling nauseous, could no longer hold it in. He covered his mouth and ran to the side hall. He grabbed a decorative porcelain bottle and vomited. He had overestimated his own mental endurance, but Li Wangyu couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the future, many new medical students would vomit during their first dissection class. This was a normal physiological reaction. As for Sun Simiao and Lu Xinwei, although they had never performed surgery on anyone before, they had been doctors for many years and treated patients. They had seen bloody scenes before, so they were already used to it. Li Wangyu swore that he would never eat his beloved intestines again. Yes, he would not eat them for at least a week. After vomiting for a long time, Li Wangyu wiped his mouth clean and rinsed his mouth with water before returning to the operating table. Sun Simiao smiled. Huxianzi, what should we do next? Li Wangyu thought for a moment. We should suture the intestines, right? And then we should suture the cut abdomen. That should be it. Li Wangyu was not sure. Why didn't his beautiful boss bring a medical manual with her when she transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty? When Sun Simiao saw that Li Wangyu could not say anything more, he could only follow medical common sense and discuss with his disciple to continue the surgery. An hour later, Li Qingqian's abdomen was finally stitched up. Sun Simiao applied some ointment on the wound on his abdomen and carefully wrapped it with a cotton cloth. That's it. Li Wangyu looked at Sun Simiao, then at Lu Xinwei. Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He just gently placed his finger on Li Qingqian's wrist to feel his pulse. After a while, Sun Simiao smiled and nodded at Li Wangyu. Although the Crown Prince's pulse is weak but strong, it has already improved. There should be no danger to his life for the time being. When Li Wangyu heard Sun Simiao's words, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this time, he felt that his legs were sore and weak, and he almost sat on the floor. Old immortal son, when will the Crown Prince wake up? Anytime. Okay, then let's wait. When he thought of the furious Pai Lupi outside the door, Li Wangyu decided to wait for Li Qingqian to wake up before opening the door. Otherwise, when the Pai Lupi came in and saw his son lying on the operating table with intestines in the porcelain basin next to him. Under this kind of stimulation, wouldn't the Pai Lupi have the imperial guards behead him on the spot? That would be too much of an injustice. Sun Simiao and Lu Xinwei had the servants in the side hall bring in clean water to wash their hands. They also wiped away the blood that had seeped out during the surgery. The operating table finally didn't look so scary. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Li Wangyu acutely noticed that Li Qingqian's eyelids trembled a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Ugh, so painful. Commander, is that you? Where am I? I'm so scared. Li Qingqian blinked his small eyes and turned his neck left and right to look around. When he saw Li Wangyu, the rims of his eyes immediately turned red. Qingqian, be good. Don't be afraid. When you were sick before, I helped you with old immortal Sun and the others. Qingqian, listen to us and you'll get better soon. I promise to bring you and Qingke to swim. Li Wangyu used his hand to gently stroke Li Qingqian's small head and comforted him. Although he took such a big risk to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Qingqian, he still couldn't say that Li Qingqian was safe and sound. Removing the appendix was only the first step. The more important thing was to prevent the wound from getting infected. Forget about performing surgery in the Tang Dynasty. Even in the future, before penicillin was invented, most of the wounded soldiers on the battlefield died from wound infections after surgery. In the TV dramas of the anti-Japanese war, there were often such scenes. The underground workers risked their lives and fought a battle of wits and courage to obtain the medicine penicillin and send it to the rear to save the wounded. Penicillin was penicillin. Although it couldn't be taken seriously in the TV dramas, it indirectly reflected how dangerous it was for the wound to fester. Li Wangyu was already very careful. Before the surgery, he disinfected all the instruments with alcohol. Because they didn't have rubber gloves, Li Wangyu not only let Lu Xinwei and Sun Simiao wash their hands several times, but also carefully wiped them with alcohol. In addition, he still had the remaining cephalosporin capsules. If Li Qingqian's wound still got infected, then he really couldn't do anything. Now, he could only do his best and leave it to fate. He hoped that God would bless him. After Li Qingqian woke up, Li Wangyu called the anxious servants in the side hall and asked them to carefully serve Li Qingqian. Li Wangyu walked to the door of the palace and pushed it open with a creak. The scene outside the door gave Li Wangyu a fright. The palace guards, clad in armor and holding torches, tightly surrounded the palace. Li Wangyu almost cried. Wasn't it just a surgery? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? When Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsun saw the door of the palace open, they hurried forward. Li Wangyu, you bastard, you still dare to come out. You really have guts. You actually dared to send a fake edict and even kidnap the crown prince. You really want to kill me. I ask you, how is Qingqian now? Pai Lupi was truly anxious. His words were incoherent. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. What do you mean I still dare to come out? Am I going to stay in this palace forever? Now that Li Qingqian had already woken up, Li Wangyu's courage had increased a bit. Uncle, why are you so angry? Nephew greets aunt. Aunt, you also came. Humph. Stop laughing and smiling here. How is Qingqian? Can I go in and see Qingqian now? Pai Lupi still remembered what his beautiful superior had said to scare him. Something about there being germs on his body and not being disinfected. Although he was anxious, he didn't dare to rush in rashly. Li Wangyu made a gesture of invitation. The crown prince is safe and sound. Uncle, aunt, please. Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsun looked at each other. The couple lifted their feet and walked into the palace. Gung Hong and a group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau also wanted to follow in, but they were stopped by Li Wangyu. Stop. His Highness the Crown Prince is recuperating inside. The Shangyao Bureau and dogs are not allowed to enter. When he said this, Gung Fengyu and the group of doctors' faces changed. Their old faces instantly flushed red. They glared angrily at Li Wangyu, so angry that their bodies trembled. Chapter 410. Li Wangyu doesn't care how Gung Fengyu and the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau glares at him. he doesn't allow them to enter. As a cynical man, Li Wangyu holds a grudge. He has already written down the names of Geng Fengyu and the others who spoke ill of him in the black notebook. Pai Lupi also heard Li Wangyu's words, but he ignored them and helped his wife into the hole. The little fatty Li Tai blinked and quickly followed. Pai Lupi naturally doesn't have a good impression of Geng Fengyu from the Shangyao Bureau. If Li Wangyu really saves Li Qingqian, it undoubtedly proves the incompetence of Geng Fengyu and the group of doctors in the Shangyao Bureau. What's more, Pai Lupi now understands. After all, Li Wangyu is his nephew. He dares to take such a big risk and insists on saving Li Qingqian. Naturally, he has his reasons. So when Li Wangyu insults the people of the Shangyao Bureau, Pai Lupi just pretends not to hear. Li Wangyu pulls his beautiful boss into the hall, turns around, and closes the door with a bang. Geng Fengyu and the others are so angry that they stomp their feet outside. Father, mother. Li Qingqian, who is still lying on the operating table, immediately cries when he sees Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Qingqian, don't cry, don't cry. How is it? Does your stomach still hurt? Empress Zhongsun is overjoyed to see her son wake up. She gently caresses Li Qingqian's pale little face with her hand. Tears of heartache fall like pearls from a broken necklace. It hurts, it still hurts. Li Qingqian's words scared Li Wangyu to the side. His face is almost white. F***ck, could it be that Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei cut the wrong place? But before, it was abdominal cramps. Now it doesn't hurt, but the stomach still hurts. Li Wangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This stinky boy, he speaks with a big pause. Since the abdominal cramps are no longer there, it means that the inflamed appendix has been removed. As for the stomachache, that was not strange. No matter who it was, they would feel pain when their stomach was cut open. Empress Zhongsun and Pai Lupi didn't understand the difference. Hearing Li Wangyu say that his stomach hurt, they couldn't help but turn to look at Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi was even more furious. Li Wangyu, you bastard, didn't you say you treated Qingqian? Why was his lower abdomen still hurting? Is this intestinal abscess cured or not? Li Wangyu hurriedly picked up the porcelain basin that contained the removed appendix. Uncle, aunt, this is Qingqian's ulcerated intestine. It has already been removed by old immortal Sun and his disciples' miraculous hands. The pain that Qingqian feels now is only from the wound on his abdomen. After a few days of rest, the wound will heal completely. When Empress Zhongsun saw the bloody appendix in the porcelain basin, she couldn't help but exclaim. She covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to look again. Pai Lupi didn't have much of a reaction. He even moved closer for a closer look. He was an emperor on horseback and had been on the battlefield for a long time. He had killed countless people with his own hands. How could he be afraid of this intestine? Yes, it really is ulcerated. Was this really removed from Qingqian's body? Of course. Uncle, look, the wound is still here. Li Wangyu pointed at the bandaged wound on Qingqian's abdomen. Then has Qingqian's intestinal abscess been cured? Empress Zhongsun didn't have time to cover her eyes and asked impatiently. Li Wangyu hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly, Aunt, we still have to see if Qingqian's wound will become infected or inflamed in the next few days. As long as it isn't inflamed, when the wound heals, Qingqian will be as good as new. Empress Zhongsun didn't understand medicine and could only look at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's meaning, but because of this, his expression was bitter. Ziyu, do you know that less than 1 in 10 of the wounded soldiers in the army survive because their wounds become infected? Qingqian is so young. Can he really make it through? Pai Lupi had seen the section of intestine that had been removed and no longer had any doubts about Li Wangyu's earlier words. The way he addressed Li Wangyu also returned to how it was before. However, when he thought of the fatal problem of the wound becoming infected, his heart, which had just been half at ease, couldn't help but tighten again. "Uncle, this is the reason I didn't let you in earlier. Can you smell anything in this palace?" Pai Lupi couldn't help but twitch his nose a few times at his reminder. "It seems to be the smell of alcohol, but it's also different." "Uncle is wise. This is the smell of alcohol. The alcohol is the essence that I extracted from the alcohol. It is specifically used to disinfect wounds to prevent infection." Li Wangyu simply used the words he had used to fool Sun Simiao and explained to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun what bacteria were and what disinfecting was. He also explained that Sun Simiao was trying to make the miraculous medicine, penicillin. As for the matter of the cephalosporin capsule, he concealed it and didn't mention it. After all, the cephalosporin had been used up after saving Li Qingqian. He also couldn't explain the origin of the cephalosporin capsule to Pai Lupi, so he simply concealed it and didn't mention it. Pai Lupi listened to everything half believing and half doubting. After learning that Sun Simiao was currently experimenting with penicillin, he became excited and grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder tightly. "Does penicillin really have such miraculous effects? Can it really prevent wounds from becoming infected? If so, then wouldn't most of the wounded soldiers in the army be able to survive? Damn it, do you know how many of my comrades in the army died because their wounds became infected after they were injured? If you dare to deceive me, I won't forgive you." Li Wangyu was startled by Pai Lupi's excited appearance. What was he doing? How could he know that Pai Lupi's heart was in turmoil when he heard about the miraculous medicine, penicillin? In the era of cold weapons, there weren't many people who were directly hacked to death by weapons on the battlefield. Most of the wounded soldiers died because of the lack of effective first aid on the battlefield, as well as the lack of effective methods to prevent wounds from becoming infected. This led to the high mortality rate. Even a miraculous doctor like Sun Simiao couldn't prevent Niu Yang's wounds from becoming infected after he was injured. Needless to say, there was no need to talk about the lack of hygiene on the battlefield. Hearing that there was a way to prevent wounds from becoming infected, Pai Lupi didn't even care about his son who was lying on the operating table. Compared to a miraculous medicine like penicillin, the Crown Prince's safety wasn't worth mentioning. "Uncle, please be gentler. This nephew can't bear Uncle's domineering aura." Li Wangyu's face was bitter as he begged for mercy. His shoulder was in pain from being grabbed. This damned Pai Lupi's strength wasn't any less than Qing Yaojin's. This bastard Pai Lupi didn't know how to control his strength. He actually dared to destroy the flower bud of his motherland. He really didn't deserve to be a son. "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly answer my question. If this penicillin can really be produced, then it can be used to prevent wounds from becoming infected. However, this nephew doesn't know if old immortal's son can succeed." Pai Lupi immediately looked at Sun Simiao. "Minister's son, are you confident in producing penicillin?" "This subject will do his best." "Good. Then I'll have to trouble Minister Sunday. I'll allocate another 100,000 strings of cash for Minister Sun's expenses. Once the penicillin is produced, I'll reward you handsomely." Pai Lupi didn't hesitate to allocate a large sum of money. It could be seen how important this penicillin was to him. When Li Wangyu heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He rubbed his hands and smiled. "Uncle, this nephew also has a presumptuous request." Chapter 411. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together and smiled awkwardly. "Uncle, I also have a presumptuous request. Old immortal's son wants to experiment with penicillin, but he needs to make a microscope first." Heh, I wonder if Uncle can order the supervising craftsman to help me make a microscope." Pai Lupi glared at him. "If you need the cooperation of the supervising craftsman, you can go find Yen Lide. Do you think that I don't know that in recent days, you had the supervising craftsman help you make that vending machine?" Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. He had the supervising craftsman do private work, and Pai Lupi had found out. He rubbed his nose. Heh, uncle, the main thing is to make a telescope. It needs a large amount of high-quality crystal, Pai Lupi replied unhappily. All right, I know. I'll have the Shangsha Bureau send you some crystal later. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was no imperial treasury in the palace. There were only 6 bureaus and 24 divisions responsible for managing palace affairs. The Shangsha Bureau was responsible for managing palace furnishings and tents. Most of the crystals were used as decorations, so they were naturally managed by the Shangsha Bureau. Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for crystals again. Naturally, it wasn't that Sun Simiao didn't give him enough crystals, but because of the microscope, he had thought of many other good things that could be made from crystals. Thus, he took this opportunity to ask for more. He could also use his position for personal gain and make some other novel things. After talking about penicillin, Pai Lupi turned his attention back to Li Qingqian. Ziyu, can we send Qingqian back to Xianda Palace to rest now? Li Wangyu shook his head. Uncle, it's best to let Qingqian rest in this palace. After all, I've already used alcohol to disinfect this place, so the chances of Qingqian's wound getting infected are lower. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. However, Pai Lupi paused and then looked at the people in the palace. However, no one can say a word about what happened today. I don't want the matter of the crown prince's intestines being cut out to become the talk of the town. Everyone understood what Pai Lupi meant. After all, cutting open someone's stomach and removing their intestines was simply too absurd to the Tang. If this matter were to spread to the outside world, it would damage the crown prince's reputation. Naturally, everyone bowed to receive the order and promised not to spread it out. As for the eunuchs in the Eastern Palace, they were so scared that they all knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to show that they were tight-lipped and swore that they would not reveal anything. These eunuchs had seen this kind of thing many times in the palace. In the imperial palace, the best way to make them shut up and keep secrets was to turn them into dead people. The dead would never speak of secrets. Even if Pai Lupi was an enlightened ruler, he might not be merciful to the servants in the palace. At this moment, he looked at the eunuchs with an unfriendly gaze. It was as if he was contemplating whether or not he should summon the imperial guards to drag these eunuchs out and beat them to death. Li Wangyu saw the eunuchs kowtow like they were pounding garlic and couldn't help but feel pity. Uncle, Qingqian still needs to recuperate here for a few more days and needs people to serve him. These eunuchs have worked hard today. Why don't we let them continue to serve Qingqian here? Hearing this, Pai Lupi thought for a moment and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. When he said this, the eunuchs felt that they had escaped death and didn't dare to say more. They only kowtowed heavily in Li Wangyu's direction a few more times before standing up and silently retreating to the side. Uncle, that Dr. Fingyu and Dr. Fingyu of the Shangyao Bureau probably know how I treated Qingqian. Can they keep it a secret? Li Wangyu didn't forget to give Gung Hong and the others a hard time. It doesn't matter. They haven't seen it with their own eyes and won't believe it. I will have the palace guards lock down this palace room. Other than you, no one is allowed to enter or leave until Qingqian fully recovers. Yes, sir. Empress Zhangsun and Li Tai chatted with Li Qingqian for a long time before they were persuaded to leave by Pai Lupi. As for Li Qingqian, he was naturally left to recuperate in this palace room. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Xinwei also temporarily stayed in this palace room and were responsible for looking after Li Qingqian. After the sun rose the next day, the beautiful superior returned to Dingzhou village and comforted the old butler, Li Heng, and the others. Pai Lupi had the palace guards lock down the palace room in the Eastern Palace and didn't mention a single word about Li Qingqian's illness. However, he didn't think that this would lead to a notice storm. In reality, there weren't any secrets to speak of in the Eastern Palace. Even in this Taiji Palace, there were leaks everywhere. As long as there was any movement, the moment Pai Lupi found out, the outside world would be in an uproar. The news that the crown prince had an intestinal abscess that was beyond cure and was on the verge of death had already spread to the hundreds of officials in the imperial court the next day. Towards this, the officials had different reactions. Those who were worried about the crown prince's life were worried that if the crown prince died, the new crown prince would be able to inherit the throne. After Pai Lupi locked down the news of the Eastern Palace, all sorts of rumors spread. No one knew what was going on with Crown Prince Li Qingqian. There were even officials who guessed that the crown prince had already died, but Pai Lupi didn't want to announce it. As for the aristocratic families led by the 5 families and 7 hopes, they were suddenly energized and felt that they had grasped Pai Lupi's weakness. Within the Jing family residence in Xinjiang, a banquet was held as usual and a large number of guests were invited. The family heads of the aristocratic families hid in a private room and whispered to each other. "Lord Wang, is the news from the palace true? That Li Qingqian really has an intestinal abscess?" "That's right, there's no doubt about that. I've asked Fingyu of the Medicine Bureau and a few other doctors who have diagnosed Li Qingqian, and they all confirmed that he has an intestinal abscess. Tisk tsk, that means that Li Qingqian is definitely going to die. That should be the case. I've asked many famous doctors, but there's no medicine that can cure intestinal abscess. Needless to say, a brat like Li Qingqian definitely won't be able to survive. I heard Geng Fingyu say that the little bastard surnamed Li wants to cut open Li Qingqian's stomach to cure his intestinal abscess. That can't be true, right? Lord Wang, you actually believe such ridiculous words. If cutting open someone's stomach can cure an illness, isn't Li Wang Yu a Daluo golden immortal that came down to earth? That's right, that's the case. However, if that's the case, once Li Qingqian dies, it'll be worth us doing something. Last time, we let that bastardly Shimin use the so-called Dao ancestor to escape a calamity. This time, I'd like to see how he'll escape. Lord Lu, Lord Chui, Lord Wang, I won't hide it from you guys. I've already ordered people to get in touch with the retired emperor. In the private room, Jing Yuanshou lowered his voice and whispered to the aristocratic family heads. The burning candles in the private room cast the figures of the people on the wall, making them appear especially sinister. Chapter 412. In recent days, the atmosphere in Chang'an had become strange. Whether it was the streets or the imperial court, it was filled with the atmosphere of a coming storm. The news that the crown prince was seriously ill and might even have passed away had inadvertently spread throughout the 108 streets of Chang'an. Regarding this, the people were all discussing it. As for the imperial court, the atmosphere was even more strange. Although the daily court session seemed to be no different from usual, even a general like Qin Yaojin could sense that something was wrong. In the past, when discussing local government affairs, the officials from aristocratic families would always argue endlessly with the officials who represented the interests of the imperial court. It was not rare for them to quarrel. However, ever since the news of the crown prince Li Qingqian's illness spread, the imperial court had suddenly quieted down. It seemed that when discussing government affairs in the daily court sessions, the officials were absent-minded and hastily finished their work. Qin Yaojin and the other high dukes naturally knew that it had something to do with the crown prince Li Qingqian's illness. Relying on his close relationship with Pai Lupi, he had also indirectly asked Pai Lupi about the crown prince's condition. However, no matter who came to inquire, Pai Lupi only pretended to be profound and smiled without saying anything. Even Qin Yaojin and the other high dukes could not make heads or tails of this. The news that spread from the Eastern Palace was that the eunuchs and palace maids had not seen the crown prince for some time. This news was naturally known by the 100 Horsemen Department and reported to Pai Lupi. Li Er only laughed at this and did not care at all. There was no need to care about this kind of nonsense. Once his son fully recovered, he would naturally be able to slap the faces of these gossiping officials. He would visit Li Qingqian in the Eastern Palace every day. Li Qingqian's condition was getting better and better. Pai Lupi, who was originally stubborn, had no choice but to believe that disemboweling someone could really cure the illness. With Li Wangyo's alcohol disinfection and the lethal cephalosporin capsule, as well as the meticulous treatment by Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei, Li Qingqian's wounds were healed. Not only was Li Qingqian's wound not infected after the surgery, but he could also get off the bed and walk slowly. He would recover in a few days. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't take the 100 Cavalry Department's report to heart. However, Pai Lupi had not expected that by hiding Li Qingqian's illness, he would detonate a huge bomb in the imperial court. On the 7th day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Xinguan, it was the day of the imperial examination. The 1st and 15th of every month was the time for the imperial court assembly. All civil and military officials above the 9th rank would enter Taiji Palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. The imperial censor Wei Jing led his subordinates to the Taiji Palace Hall, urging the hundreds of officials to go to work. In the main hall, the officials and civil servants were on the left and the generals on the right. Pai Lupi ascended to the throne, and all the officials kowtowed. After a series of complicated formalities, Pai Lupi had yet to open his mouth when an attendant in the hall suddenly announced loudly, "The retired emperor has arrived." These words caused an uproar among the officials, and Pai Lupi's expression greatly changed. The retired emperor of the Tang Dynasty was naturally his father, Li Yuan. Ever since the Xuanwu Gate incident in the 9th year of Wude, Li Yuan had been forced to abdicate and live in seclusion in Taiji Palace. Although it was called living in seclusion, it was actually more like being imprisoned. But today, Li Yuan had appeared in Taiji Palace without his knowledge. Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Who was so bold? Without Pai Lupi's permission, Li Yuan had actually swaggered out of the palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. This was truly inconceivable. Pai Lupi turned his head and angrily glared at the eunuch serving in the 100 Cavalry Department. "Go and find out who it is that dares to act so recklessly." This eunuch's name was Mituo. He was unknown in history, but he was close to Pai Lupi. He was responsible for conveying news from the 100 Cavalry Department and the palace, and was most trusted by Pai Lupi. "Yes." Mituo's face was pale with fear, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and then slowly retreated, disappearing into the back of the hall. When Li Yuan's figure appeared in Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi had no choice but to leave his seat and respectfully kneel in front of all the officials to salute Li Yuan. Greetings to the retired emperor. Although Pai Lupi had obtained his position through the Xuanwu Gate incident, the Tang Dynasty promoted filial piety, so Pai Lupi was very respectful in front of Li Yuan, and acted like a good son. "Erlang, rise. I haven't left the palace for a long time, and today I want to attend the court meeting." "Erlang, you won't object, right? Why would the retired emperor say such a thing?" "I'm very happy that the retired emperor can attend the court meeting." Pai Lupi immediately stepped forward and carefully helped his father, Li Yuan, to sit on the throne. Although Li Yuan was respectfully called the retired emperor, it was only in name. Many later generations had confused the two concepts of retired emperor and retired emperor. The retired emperor was only a title the current emperor gave to his father out of respect. It had no real political power, and was more of a symbol. As for the retired emperor, he was the emperor above the emperor. The emperor had real power, and he would call himself emperor. He would report all the important matters of the country to the emperor, and he would call himself emperor. However, as the retired emperor, Li Yuan naturally didn't have any power. Pai Lupi forced Li Yuan to abdicate during the Xuanwu Gate incident, so why would he give him any power? Pai Lupi was even more of an actor. In addition to acting as a filial son, in history, after the Black Tortoise Gate, in order to obtain Li Yuan's forgiveness, Li Er actually imitated that milk baby, burrowing into Li Yuan's bosom to suck on his breast, mourning for a long time. It was really hard for people to understand. After Li Yuan sat down, the officials once again bowed and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Pai Lupi sat next to Li Yuan and lightly coughed. Just as he was about to ask the officials what they wanted to discuss, he saw an imperial censor suddenly stand up. Your Majesty, I, Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong of the Imperial Censorate, have something to report. The Imperial Censorate of the Tang Dynasty consisted of the Tai Yuan, the Imperial Censorate, and the Censorate. The Tai Yuan was responsible for censoring officials and impeaching those who violated the law. The Imperial Censorate was responsible for censoring officials and the 6 departments of the Minister of State. The Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censorate was not of very high rank, at the 7th rank or higher. Pai Lupi thought to himself, which civil official or general was it that had been caught by this imperial censor? Wang Qing has reported. Your Majesty, this subject has heard that County Magistrate Li Wangyu entered the Eastern Palace 10 days ago with the token Your Majesty bestowed upon him. But for some reason, County Magistrate Huxian has not left the palace. Today, County Magistrate Huxian is attending court, so why is County Magistrate Huxian not attending? This subject wishes to impeach County Magistrate Huxian for disrespecting the law and acting recklessly. This is a great disrespect. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. What did Wang Yuanzhong mean by this? Was it really just to impeach Li Wangyu? Or did it have to do with Li Yuan's sudden appearance at the court? Pai Lupi was just about to find an excuse for Li Wangyu when Li Yuan suddenly spoke. Nonsense. That County Magistrate Huxian is County Magistrate Li Wangyu. We have heard of this person. He is only 16 years old and is highly regarded by the emperor. At such a young age, he was granted a noble title. Since this is the case, he should be even more loyal to the emperor. Why is he so preposterous as to not even attend the court? Quickly summon that County Magistrate Huxian to the hall. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shiver at Li Yuan's words. It seemed that something was about to happen today.